The Wrecker Part 2 by Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 12. The Noricrina. I love to recall the glad monotony of a Pacific voyage when the trades are not stinted and the ship, day after day, goes free. Actus, the little blipple squatting in summer of the end Ruth. Of waiting for the name biter on one egg on the snowy summits between the blue roof of heaven, the fawn and the blue floor of sea, the small, busy, and the spearing of Dalston on the spearing of the Balfridic and broadening of threading, road of the pucking hits, walkerous wool, to the heart of the pace, ponic hallockner of block of whole chariots, the bulls the meat, may mang of the vold of the suckage, I love to recall, and would that I could reproduce that life, the unforgettable, the unrememberable, the memory which shows so wise a backwardness in registering pain is besides an imperfect recorder of extended pleasures, and a long-continued well-being escapes, as it were, by its mass our petty methods of commemoration. On a part of our life's map there lies a roseate, undecipherable haze, and that is all. Of one thing, if I am at all to trust my own annals, I was delightedly conscious. Day after day in the sun-gilded cabin, the whiskey dealer's thermometer stood at 84. Day after day, the air had the same indescribable liveliness and sweetness, soft and nimble, and cool as the cheek of health. Day after day the sun flamed, night after night the moon beaconed, or the stars paraded their lustrous regiment. I was aware of a spiritual change, or perhaps rather a molecular reconstitution. My bones were sweeter to me. I had come home to my own climate, and looked back with pity on those damp and wintry zones, miscalled the temperate. 2 years of this, and comfortable quarters to live in, kind of shake the grit. Out of a man, the captain remarked. Can't make out to be happy anywhere else. A townie of mine was lost down this way in a coal ship that took fire at sea. He struck the beach somewhere in the navigators, and he wrote to me that when he left the place it would be feet first. He's well off too, and his father owns some coasting craft down east, but Billy prefers the beach and hot rolls off the breadfruit trees. A voice told me I was on the same track as Billy, but when was this? Our outward track in the Noricrina lay well to the northward, and perhaps it is but the impression of a few pet days which I have unconsciously spread longer. Or perhaps the feeling grew upon me later, in the run to Honolulu. One thing I am sure, it was before I had ever seen an island worthy of the name that I must state my loyalty to the South Seas. The blank sea itself grew desirable under such skies, and wherever the trade wind blows, I know no better country than a schooner's deck. But for the tugging anxiety as to the journey's end, the journey itself must thus have counted for the best of holidays. My physical well-being was overproof. Effects of sea and sky kept me forever busy with my pencil, and I had no lack of intellectual exercise of a different order in the study of my inconsistent friend, the captain. I call him friend here on the threshold, but that is to look well ahead. At first I was too much horrified by what I considered his barbarities, too much puzzled by his shifting humors, and too frequently annoyed by his small vanities, to regard him otherwise than as the cross of my existence. It was only by degrees, in his rare hours of pleasantness, when he forgot and made me forget the weaknesses to which he was so prone, that he won me to a kind of unconsenting fondness. Lastly, the faults were all embraced in the more generous view. I saw them in their place, like discords in a musical progression, and accepted them and found them picturesque, as we accept and admire, in the habitable face of nature, the smoky head of the volcano or the pernicious thicket of the swamp. He was come of good people, down east, and had the beginnings of a thorough education. His temper had been ungovernable from the first, and it is likely the defect was inherited, and the blame of the rupture not entirely his. He ran away at least to sea, suffered horrible maltreatment, which seemed to have rather hardened than enlightened him, ran away again to shore in a South American port, proved his capacity and made money, although still a child, fell among thieves and was robbed, worked back a passage to the States and knocked one morning at the door of an old lady whose orchard he had often robbed. The introduction appears insufficient, but Nares knew what he was doing. The sight of her old neighborly depredator shivering at the door in tatters, the very oddity of his appeal, touched a soft spot in the spinster's heart. "I always had a fancy for the old lady," Nares said, "even when she used to stampede me out of the orchard and shake her thimble and her old curls at me out of the window as I was going by. I always thought she was a kind of pleasant old girl. Well, when she came to the door that morning, I told her so, and that I was stone broke, and she took me right in and fetched out the pie. She clothed him, taught him, and had him to sea again in better shape, welcomed him to her hearth on his return from every cruise, and when she died bequeathed him her possessions. She was a good old girl, he would say. I tell you, Mr. Dodd, it was a queer thing to see me and the old lady talking a paysar in the garden, and the old man scowling at us over the pickets. She lived right next door to the old man, and I guess that's just what took me there. I wanted him to know that I was badly beat, you see, and would rather go to the devil than to him. What made the dig harder? He had quarreled with the old lady about me in the orchard. I guess that made him rage. Yes, I was a beast when I was young, but I was always pretty good to the old lady. Since then he had prospered, not uneventfully, in his profession. The old lady's money had fallen in during the voyage of the Glainer, and he was now, as soon as the smoke of that engagement cleared away, secure of his ship. I suppose he was about 30, a powerful, active man, with a blue eye, a thick head of hair, about the color of oakum and growing low over the brow, clean-shaved and lean about the jaw, a good singer, a good performer on that sea instrument, the accordion, a quick observer, a close reasoner, when he pleased, of a really elegant address, and when he chose, the greatest brute upon the seas. His usage of the men, his hazing, his bullying, his perpetual fault-finding for no cause, his perpetual and brutal sarcasm, might have raised a mutiny in a slave galley. Suppose the steersman's eye to have wandered. "You, little, mutton-faced Dutchman," Nares would bawl, "you want a booting to keep you on your course. I know a little city-front slush when I see one. Just you glue your eye to that compass, or I'll show you round the vessel at the butt end of my boot." Or suppose a hand to linger aft, whither he had perhaps been summoned not a minute before. "Mr. Daniels, will you oblige me by stepping clear of that main sheet?" the captain might begin, with truculent courtesy. "Thank you. And perhaps you'll be so kind as to tell me what the hell you're doing on my quarter-deck. I want no dirt of your sort here. Is there nothing for you to do? Where's the mate? Don't you set need to find work for you, or I'll find you some that will keep you on your back a fortnight." Such allocutions, conceived with a perfect knowledge of his audience, so that every insult carried home, were delivered with a mien so menacing and an eye so fiercely cruel that his unhappy subordinates shrank and quailed. Too often violence followed. Too often I have heard and seen and boiled at the cowardly aggression. And the victim, his hands bound by law, has risen again from deck and crawled forward stupefied. I know not what passion of revenge in his wronged heart. It seems strange I should have grown to like this tyrant. It may even seem strange that I should have stood by and suffered his excesses to proceed. But I was not quite such a chicken as to interfere in public, for I would rather have man or two mishandled, then one half of us butchered in a mutiny, and the rest suffer on the gallows. And in private, I was unceasing in my protests. Captain, I once said to him, appealing to his patriotism, which was of a hearty quality, this is no way to treat American seamen. You don't call it American to treat men like dogs? Americans, he said grimly. Do you call these Dutchmen and scattermouches, one, Americans? I've been 14 years to sea, all but one trip under American colors, and I've never laid eye on an American foremast hand. There used to be such things in the old days, when $35 were the wages out of Boston, and then you could see ships handled and run the way they want to be. But that's all past and gone, and nowadays the only thing that flies in an American ship is a belaying pin. You don't know. You haven't a guess. How would you like to go on deck for your middle watch? 14 months on end. With all your duty to do and everyone's life depending on you, and expect to get a knife ripped into you as you come out of your stateroom, or be sandbagged as you pass the boat, or get tripped into the hold if the hatches are off in fine weather. That kind of shakes the starch out of the brotherly love and New Jerusalem business. You go through the mill, and you'll have a bigger grudge against every old shellback that dirties his plate in the three oceans than the Bank of California could settle up. No, it has an ugly look to it, but the only way to run a ship is to make yourself a terror. Huh, one. In sea lingo, Pacific Dutchman includes all Teutons and folk from the basin of the Baltic. Scattermoke, all Latins and Levantines. Come, Captain, said I. There are degrees in everything. You know American ships have a bad name. You know perfectly well if it wasn't for the high wage and the good food, there's not a man would ship in one if he could help. And even as it is, some prefer a British ship, beastly food and all. Oh, the lime juicers, said he. There's plenty booting in lime juicers, I guess, though I don't deny but what some of them are soft. And with that he smiled like a man recalling something. Look here, that brings a yarn in my head, he resumed, and for the sake of the joke, I'll give myself away. It was in 1874 I shipped mate in the British ship Maria from Frisco for Melbourne. She was the queerest craft in some ways that ever I was aboard of. The food was a caution. There was nothing fit to put your lips to but the lime juice, which was from the end bin, no doubt. It used to make me sick to see the men's dinners, and sorry to see my own. The old man was good enough, I guess. Green was his name, a mild, fatherly old galoot. But the hands were the lowest gang I ever handled, and whenever I tried to knock a little spirit into them, the old man took their part. It was Gilbert and Sullivan on the high seas, but you bet I wouldn't let any man dictate to me. You give me your orders, Captain Green, I said, and you'll find. I'll carry them out. That's all you've got to say. You'll find I do my duty, I said. How I do it is my lookout, and there's no man born that's going to give me lessons. Well, there was plenty dirt on board that Maria first and last. Of course, the old man put my back up, and, of course, he put up the crew's, and I had to regular fight my way through every watch. The men got to hate me, so's I would hear them grit their teeth when I came up. At last, one day, I saw a big hulking beast of a Dutchman booting the ship's boy. I made one shoot of it off the house and laid that Dutchman out. Up he came, and I laid him out again. Now, I said, if there's a kick left in you, just mention it, and I'll stamp your ribs in like a packing case. He thought better of it and never let on, lay there as mild as a deacon at a funeral. And they took him below to reflect on his native Dutchland. One night, we got caught in rather a dirty thing about 25 Sabah. I guess we were all asleep, For the first thing I knew, there was the fore-royal gone. I ran forward, bawling blue hell, and just as I came by the foremast, something struck me right through the forearm and stuck there. I put my other hand up, and by George, it was the grain. The beast had speared me like a porpoise. "Cap!" I cried. "What's wrong?" says he. "They've grained me," says I. "Grained you," says he. "Well, I've been looking for that, and by God," I cried, "I want to have some of these beasts murdered for it." "Now, Mr. Nares," says he, "you better go below. If I had been one of the men, you'd have got more than this, and I want no more of your language on deck. You've cost me my fore-royal already," says he, "and if you carry on, you'll have the 3 sticks out of her." That was Old Man Green's idea of supporting officers. But you wait a bit. The cream's coming. We made Melbourne right enough, and the old man said, "Mr. Hunning, Nares, you and me don't draw together. You're a first-rate seaman, no mistake of that. But you're the most disagreeable man I ever sailed with. And your language and your conduct to the crew I cannot stomach. I guess we'll separate." I didn't care about the berth, you may be sure, but I felt kind of mean, and if he made one kind of stink, I thought I could make another. So I said I would go ashore and see how things stood. Went, found I was all right, and came aboard again on the top rail. "Are you getting your traps together, Mr. Nares?" says the old man. "No," says I. "I don't know as we'll separate much before Frisco. At least," I said, "it's a point for your consideration. I'm very willing to say goodbye to the Maria, but I don't know whether you'll care to start me out with 3 months' wages." He got his money box right away. "My son," says he, "I think it cheap at the money." He had me there. It was a singular tale for a man to tell of himself, above all, in the midst of our discussion, but it was quite in character for Nares. I never made a good hit in our disputes. I never justly resented any act or speech of his, but what I found it long after carefully posted in his day book and reckoned here was the man's oddity to my credit. It was the same with his father, whom he had hated. He would give the sketch of the old fellow, frank and credible, and yet so honestly touched that it was charming. I have never met a man so strangely constituted to possess a reason of the most equal justice, to have his nerves at the same time quivering with petty spite, and to act upon the nerves and not the reason. A kindred wonder in my eyes was the nature of his courage. There was never a braver man. He went out to welcome danger. An emergency came. It never so sudden strung him like a tonic. And yet, upon the other hand, I have known none so nervous, so oppressed with possibilities, looking upon the world at large, and the life of a sailor in particular, with so constant and haggard a consideration of the ugly chances. All his courage was in blood, not merely cold, but icy with reasoned apprehension. He would lay our little craft rail under, and hang on in a squall, until I gave myself up for lost, and the men were rushing to their stations of their own accord. "There," he would say, "I guess there's not a man on board would have hung on as long as I did that time. They'll have to give up thinking me no schooner sailor. I guess I can shave just as near capsizing as any other captain of this vessel, drunk or sober." And then he would fall to repining. And wishing himself well out of the enterprise, and dilate on the peril of the seas, the particular dangers of the schooner rig which he abhorred, the various ways in which we might go to the bottom, and the prodigious fleet of ships that have sailed out in the course of history, dwindled from the eyes of watchers and returned no more. "Well," he would wind up, "I guess it don't much matter. I can't see what anyone wants to live for anyway. If I could get into someone else's apple tree and be about 12 years old and just stick the way I was, Eating stolen apples, I won't say. But there's no sense in this grown-up business sailorizing politics, the piety mill and all the rest of it. Good clean drowning is good enough for me. It is hard to imagine any more depressing talk for a poor landsman on a dirty night. It is hard to imagine anything less sailor-like as sailors are supposed to be, and generally are, than this persistent harping on the minor. But I was to see more of the man's gloomy constancy ere the cruise was at an end. On the morning of the 17th day, I came on deck to find the schooner under double reefs and flying rather wild before a heavy run of sea. Snoring trades and humming sails had been our portion hitherto. We were already nearing the island. My restrained excitement had begun again to overmaster me, and for some time my only book had been the patent log that trailed over the taffrail, and my chief interest the daily observation and our caterpillar progress across the chart. My first glance, which was at the compass, and my second, which was at the log, were all that I could wish. We lay our course. We had been doing over 8 since 9 the night before, and I drew a heavy breath of satisfaction. And then I know not what odd and wintry appearance of the sea and sky knocked suddenly at my heart. I observed the schooner to look more than usually small, the men silent and studious of the weather. Nares, in one of his rusty humors, afforded me no shadow of a morning salutation. He, too, seemed to observe the behavior of the ship with an intent and anxious scrutiny. What I liked still less, Johnson himself was at the wheel, which he spanned busily, often with a visible effort, and as the seas ranged up behind us, black and imminent, he kept casting behind him eyes of animal swiftness and drawing in his neck between his shoulders, like a man dodging a blow. From these signs I gathered that all was not exactly for the best, and I would have given a good handful of dollars for a plain answer to the questions which I dared not put. Had I dared, with the present danger signal in the captain's face, I should only have been reminded of my position as supercargo, an office never touched upon in kindness and advised, in a very indigestible manner, to go below. There was nothing for it, therefore, but to entertain my vague apprehensions as best I should be able, until it pleased the captain to enlighten me of his own accord. This he did sooner than I had expected, as soon indeed as the Chinaman had summoned us to breakfast, and we sat face to face across the narrow board. "See here, Mr. Dodd," he began, looking at me rather queerly, "here is a business point arisen. This sea's been running up for the last 2 days, and now it's too high for comfort. The glass is falling, the wind is breezing up, and I won't say but what there's dirt in it. If I lay her to, we may have to ride out a gale of wind and drift, God knows where, on these French frigate shoals, for instance. If I keep her as she goes, we'll make that island tomorrow afternoon and have the lee of it to lie under, if we can't make out to run in. The point you have to figure on is whether you'll take the big chances of that Captain Trent making the place before you, or take the risk of something happening. I'm to run this ship to your satisfaction," he added with an ugly sneer. "Well, here's a point for the supercargo, Captain," I returned, with my heart in my mouth. "Risk is better than certain failure." "Life is all risk, Mr. Dodd," he remarked. "But there's one thing, it's now or never. In half an hour, Archdeacon Gabriel couldn't lay her to if he came downstairs on purpose." "All right," said I, "let's run." "Run goes," said he, and with that he fell to breakfast, and passed half an hour in stowing away pie and devoutly wishing himself back in San Francisco. When we came on deck again, he took the wheel from Johnson. It appears they could trust none among the hands, and I stood close beside him, feeling safe in this proximity, and tasting a fearful joy from our surroundings and the consciousness of my decision. The breeze had already risen, and as it tore over our heads, it uttered at times a long hooting note that sent my heart into my boots. The sea pursued us without remission, leaping to the assault of the low rail. The quarter-deck was all awash, and we must close the companion doors. And all this, if you please, for Mr. Pinkerton's dollars, the captain suddenly exclaimed. There's many a fine fellow gone under, Mr. Dodd, because of drivers like your friend. What do they care for a ship or two, insured, I guess? What do they care for sailors' lives alongside of a few $1,000s? What they want is speed between ports, and a damned fool of a captain that'll drive a ship under, as I'm doing this one. You can put in the morning asking why I do it. I sheered off to another part of the vessel as fast as civility permitted. This was not at all the talk that I desired, nor was the train of reflection which it started any way welcome. Here I was, running some hazard of my life and perilling the lives of 7 others. Exactly for what end, I was now at liberty to ask myself. For a very large amount of a very deadly poison, was the obvious answer. And I thought if all tales were true, and I were soon to be subjected to cross-examination at the bar of eternal justice, it was one which would not increase my popularity with the court. Well, never mind, Jim, thought I. I'm doing it for. You. Before 11, a third reef was taken in the mainsail, and Johnson filled the cabin with a storm sail of No. 1 duck and sat cross-legged on the streaming floor, vigorously putting it to rights with a couple of the hands. By dinner I had fled the deck and sat in the bench corner, giddy, dumb, and stupefied with terror. The frightened leaps of the poor Nora Creina, spanking like a stag for bare existence, bruised me between the table and the berths. Overhead, the wild huntsmen of the storm passed continuously in one blare of mingled noises. Screaming wind, straining timber, lashing rope's end, pounding block and bursting sea contributed, and I could have thought there was at times another, a more piercing, a more human note, that dominated all, like the wailing of an angel. I could have thought I knew the angel's name, and that his wings were black. It seemed incredible that any creature of man's art could long endure the barbarous mishandling of the seas, kicked as the schooner was from mountain side to mountain side, beaten and blown upon, and wrenched in every joint and sinew, like a child upon the rack. There was not a plank of her that did not cry aloud for mercy, and as she continued to hold together, I became conscious of a growing sympathy with her endeavors, a growing admiration for her gallant staunchness that amused and at times obliterated my terrors for myself. God bless every man that swung a mallet on that tiny and strong hull. It was not for wages only that he labored, but to save men's lives. All the rest of the day and all the following night, I sat in the corner or lay wakeful in my bunk, and it was only with the return of morning that a new phase of my alarms drove me once more on deck. A gloomier interval I never passed. Johnson and Nares steadily relieved each other at the wheel and came below. The first glance of each was at the glass, which he repeatedly knuckled and frowned upon, for it was sagging lower all the time. Then, if Johnson were the visitor, he would pick a snack out of the cupboard and stand braced against the table, eating it and perhaps obliging me with a word or two of his hee-haw conversation. How it was a son of a gun of a cold night on deck, Mr. Dodd, with a grin. How it wasn't no night for panjammers, he could tell me, having transacted all which, he would throw himself down in his bunk and sleep his 2 hours with compunction. But the captain neither ate nor slept. You there, Mr. Dodd, he would say after the obligatory visit to the glass. Well, my son, we're 104 miles, or whatever it was, off the island and scudding for all we're worth. We'll make it tomorrow about 4, or not, as the case may be. That's the news. And now, Mr. Dodd, I've stretched a point for you. You can see I'm dead tired, so just you stretch your way back to your bunk again." And with this attempt at geniality, his teeth would settle hard down on his cigar, and he would pass his spell below, staring and blinking at the cabin lamp through a cloud of tobacco smoke. He has told me since that he was happy, which I should never have divined. "You see," he said, "the wind we had was never anything out of the way. But the sea was really nasty. The schooner wanted a lot of humoring, and it was clear from the glass that we were close to some dirt. We might be running out of it, or we might be running right crack into it. Well, there's always something sublime about a big deal like that, and it kind of raises a man in his own liking. We're a queer kind of beast, Mr. Dodd." The morning broke with sinister brightness, the air alarmingly transparent, the sky pure, the rim of the horizon clear and strong against the heavens. The wind and the wild seas, now vastly swollen, indefatigably hunted us. I stood on deck, choking with fear. I seemed to lose all power upon my limbs. My knees were as paper when she plunged into the murderous valleys. My heart collapsed when some black mountain fell in avalanche beside her counter, and the water that was more than spray swept round my ankles like a torrent. I was conscious of but one strong desire: to bear myself decently in my terrors, and whatever should happen to my life, preserve my character, as the captain said. We are a queer kind of beasts. Breakfast time came, and I made shift to swallow some hot tea. Then I must stagger below to take the time, reading the chronometer with dizzy eyes and marveling the while what value there could be in observations taken in a ship launched as ours then was like a missile among flying seas. The forenoon dragged on in a grinding monotony of peril, every spoke of the wheel a rash, but an obliged experiment, rash as a forlorn hope, needful as the leap that lands a fireman from a burning staircase. Noon was made. The captain dined on his day's work and I on watching him, and our place was entered on the chart with a meticulous precision which seemed to me half pitiful and half absurd, since the next eye to behold that sheet of paper might be the eye of an exploring fish. 1 o'clock came, then 2. The captain gloomed and chafed as he held to the combing of the house, and if ever I saw dormant murder in man's eye, it was in his. God help the hand that should have disobeyed him. Of a sudden he turned towards the mate, who was doing his trick at the wheel. "2 points on the port bow," I heard him say, and he took the wheel himself. Johnson nodded, wiped his eyes with the back of his wet hand, watched a chance as the vessel lunged uphill, and got to the main rigging, where he swarmed aloft. Up and up I watched him go, hanging on at every ugly plunge, gaining with every lull of the schooner's movement, until, clambering into the cross-trees and clinging with one arm around the masts, I could see him take one comprehensive sweep of the southwesterly horizon. The next moment he had slid down the backstay and stood on deck with a grin, a nod, and a gesture of the finger that said yes. The next again, and he was back sweating and squirming at the wheel, his tired face streaming and smiling, and his hair and the rags and corners of his clothes lashing round him in the wind. Nares wit below fetched up his binocular and fell into a silent perusal of the sea line. I also, with my unaided eyesight, little by little, in that white waste of water, I began to make out a quarter where the whiteness appeared more condensed. The sky above was whitish likewise, and misty like a squall. And little by little there thrilled upon my ears a note deeper and more terrible than the yelling of the gale, the long, thundering roll of breakers. Nares wiped his night-glass on his sleeve and passed it to me, motioning as he did so with his hand. An endless wilderness of raging billows came and went and danced in the circle of the glass, now and then a pale corner of sky, or the strong line of the horizon rugged with the heads of waves, and then of a sudden, come and gone ere I could fix it, with a swallow's swiftness, one glimpse of what we had come so far, and paid so dear to see, the masts and rigging of a brig penciled a heaven, with an ensign streaming at the main, and the ragged ribbons of a topsail thrashing from the yard. Again and again, with toilful searching, I recalled that apparition. There was no sign of any land. The wreck stood between sea and sky, a thing the most isolated I had ever viewed, but as we drew nearer, I perceived her to be defended by a line of breakers which drew off on either hand and marked, indeed, the nearest segment of the reef. Heavy spray hung over them like a smoke, some 100 feet into the air, and the sound of their consecutive explosions rolled like a cannonade. In half an hour we were close in. For perhaps as long again, we skirted that formidable barrier toward its farther side, and presently the sea began insensibly to moderate, and the ship to go more sweetly. We had gained the lee of the island, as for form's sake, I may call that ring of foam and haze and thunder, and shaking out a reef, wore ship and headed for the passage. Chapter 13. The Iceland and the Wreck. All hands were filled with joy. It was betrayed in their alacrity and easy faces. Johnson smiling broadly at the wheel, Nares studying the sketch chart of the island with an eye at peace, and the hands clustered forward, eagerly talking and pointing, so manifest was our escape, so wonderful the attraction of a single foot of earth after so many suns had set and risen on an empty sea. To add to the relief, besides, by one of those malicious coincidences which suggest for fate the image of an underbred and grinning schoolboy, we had no sooner worn ship than the wind began to abate. For myself, however, I did but exchange anxieties. I was no sooner out of one fear than I fell upon another. No sooner secure that I should myself make the intended haven than I began to be convinced that Trent was there before me. I climbed into the rigging, stood on the board, and eagerly scanned that ring of coral reef and bursting breaker and the blue lagoon which they enclosed. The two islets within began to show plainly, Middle Brooks and Lower Brooks. Island, the directory named them, two low, bush-covered, rolling strips of sand, each with glittering beaches, each perhaps a mile or a mile and a half in length, running east and west and divided by a narrow channel. Over these, innumerable as maggots, there hovered, chattered, screamed, and clanged millions of twinkling seabirds, white and black, the black by far the largest. With singular scintillations, this vortex of winged life swayed to and fro in the strong sunshine, whirled continually through itself, and would now and again burst asunder and scatter as wide as the lagoon, so that I was irresistibly reminded of what I had read of nebular convulsions. A thin cloud overspread the area of the reef, and the adjacent sea the dust, as I could not but fancy, of earlier explosions. And a little apart, there was yet another focus of centrifugal and centripetal flight, where, hard by the deafening line of breakers, her sails all but the tattered topsail snugly furled down, and the red rag that marks old England on the seas beating, Union down, at the main, the flying scud, the fruit of so. Many toilers, a recollection in so many lives of men, whose tall spars had been mirrored in the remotest corners of the sea, lay stationary at last and forever in the first stage of naval dissolution. Towards her, the taut Noricrina, vulture-wise, wriggled to windward, come from so far to peck her bones. And, look as I pleased, there was no other presence of man or of man's handiwork, No Honolulu schooner lay there crowded with armed rivals. No smoke rose from the fire at which I fancied Trent cooking a meal of seabirds. It seemed, after all, we were in time, and I drew a mighty breath. I had not arrived at this reviving certainty before the breakers were already close aboard, the leadsman at his station, and the captain posted in the fore crosstrees to connoisse the coral lumps of the lagoon. All circumstances were in our favor, the light behind, the sun low, the wind still fresh and steady, and the tide about the turn. A moment later we shot at racing speed betwixt two pierheads of broken water. The lead began to be cast, the captain to bawl down his anxious directions, the schooner to tack and dodge among the scattered dangers of the lagoon, and at one bell in the first dog watch we had come to our anchor off the northeast end of Middlebrooks Island in 5 fathoms water. The sails were gasketed and covered, the boats emptied of the miscellaneous stores and odds and ends of sea furniture that accumulate in the course of a voyage, the kedge sent ashore, and the decks tidied down, a good 3/4 of an hour's work, during which I raged about the deck like a man with a strong toothache. The transition from the wild sea to the comparative immobility of the lagoon had wrought strange distress among my nerves. I could not hold still whether in hand or foot. The slowness of the men, tired as dogs after our rough experience outside, irritated me like something personal, and the irrational screaming of the seabirds saddened me like a dirge. It was a relief when, with Nares and a couple of hands, I might drop into the boat and move off at last for the Flying Scud. "She looks kind of pitiful, don't she?" observed the captain, nodding towards the wreck from which we were separated by some half a mile. "Looks as if she didn't like her berth and Captain Trent had used her badly. Give her ginger, boys," he added to the hands, "and you can all have shore liberty tonight to see the birds and paint the town red." We all laughed at the pleasantry, and the boat skimmed the faster over the rippling face of the lagoon. The Flying Scud would have seemed small enough beside the wharves of San Francisco, but she was some thrice the size of the Nora Creana, which had been so long our continent, and as we craned up at her wall sides, she impressed us with a mountain magnitude. She lay head to the reef, where the huge blue wall of the rollers was forever ranging up and crumbling down, and to gain her starboard side we must pass below the stern. The rudder was hard a port, and we could read the legend F.I. Ewing Scud. Hole on the other side. About the break of the poop, some half a fathom of rope ladder trailed over the rail, and by this we made our entrance. She was a roomy ship inside, with a raised poop standing some 3 feet higher than the deck, and a small forward house for the men's bunks and the galley, just abaft the foremast. There was one boat on the house, and another and larger one in beds on deck on either hand of it. She had been painted white with tropical economy outside and in, and we found, later on, that the stanchions of the rail, hoops of the scuttle, butt, etc., were picked out with green. At that time, however, when we first stepped aboard, all was hidden under the droppings of innumerable seabirds. The birds themselves gyrated and screamed meanwhile among the rigging, and when we looked into the galley, their outrush drove us back. Savage-looking fowl. They were savagely beaked, and some of the black ones great as eagles. Half buried in the slush, we were aware of a litter of kegs in the waist, and these, on being somewhat cleaned, proved to be water beakers and quarter casks of mess beef with some colonial brand, doubtless collected there before the tempest hove in sight, and while Trent and his men had no better expectation than to strike for Honolulu in the boats. Nothing else was notable on deck, save where the loose topsail had played some havoc with the rigging, and there hung, and swayed, and sang in the declining wind, a raffle of entorted cordage. With a shyness that was almost awe, Nares and I descended the companion. The stair turned upon itself and landed us just forward of the thwartship bulkhead that cut the poop in two. The forepart formed a kind of miscellaneous storeroom, with a double-bunk division for the cook as Nares supposed and second mate. The after part contained, in the midst, the main cabin, running in a kind of bow into the curvature of the stern, on the port side, a pantry opening. Forward and a stateroom for the mate, and on the starboard the captain's berth and water closet. Into these we did but glance, the main cabin holding us. It was dark, for the seabirds had obscured the skylight with their droppings. It smelt rank and fusty, and it was beset with a loud swarm of flies that beat continually in our faces. Supposing them close attendants upon man and his broken meat, I marveled how they had found their way to Midway Reef. It was sure at least some vessel must have brought them, and that long ago, for they had multiplied exceedingly. Part of the floor was strewn with a confusion of clothes, books, nautical instruments, odds and ends of finery, and such trash as might be expected from the turning out of several seamen's chests upon a sudden emergency and after a long cruise. It was strange in that dim cabin, quivering with the near thunder of the breakers and pierced with the screaming of the fowls, to turn over so many things that other men had coveted and prized and worn on their warm bodies, frayed old underclothing, pajamas of strange design, duck suits in every stage of rustiness, oilskins, pilot coats, bottles of scent, embroidered shirts, jackets of pongee so clothes for the night watch at sea or the day ashore in the hotel veranda, and mingled among these books, cigars, fancy pipes, quantities of tobacco, many keys, a rusty pistol, and a sprinkling of cheap curiosities, Venaries brass, Chinese jars and pictures and bottles of odd shells in cotton, each designed no doubt for somebody at home. Thence we turned our attention to the table, which stood spread as if for a meal, with stout ship's crockery and the remains of food, a pot of marmalade, dregs of coffee in the mugs, unrecognizable remains of foods, bread, some toast, and a tin of condensed milk. The tablecloth, originally of a red color, was stained a dark brown at the captain's end, apparently with coffee. At the other end it had been folded back, and a pen and ink pot stood on the bare table. Stools were here and there about the table, irregularly placed, as though the meal had been finished and the men smoking and chatting, and one of the stools lay on the floor, broken. "See, they were writing up the log," said Nares, pointing to the ink bottle. "Caught napping, as usual. I wonder if there ever was a captain yet that lost a ship with his logbook up to date. He generally has about a month to fill up on a clean break, like Charles Dickens and his serial novels. What a regular lime juicer spread," he added contemptuously. "Marmalade and toast for the old man, nasty, slovenly pigs." There was something in this criticism of the absent that jarred upon my feelings. I had no love indeed for Captain Trent or any of his vanished gang, but the desertion and decay of this once habitable cabin struck me hard. The death of man's handiwork is melancholy, like the death of man himself, and I was impressed with an involuntary and irrational sense of tragedy in my surroundings. "This sickens me," I said. "Let's go on deck and breathe." The captain nodded. "It is kind of lonely, isn't it?" he said. "But I can't go up till I get the code signals. I want to run up Got Left or something, just to brighten up this island home. Captain Trent hasn't been here yet, but he'll drop in before long, and it'll cheer him up to see a signal on the brig. Isn't there some official expression we could use?" I asked, vastly taken by the fancy. "Sold for the benefit of the underwriters. For further particulars, apply to J. Pinkerton, Montana Block, SF." "Well," returned Nares, I won't say but what an old Navy quartermaster might telegraph all that if you gave him a day to do it in and a pound of tobacco for himself. But it's above my register. I must try something short and sweet, KB. Urgent signal, heave, all aback. Or LM. Urgent, the berth you're now in is not safe. Or what do you say to PQH? Tell my owners the ship answers remarkably well. It's premature, I replied, but it seems calculated to give pain to Trent. PQH for me. The flags were found in Trent's cabin, neatly stored behind a lettered grating. Nares chose what he required, and I, following, returned on deck, where the sun had already dipped and the dusk was coming. "Here, don't touch that, you fool!" shouted the captain to one of the hands who was drinking from the scuttle-butt. "That water's rotten." "Beg pardon, sir," replied the man. "Tastes quite sweet." "Let me see," returned Nares, and he took the dipper and held it to his lips. "Yes, it's all right," he said. "Must have rotted and come sweet again. Queer, isn't it, Mr. Dodd, though I've known the same on a Cape Horner." There was something in his intonation that made me look him in the face. He stood a little on tiptoe to look right and left about the ship, like a man filled with curiosity, and his whole expression and bearing testified to some suppressed excitement. "You don't believe what you're saying," I broke out. "Oh, I don't know but what I do," he replied, laying a hand upon me soothingly. "The thing's very possible, only I'm bothered about something else." And with that he called a hand, gave him the code flags, and stepped himself to the main signal halyards, which vibrated under the weight of the ensign overhead. A minute later, the American colors which we had brought in the Niebuhr boat replaced the English red, and PQH was fluttering at the fore. "Now then," said Nares, who had watched the breaking out of his signal with the old maidish particularity of an American sailor, "out with those handspikes, and let's see what water there is in the lagoon." The bars were shoved home, the barbarous cacophony of the clanking pump rose in the waist, and streams of ill-smelling water gushed on deck and made valleys in the slab guano. Nares leaned on the rail, watching the steady stream of bilge as though he found some interest in it. "What is it that bothers you?" I asked. "Well, I'll tell you one thing shortly," he replied. "But here's another. Do you see those boats there, one on the house and two on the beds? Well, where is the boat Trent lowered when he lost the hands?" "Got it aboard again, I suppose," said I. "Well, if you'll tell me why," returned the captain. "Then it must have been another," I suggested. "She might have carried another on the main hatch, I won't deny," admitted Nares. "But I can't see what she wanted with it, unless it was for the old man to go out and play the accordion in on moonlight nights." "It can't much matter anyway," I reflected. "Oh, I don't suppose it does," said he, glancing over his shoulder at the spouting of the scuppers. "And how long are we to keep up this racket?" I asked. "We're simply pumping up the lagoon. Captain Trent himself said she had settled down and was full." "Forward, did he?" said Nares with a significant dryness, and almost as he spoke, the pumps supped and sucked again, and the men threw down their bars. "There, what do you make of that?" he asked. "Now I'll tell, Mr. Dodd," he went on, lowering his voice, but not shifting from his easy attitude against the rail. "This ship is as sound as the Norah Creina. I had a guess of it before we came aboard, and now I know." "It's not possible," I cried. "What do you make of Trent?" "I don't make anything of Trent. I don't know whether he's a liar or only an old wife. I simply tell you what's the fact," said Nares. "And I'll tell you something more," he added. "I've taken the ground myself in deep water vessels. I know what I'm saying, and I say that when she first struck and before she bedded down, 7 or 8 hours' work would have got this hooker off, and there's no man that ever went 2 years to sea but must have known it. I could only utter an exclamation. Nares raised his finger warningly. "Don't let them get hold of it," said he. "Think what you like, but say nothing." I glanced round. The dusk was melting into early night. The twinkle of a lantern marked the schooner's position in the distance, and our men, free from further labor, stood grouped together in the waist, their faces illuminated by their glowing pipes. "Why didn't Trent get her off?" inquired the captain. "Why did he want to buy her back in fresco for these fabulous sums when he might have sailed her into the bay himself?" "Perhaps he never knew her value until then," I suggested. "I wish we knew her value now," exclaimed Nares. "However, I don't want to depress you. I'm sorry for you, Mr. Dodd. I know how bothering it must be to you, and the best I can say is this. I haven't taken much time getting down, and now I'm here. I mean to work this thing in proper style. I just want to put your mind at rest. You shall have no trouble with me." There was something trusty and friendly in his voice, and I found myself gripping hands with him in that hard, short shake that means so much with English-speaking people. "Will do, old fellow," said he. "We've shaken down into pretty good friends, you and me, and you won't find me working the business any the less hard for that. And now let's scoot for supper." After supper, with the idle curiosity of the seafarer, we pulled ashore in a fine moonlight and landed on Middlebrooks Island. A flat beach surrounded it. Upon all sides, and the midst was occupied by a thicket of bushes, the highest of them scarcely 5 feet high, in which the sea-fowl lived. Through this we tried at first to strike, but it were easier to cross Trafalgar Square on a day of demonstration than to invade these haunts of sleeping seabirds. The nest sank, and the eggs burst under footing. Wings beat in our faces, beaks menaced our eyes. Our minds were confounded with the screeching, and the coil spread over the island and mounted high into the air. "I guess we'll saunter round the beach," said Nares when we had made good our retreat. The hands were all busy after seabirds' eggs, so there were none to follow us. Our way lay on the crisp sand, by the margin of the water. On one side, the thicket from which we had been dislodged; on the other, the face of the lagoon, barred with a broad path of moonlight; and beyond that, the line, alternately dark and shining, alternately hove high and fallen prone of the external breakers. The beach was strewn with bits of wreck and drift, some redwood and spruce logs, no less than 2 lower masts of junks, and the stern post of a European ship, all of which we looked on with a shade of serious concern, speaking of the dangers of the sea, and the hard case of castaways. In this sober vein we made the greater part of the circuit of the island, had a near view of its neighbor from the southern end, walked the whole length of the westerly side in the shadow of the thicket, and came forth again into the moonlight at the opposite extremity. On our right, at the distance of about half a mile, the schooner lay faintly heaving at her anchors. About half a mile down the beach, at a spot still hidden from us by the thicket, an upboiling of the birds showed where the men were still with sailor-like insatiability collecting eggs. And right before us, in a small indentation of the sand, we were aware of a boat lying high and dry and right side up. Nares crouched back into the shadow of the bushes. "What the devil's this?" he whispered. "Trent," I suggested with a beating heart. "We were damned fools to come ashore unarmed," said he. "But I've got to know where I stand." In the shadow his face looked conspicuously white, and his voice betrayed a strong excitement. He took his boat's whistle from his pocket, in case I might want to play a tune, said he grimly, and thrusting it between his teeth, advanced into the moonlit open, which we crossed with rapid steps, looking guiltily about us as we went. Not a leaf stirred, and the boat, when we came up to it, offered convincing proof of long desertion. She was an 18-foot whaleboat of the ordinary type, equipped with oars and thole-pins. 2 or 3/4 casks lay on the bilge amidships, one of which must have been broached, and now stank horribly, and these, upon examination, proved to bear the same New Zealand brand as the beef on board the wreck. "Well, here's the boat," said I. "Here's one of your difficulties cleared away." Said he. There was a little water in the bilge, and here he stooped and tasted it. "Fresh," he said. "Only rainwater." "You don't object to that?" I asked. "No," said he. "Well then, what ails you?" I cried. "In plain United States, Mr. Dodd," he returned. "A whaleboat, 5 ash sweeps, and a barrel of stinking pork." "Or, in other words, the whole thing?" I commented. "Well, it's this way," he condescended to explain. "I've no use for a 4th boat at all, but a boat of this model tops the business. I don't say the type's not common in these waters, it's as common as dirt. The traders carry them for surf boats. But the Flying Scud, a deep water tramp who was lime juicing around between big ports, Calcutta and Rangoon, and Frisco and the Canton River, no, I don't see it." We were leaning over the gunwale of the boat as we spoke. The captain stood nearest the bow, and he was idly playing with the trailing painter, when a thought arrested him. He hauled the line in hand over hand and stared and remained staring at the end. "Anything wrong with it?" I asked. "Do you know, Mr. Dodd," said he in a queer voice, "this painter's been cut? A sailor always seizes a rope's end, but this is sliced short off with the cold steel. This won't do at all for the men," he added. "Just stand by till I fix it up more natural." "Any guess what it all means?" I asked. "Well, it means one thing," said he. "It means Trent was a liar. I guess the story of the Flying Scud was a sight more picturesque than he gave out." Half an hour later, the whaleboat was lying astern of the Norah Creina, and Nares and I sought our bunks, silent and half bewildered by our late discoveries. Chapter 14. The Cabin of the Flying Scud. The sun of the morrow had not cleared the morning bank. The lake of the lagoon, the islets, and the wall of breakers now beginning to subside, still lay clearly pictured in the flushed obscurity of early day, when we stepped again upon the deck of the Flying Scud, Nares, myself, the mate, 2 of the hands, and 12 bright virgin axes, in war against that massive structure. I think we all drew pleasurable breath. So profound in man is the instinct of destruction, so engaging is the interest of the chase. For we were now about to taste, in a supreme degree, the double joys of demolishing the toy and playing hide the handkerchief, sports from which we had all perhaps desisted since the days of infancy. And the toy we were to burst in pieces was a deep-sea ship, and the hidden good for which we were to hunt was a prodigious fortune. The decks were washed down, the main hatch removed, and a gun tackle purchase rigged before the boat arrived with breakfast. I had grown so suspicious of the wreck that it was a positive relief to me to look down into the hold and see it full, or nearly full, of undeniable rice packed in the Chinese fashion in boluses of matting. Breakfast over, Johnson and the hands turned to upon the cargo, while Nares and I, having smashed open the skylight and rigged up a windsail on deck, began the work of rummaging the cabins. I must not be expected to describe our first day's work, or for that matter any of the rest, in order and detail as it occurred. Such particularity might have been possible for several officers and a draft of men from a ship of war, accompanied by an experienced secretary with a knowledge of shorthand. For 2 plain human beings, unaccustomed to the use of the broad axe and consumed with an impatient greed of the result, the whole business melts, in the retrospect, into a nightmare of exertion, heat, hurry, and bewilderment, sweat pouring from the face like rain, the scurry of rats, the choking exhalations of the bilge, and the throbs and splinterings of the toiling axes. I shall content myself with giving the cream of our discoveries in a logical rather than a temporal order, though the two indeed practically coincided, and we had finished our exploration of the cabin before we could be certain of the nature of the cargo. Nares and I began operations by tossing up pell-mell through the companion and piling in a squalid heap about the wheel, all clothes, personal effects, the crockery, the carpet, stale victuals, tins of meat, and in a word, all movables from the main cabin. Thence, we transferred our attention to the captain's quarters on the starboard side. Using the blankets for a basket, we sent up the books, instruments, and clothes to swell our growing midden on the deck. And then Nares, going on hands and knees, began to forage underneath the bed. Box after box of Manila cigars rewarded his search. I took occasion to smash some of these boxes open and even to guillotine the bundles of cigars, but quite in vain. No secret cache of opium encouraged me to continue. "I guess I've got hold of the dickey now," exclaimed Nares, and turning round. From my perquisitions, I found he had drawn forth a heavy iron box secured to the bulkhead by chain and padlock. On this he was now gazing, not with the triumph that instantly inflamed my own bosom, but with a somewhat foolish appearance of surprise. "By George, we have it now!" I cried, and would have shaken hands with my companion, but he did not see, or would not accept, the salutation. "Let's see what's in it first," he remarked dryly, and he adjusted the box upon its side, and with some blows of an axe burst the lock open. I threw myself beside him as he replaced the box on its bottom and removed the lid. I cannot tell when I expected. A million's worth of diamonds might perhaps have pleased me. My cheeks burned, my heart throbbed bursting, and lo! there was disclosed but a tray full of papers, neatly taped, and a checkbook of the customary pattern. I made a snatch at the tray to see what was beneath, but the captain's hand fell on. Mine, heavy and hard. "Now, boss," he cried, not unkindly, "is this to be run ship-shape, or is it a Dutch grab racket?" And he proceeded to untie and run over the contents of the papers with a serious face and what seemed an ostentation of delay. Me and my impatience, it would appear he had forgotten, for when he was quite done, he sat a while thinking, whistled a bar or two, refolded the papers, tied them up again, and then, and not before, deliberately raised the tray. I saw a cigar box, tied with a piece of fishing line, and 4 fat canvas bags. Nares whipped out his knife, cut the line, and opened the box. It was about half full of sovereigns. "And the bags?" I whispered. The captain ripped them open one by one, and a flood of mixed silver coin burst forth and rattled in the rusty bottom of the box. Without a word he set to work to count the gold. "What is this?" I asked. "It's the ship's money," he returned, doggedly continuing his work. "The ship's money?" I repeated. "That's the money Trent tramped and traded with? And there's his checkbook to draw upon his owners, and he has left it?" "I guess he has," said Nares, austerely, jotting down a note of the gold. And I was abashed into silence till his task should be completed. It came, I think, to £378 sterling, some 19 pounds of it in silver, all of which we turned again into the chest. "And what do you think of that?" I asked. "Mr. Dodd," he replied, "you see something of the roomness of this job, but not the whole. The specie bothers you, but what gets me is the papers. Are you aware that the master of a ship has charge of all the cash in hand, pays the men advances, receives freight and passage money, and runs up bills in every port? All this he does as the owner's confidential agent, and his integrity is proved by his receipted bills. I tell you, the captain of a ship is more likely to forget his pants than these bills which guarantee his character. I've known men drown to save them, bad men too, but this is the shipmaster's honor. And here this Captain Trent, not hurried, not threatened with anything but a free passage in a British man of war, has left them all behind. I don't want to express myself too strongly, because the facts appear against me, but the thing is impossible. Dinner came to us not long after, and we ate it on deck, in a grim silence, each privately racking his brain for some solution of the mysteries. I was indeed so swallowed up in these considerations that the wreck, the lagoon, the islets, and the strident sea-fowl, the strong sun then beating on my head, and even the gloomy countenance of the captain at my elbow, all vanished from the field of consciousness. My mind was a blackboard, on which I scrawled and blotted out hypotheses, comparing each with the pictorial records in my memory, ciphering with pictures. In the course of this tense mental exercise, I recalled and studied the faces of one memorial masterpiece, the scene of the saloon, and here I found myself, on a sudden, looking in the eyes of the Kanaka. "There's one thing I can put beyond doubt at all events," I cried, relinquishing my dinner and getting briskly afoot. "There was that Kanaka I saw on the bar with Captain Trent, the fellow the newspapers and ship's articles made out to be a Chinaman. I mean to rout his quarters out and settle that." "All right," said Nares. "I'll lazy off a bit longer, Mr. Dodd. I feel pretty rocky and mean." We had thoroughly cleared out the 3 after compartments of the ship. All the stuff from the main cabin and the mates and captain's quarters lay piled about the wheel. But in the forward stateroom with the 2 bunks, where Nares had said the mate and cook most likely berthed, we had as yet done nothing. Thither I went. It was very bare. A few photographs were tacked on the bulkhead, one of them indecent. A single chest stood open, and, like all we had yet found, it had been partly rifled. An armful of 2-shilling novels proved to me beyond a doubt it was a European's. No Chinaman would have possessed any, and the most literate Kanaka conceivable in a ship's galley was not likely to have gone beyond one. It was plain, then, that the cook had not berthed aft, and I must look elsewhere. The men had stamped down the nests and driven the birds from the galley, so that I could now enter without contest. One door had been already blocked with rice. The place was in part darkness, full of a foul stale smell and a cloud of nasty flies. It had been left, besides, in some disorder, or else the birds, during their time of tenancy, had knocked the things about, and the floor, like the deck before we washed it, was spread with pasty filth. Against the wall, in the far corner, I found a handsome chest of camphor wood bound with brass, such as Chinamen and sailors love, and indeed all of mankind that plies in the Pacific. From its outside view I could thus make no deduction, and, strange to say, the interior was concealed. All the other chests, as I have said already, we had found gaping open, and their contents scattered abroad. The same remark we found to apply afterwards in the quarters of the seamen. Only this camphor wood chest, a singular exception, was both closed and locked. I took an axe to it, readily forced the paltry Chinese fastening, and, like a custom-house officer, plunged my hands among the contents. For some while I groped among linen and cotton. Then my teeth were set on edge with silk, of which I drew forth several strips covered with mysterious characters. And these settled the business, for I recognized them as a kind of bed hanging popular with the commoner class of the Chinese. Nor were further evidences wanting, such as night clothes of an extraordinary design, a 3-stringed Chinese fiddle, a silk handkerchief full of roots and herbs, and a neat apparatus for smoking opium, with a liberal provision of the drug. Plainly, then, The cook had been a Chinaman, and if so, who was Joss? Amalu, or had Joss stolen the chest before he proceeded to ship under a false name and domicile? It was possible, as anything was possible in such a welter. But, regarded as a solution, it only led and left me deeper in the bog. For why should this chest have been deserted and neglected when the others were rummaged or removed? And where had Joss come by that second chest, with which, according to the clerk at the what cheer he had? Started for Honolulu? And how have you fared? Inquired the captain, whom I found luxuriously reclining in our mound of litter. And the accent on the pronoun, the heightened color of the speaker's face, and the contained excitement in his tones, advertised me at once that I had not been alone to make discoveries. I have found a Chinaman's chest in the galley, said I, and John, if there was any John, was not so much as at the pains to take his opium. Nares seemed to take it mighty quietly. That's so, said he. Now cast your eyes on that and own you're beaten. And with a formidable clap of his open hand, he flattened out before me, on the deck, a pair of newspapers. I gazed upon them dully, being in no mood for fresh discoveries. Look at them, Mr. Dodd, cried the captain sharply. Can't you look at them? And he ran a dirty thumb along the title. Sydney Morning Herald, November 26th. Can't you make that out? He cried with rising energy. And don't you know, sir, that not 13 days after this paper appeared in New South Pole, this ship were standing and heaved her blessed anchors out of China? How did the Sydney Morning Herald get to Hong Kong in 13 days? Trent made no land, he spoke no ship, till he got here. Then he either got it here or in Hong Kong. I give you your choice, my son, he cried, and fell back among the clothes like a man weary of life. Where did you find them? I asked. In that black bag? Guess so, he said. You needn't fool with it. There's nothing else but a lead pencil and a kind of worked-out knife. I looked in the bag, however, and was well rewarded. Every man to his trade, Captain, said I. You're a sailor, and you've given me plenty of points, but I am an artist, and allow me to inform you this is quite as strange as all the rest. The knife is a palette knife, the pencil a Winsor and Newton, and a BBB at that. A palette knife and a BB on a tramp brig. It's against the laws of nature. It would sicken a dog, wouldn't it? Said Nares. Yes, I continued. It's been used by an artist too. See how it's sharpened, not for writing. No man could write with that. An artist? And straight from Sydney? How can he come in? Oh, that's natural enough, sneered Nares. They cabled him to come up and illustrate this dime novel. We fell a while silent. Captain, I said at last, there is something deuced underhand about this brig. You tell me you've been to sea a good part of your life. You must have seen shady things done on ships and heard of more. Well, what is this? Is it insurance? Is it piracy? What is it about? What can it be for? Mr. Habdane. Dodd, returned Nares, you're right about me having been to sea the bigger part of my life. And you're right again when you think I know a good many ways in which a dishonest captain mayn't be on the square, nor do exactly the right thing by his owners, and altogether be just a little too smart by 99 3/4. There's a good many ways, but not so many as you think, and not one that has any mortal thing to do with Trent. Trent and his whole racket has got to do with nothing that's the bedrock fact. There's no sense to it and no use in it, and no story to it. It's a beastly dream. And don't you run away with that notion that landsmen take about ships. A society actress don't go around more publicly than what a ship does, nor is more interviewed, nor more humbugged. nor more run after by all sorts of little fussinesses in brass buttons. And more than an actress, a ship has a deal to lose. She's capital, and the actress only character, if she's that. The ports of the world are thick with people ready to kick a captain into the penitentiary if he's not as bright as a dollar and as honest as the morning star. And what with Lloyd keeping watch in every corner of the three oceans, and the insurance leeches, and the consuls, and the customs bugs, and the medicos, you can only get the idea by thinking of a landsman watched by 150 detectives, or a stranger in a village down east. Well, but at sea? I said. You make me tired, retorted the captain. What's the use at sea? Everything's got to come to bearings at some port, hasn't it? You can't stop at sea forever, can you? No, the Flying Scud is rubbish. If it meant anything, it would have to mean something so almighty intricate that James G. Blaine hasn't got the brains to engineer it, and I vote for more axing, pioneering, and opening up the resources of this phenomenal brig, and less general fuss, he added, arising. The Dime Museum symptoms will drop in of themselves, I guess, to keep us cheery. But it appeared we were at the end of discoveries for the day, and we left the brig about sundown, without being further puzzled or further enlightened. The best of the captain spoils books, instruments, papers, silks, and curiosities we carried along with us in a blanket, however, to divert the evening hours, and when supper was over and the table cleared, and Johnson sat down to a dreary game of cribbage between his right hand and his left, the captain and I turned out our blanket on the floor and sat side by side to examine and appraise the spoils. The books were the first to engage our notice. These were rather numerous, as Nares contemptuously put it, for a lime juicer. Scorn of the British mercantile marine glows in the breast of every Yankee merchant captain. As the scorn is not reciprocated, I can only suppose it justified in fact, and certainly the old country mariner appears of a less studious disposition. The more credit to the officers of the Flying Scud, who had quite a library, both literary and professional. There were Fingley's 5 directories of the world, all broken-backed, as is usual with Findlay, and all marked and scribbled over with corrections and additions, several books of navigation, a signal code, and an admiralty book of a sort of orange hue, called Islands of the Eastern Pacific Ocean, Volume 3, which appeared from its imprint to be the latest authority and showed marks of frequent consultation in the passages about the French frigate Shoals, the Harmon, Cure, Pearl, and Hermes. Lees is a race. In the Nate a volume of Macaulay's Essays and a shilling Shakespeare led the van of the Belles Lettres. The rest were novels. Several Miss Braddons, of course, Aurora Floyd, which has penetrated to every isle of the Pacific, a good many cheap detective books, Rob Roy, Orbach's After Hoy in the German, and a prize temperance story, pillaged to judge by the stamp from an Anglo-Indian circulating library. The Admiralty man gives a fine picture of our island, remarked Nares, who had turned up Midway Island. He draws the dreariness rather mild, but you can make out he knows the place. Captain, I cried, you've struck another point in this mad business. See here, I went on eagerly, drawing from my pocket a crumpled fragment of the Daily Occidental which I had inherited from Jim, misled by Hoyt's Pacific Directory. Where's Hoyt? Let's look into that, said Nares. I got that book on purpose for this cruise. There, wait, he fetched it from the shelf in his berth, turned to Midway Island, and read the account aloud. It stated with precision that the Pacific Mail Company were about to form a depot there, in preference to Honolulu, and that they had already a station on the island. I wonder who gives these directory men their information, Nares reflected. Nobody can blame Trent after that. I never got in company with square lying, It reminds a man of a presidential campaign. All very well, said I. That's your Hoyt and a fine tall copy. But what I want to know is, where is Trent's Hoyt? Took it with him, chuckled Nares. He had left everything else, bills and money and all the rest. He was bound to take something, or it would have aroused attention on the Tempest. Happy thought, says he, let's take Hoyt. And has it not occurred to you, I went on, that all the Hoyts in creation couldn't have misled Trent, since he had in his hand that Red Admiralty book, an official publication, later in date and particularly full on Midway Island? That's a fact, cried Nares, and I bet the first Hoyt he ever saw was out of the Mercantile Library of San Francisco. Looks as if he had brought her here on purpose, don't it? But then that's inconsistent with the steam crusher of the sail. That's the trouble with this brig racket. Anyone can make half a dozen theories for 60 or 70% of it, but when they're made, there's always a fathom or two of slack hanging out of the other end. I believe our attention fell next on the papers, of which we had altogether a considerable bulk. I had hoped to find among these matter for a full-length character of Captain Trent, but here I was doomed, on the whole, to disappointment. We could make out he was an orderly man, for all his bills were docketed and preserved, that he was convivial and inclined to be frugal even in conviviality, several documents proclaimed. Such letters as we found were, with one exception, arid notes from tradesmen. The exception, signed Hannah Trent, was a somewhat fervid appeal for a loan. You know what misfortunes I have had to bear, wrote Hannah, and how much I am disappointed in George. The landlady appeared a true friend when I first came here, and I thought her a perfect lady. But she has come out since then in her true colors. And if you will not be softened by this last appeal, I can't think what is to become of your affectionate, and then the signature. This document was without place or date, and a voice told me that it had gone likewise without answer. On the whole, there were few letters anywhere in the ship, but we found one before we were finished, in a seaman's chest, of which I must transcribe some sentences. It was dated from some place on the Clyde. My dearest son, it ran, this is to tell you your dearest father passed away, Jan 12th, in the peace of the Lord. He had your photo and dear David's laid upon his bed, made me sit by him. Let's be a. The Gither, he said, and gave you all his blessing. Oh, my dear laddie, why were nae you and Davy here? He would have had a happier passage. He spoke of both of ye all night most beautiful, and how used to strave a tying on the Saturday afternoons, and of old Kelvin's side. Sooth the tune to me, he said, though it was the Sabbath, and I had to sooth him, Kelvin Grove, and he looked at his fiddle, the dear man. I canna bear the sight of it, he'll never play it mair. Oh, my lamb, come home to me, I'm all by my lane now. The rest was in a religious vein and quite conventional. I have never seen anyone more put out than Nares when I handed him this letter. He had read but a few words before he cast it down. It was perhaps a minute ere he picked it up again, and the performance was repeated the third time before he reached the end. It's touching, isn't it? Said I. For all answer, Nares exploded in a brutal oath, and it was some half an hour later that he vouchsafed an explanation. I'll tell you what broke me up about that letter, said he. My old man played the fiddle, played it all out of tune. One of the things he played was martyrdom. I remember it was all martyrdom to me. He was a pig of a father, and I was a pig of a son. But it sort of came over me, I would like to hear that fiddle squeak again. Natural, he added. I guess we're all beasts. All sons are, I guess, said I. I have the same trouble on my conscience. We can shake hands on that. Which, oddly enough, perhaps we did. Amongst the papers we found a considerable sprinkling of photographs, for the most part either of very debonair-looking young ladies or old women of the lodging-house persuasion. But one among them was the means of our crowning discovery. "They're not pretty, are they, Mr. Dodd?" said Nares as he passed it over. "Who?" I asked, mechanically taking the card. It was a quarter plate in hand and smothering a yawn, for the hour was late, the day had been laborious, and I was wearying for bed. "Trent and Company," said he. "That's a historic picture of the gang." I held it to the light, my curiosity at a low ebb. I had seen Captain Trent once, and had no delight in viewing him again. It was a photograph of the deck of the brig, taken from forward, all in apple pie order, the hands gathered in the waist, the officers on the poop. At the foot of the card was written, "Brig Flying Scud, Rangoon," and a date, and above or below each individual figure the name had been carefully noted. As I continued to gaze, a shock went through me. The dimness of sleep and fatigue lifted from my eyes as fogless in the channel, and I beheld with startled clearness the photographic presentment of a crowd of strangers. J. Trent. Master, at the top of the card, directed me to a smallish, weazened man, with bushy eyebrows and full white beard, dressed in a frock coat and white trousers, a flower stuck in his buttonhole, his bearded chin set forward, his mouth clenched with habitual determination. There was not much of the sailor in his looks, but plenty of the martinet, a dry, precise man who might pass for a preacher in some rigid sect, and whatever he was, not the Captain Trent of San Francisco. The men, too, were all new to me. The cook, an unmistakable Chinaman, and his characteristic dress, standing apart on the poop steps. But perhaps I turned on the whole with the greatest curiosity to the figure labeled E. Godadeo, first off. He whom I had never seen, he might be the identical, he might be the clue and spring of all this mystery, and I scanned his features with the eye of a detective. He was of great stature, seemingly blond as a Viking, his hair clustering round his head in frowsy curls, and two enormous whiskers, like the tusks of some strange animal, jutting from his cheeks. With these virile appendages, and the defiant attitude in which he stood, the expression of his face only imperfectly harmonized. It was wild, heroic, and womanish looking, and I felt I was prepared to hear he was a sentimentalist and to see him weep. For some while I digested my discovery in private, reflecting how best, and how with most of drama, I might share it with the captain. Then my sketchbook came in my head, and I fished it out from where it lay, with other miscellaneous possessions, at the foot of my bunk, and turned to my sketch of Captain Trent and the survivors of the British brig Flying Scud in the San Francisco barroom. "Nares," said I, "I've told you how I first saw Captain Trent in that saloon in Frisco, how he came with his men, one of them a Kanaka with a canary bird in a cage, and how I saw him afterwards at the auction, frightened to death, and as much surprised at how the figure skipped up as anybody there. Well," said I, "there's the man I saw," and I laid the sketch before him. "There's Trent of Frisco." "And there are his 3 hands. Find one of them in the photograph, and I'll be obliged." Nares compared the two in silence. "Well," he said at last, "I call this rather a relief. Seems to clear the horizon. We might have guessed at something of the kind from the double ration of chests that figured." "Does it explain anything?" I asked. "It would explain everything," Nares replied, "but for the steam crusher. It'll all tally as neat as a patent puzzle, if you leave out the way these people bid the wreck up. And there we come to a stone wall. But whatever it is, Mr. Dodd, it's on the crook. And looks like piracy," I added. "Looks like blind hookey," cried the captain. "No, don't you deceive yourself. Neither your head nor mine is big enough to put a name on this business. Chapter 15. The Cargo of the Flying Scud. In my early days I was a man, the most wedded to his idols of my generation. I was a dweller under roofs, the gull of that which we call civilization, a superstitious votary of the plastic arts, a cit, and a prop of restaurants. I had a comrade in those days, somewhat of an outsider, though he moved in the company of artists, and a man famous in our small world for gallantry, knee breeches, and dry and pregnant sayings. He, looking on the long meals and waxing bellies of the French, whom I confess I somewhat imitated, branded me as a cultivator of restaurant fat. And I believe he had his finger on the dangerous spot. I believe if things had gone smooth with me, I should be now swollen like a prize ox in body, and fallen in mind to a thing perhaps as low as many types of bourgeois, the implicit or exclusive artist. That was a homeword of Pinkerton's, deserving to be written letters of gold on the portico of every school of art. What I can't see is why you should want to do nothing else. The dull man is made, not by the nature, but by the degree of his immersion in a single business, and all the more if that be sedentary, uneventful, and ingloriously safe. More than one half of him will then remain unexercised and undeveloped. The rest will be distended and deformed by overnutrition, overcerebration, and the heat of rooms. And I have often marveled at the impudence of gentlemen who describe and pass judgment on the life of man in almost perfect ignorance of all its necessary elements and natural careers. Those who dwell in clubs and studios may paint excellent pictures or write enchanting novels. There is one thing that they should not do. They should pass no judgment on man's destiny, for it is a thing with which they are unacquainted. Their own life is an excrescence of the moment, doomed, in the vicissitude of history, to pass and disappear. The eternal life of man, spent under sun and rain and in rude physical effort, lies upon one side, scarce changed since the beginning. I would I could have carried along with me to Midway Island all the writers and the prating artists of my time, day after day of hope deferred, of heat, of unremitting toils pataphysid, a wonder of zerginades, beef pea, a vacation, voices of my fellow toilers, the glare of the day on deck, the stinking twilight in the bilge, the shrill myriads of the ocean fowl, above all, the sense of our immitigable isolation foul, above all, the sense of our immitigable isolation from the world and from the current epoch, keeping another time, some eras old, the new day, the faiths, the peoples of sea-belly bugs could be gammon lax. Such were the conditions of my new experience in life, of which, if I had been able, I would have had all my confreres and contemporaries to partake, forgetting, for that while, the orthodoxies of the moment, and devoted to a single and material purpose, under the eye of heaven. Of the nature of our task, I must continue to give some summary idea. The forecastle was lumbered with ship's chandlery, the hold knife full of rice, the lazarette crowded with the teas and silks. These must all be dug out, and that made but a fraction of our task. The hold was sealed throughout. A part, where perhaps some delicate cargo was once stored, had been lined, in addition, with inchboards, and between every beam there was a movable panel into the bilge. Any of these, the bulkheads of the cabins, the very timbers of the hull itself, might be the place of hiding. It was therefore necessary to demolish, as we proceeded, a great part of the ship's inner skin and fittings, and to auscultate what remained, like a doctor sounding for a lung disease. Upon the return from any beam or bulkhead of a flat or doubtful sound, we must up axe and hew into the timber, a violent and from the amount of dry rot in the wreck, a mortifying exercise. Every night saw a deeper inroad into the bones of the Flying Scud, more beams tapped and hewn in splinters, more planking peeled away and tossed aside, and every night saw us as far as ever from the end and object of our arduous devastation. In this perpetual disappointment my courage did not fail. But my spirits dwindled, and Nares himself grew silent and morose. At night, when supper was done, we passed an hour in the cabin, mostly without speech, I sometimes dozing over a book, Nares sullenly but busily drilling seashells with the instrument called a Yankee fiddle. A stranger might have supposed we were estranged. As a matter of fact, in this silent comradeship of labor, our intimacy grew. I had been struck, at the first beginning of our enterprise upon the wreck, to find the men so ready at the captain's lightest word. I dare not say they liked, but I can never deny that they admired him thoroughly. A mild word from his mouth was more valued than flattery, and $50 from myself. If he relaxed at all from his habitual attitude of censure, smiling alacrity surrounded him, and I was led to think his theory of captainship, even if pushed to excess, reposed upon some ground of reason. But even terror and admiration of the captain failed us before the end. The men wearied of the hopeless, unremunerative quest. And the long strain of labor, they began to shirk and grumble. Retribution fell on them at once, and retribution multiplied the grumblings. With every day it took harder driving to keep them to the daily drudge, and we, in our narrow boundaries, were kept conscious every moment of the ill will of our assistants. In spite of the best care, the object of our search was perfectly well known to all on board, and there had leaked out besides some knowledge of those inconsistencies that had so greatly amazed the captain and myself. I could overhear the men debate the character of Captain Trent and set forth competing theories of where the opium was stowed, and as they seemed to have been eavesdropping on ourselves, I thought little shame to prick up my ears when I had the return chance of spying upon them in this way. I could diagnose their temper and judge how far they were informed upon the mystery of the Flying Scud. It was after having thus overheard some almost mutinous speeches that a fortunate idea crossed my mind. At night, I matured it in my bed, and the first thing the next morning broached it to the captain. "Suppose I spirit up the hands a bit," I asked, "by the offer of a reward. If you think you're getting your month's wages out of them the way it is, I don't," was his reply. "However, they are all the men you've got, and you're the supercargo." This, from a person of the captain's character, might be regarded as complete adhesion, and the crew were accordingly called aft. Never had the captain worn a front more menacing. It was supposed by all that some misdeed had been discovered, and some surprising punishment was to be announced. "See here, you!" he threw at them over his shoulder as he walked the deck. "Mr. Dodd here is going to offer a reward to the first man who strikes the opium in that wreck. There's two ways of making a donkey go. Both good, I guess. One's kicks, and the other's carrots. Mr. Dodd's going to try the carrots. Well, my sons," and here he faced the men for the first time with his hands behind him, "if that opium's not found in 5 days, you can come to me for the kicks." He nodded to the present narrator, who took up the tale. "Here is what I propose, men," said I. "I put up $150. If any man can lay hands on the stuff right away and off his own club, he shall have the 150 down. If anyone can put us on the scent of where to look, he shall have 125, and the balance shall be for the lucky one who actually picks it up. We'll call it the Pinkerton Stakes, Captain," I added with a smile. "Call it the Grand Combination Sweep then," cries he, "for I go you better. Look here, men, I make up this jackpot to $250 American gold coin." "Thank you, Captain Nares," said I. That was handsomely done. It was kindly meant, he returned. The offer was not made in vain. The hands had scarce yet realized the magnitude of the reward. They had scarce begun to buzz aloud in the extremity of hope and wonder, ere the Chinese cook stepped forward with gracious gestures and explanatory smiles. "Captain," he began, "I serve 2 year Melican Navy, serve 6 year mail boat steward, savvy plenty." "Oh ho!" cried Nares, "you savvy plenty, do you? Beggars seen this trick in the mail boats, I guess. Well, why you no savvy, a little sooner, sonny." "I think by make reward," replied the cook with smiling dignity. "Well, you can't say fairer than that," the captain admitted. "And now the reward's offered. You'll talk?" "Speak up then. Suppose you speak true, you get reward. See?" "I think long time," replied the Chinaman. "See plenty liddy matlice, too muchy plenty liddy matlice, 60-ton liddy matlice. I think all time, perhaps plenty opium, plenty liddy matlice." "Well, Mr. Dodd, how does that strike you?" asked the captain. "He may be right, he may be wrong." "He's likely to be right, for if he isn't, where can the stuff be? On the other hand, if he's wrong, we destroy 150 tons of good rice for nothing. It's a point to be considered." "I don't hesitate," said I. "Let's get to the bottom of the thing. The rice is nothing. The rice will neither make nor break us." "That's how I expected you to see it," returned Nares, and we called the boat away and set forth on our new quest. The hold was now almost entirely emptied. The mats, of which there went 40 to the short ton, had been stacked on deck and now crowded the ship's waist and forecastle. It was our task to disembowel and explore 6,000 individual mats, and incidentally to destroy 150 tons of valuable food. Nor were the circumstances of the day's business less strange than its essential nature. Each man of us, armed with a great knife, attacked the pile from his own quarter, slashed into the nearest mat, burrowed in it with his hands, and shed forth the rice upon the deck, where it heaped up, overflowed, and was trodden down, poured at last into the scuppers, and occasionally spouted from the vents. About the wreck, thus transformed into an overflowing granary, the seafowl swarmed in myriads, and with surprising insolence. The sight of so much food confounded them. They deafened us with their shrill tongues, swooped in our midst, dashed in our faces, and snatched the grain from between our fingers. The men, their hands bleeding from these assaults, turned savagely on the offensive, drove their knives into the birds, drew them out crimsoned, and turned again to dig among the rice, unmindful of the gawking creatures that struggled and died among their feet. We made a singular picture: the hovering and diving birds, the bodies of the dead discoloring the rice with blood, the scuppers vomiting breadstuff, the men frenzied by the gold hunt, toiling, slaying, and shouting aloud over all, the lofty intricacy of rigging and the radiant heaven of the Pacific. Every man there toiled in the immediate hope of $50, and I of 50,000. Small wonder if we waited callously in blood and food. It was perhaps about 10 in the forenoon when the scene was interrupted. Nares, who had just ripped open a fresh mat, drew forth and slung at his feet among the rice a papered tin box. "How's that?" he shouted. A cry broke from all hands the next moment. Forgetting their own disappointment, in that contagious sentiment of success, they gave 3 cheers that scared the seabirds, and the next they had crowded round the captain and were jostling together and groping with emulous hands in the new opened mat. Box after box rewarded them, 6 in all, wrapped, as I have said, in a paper envelope, and the paper printed on in Chinese characters. Nares turned to me and shook my hand. "I began to think we should never see this day," said he. "I congratulate you, Mr. Dodd, on having pulled it through." The captain's tones affected me profoundly, and when Johnson and the men pressed round me in turn with congratulations, the tears came in my eyes. "These are 5-tailed boxes, more than 2 pounds," said Nares, weighing one in. His hand. "Say $250 to the mat. Lay into it, boys. We'll make Mr. Dodd a millionaire before dark." It was strange to see with what a fury we fell to. The men had now nothing to expect. The mere idea of great sums inspired them with disinterested ardor. Mots were slashed and disemboweled. The rice flowed to our knees in the ship's waist. The sweat ran in our eyes and blinded us. Our arms ached to agony, and yet our fire abated not. Dinner came. We were too weary to eat, too hoarse for conversation, and yet dinner was scarce done before we were afoot again and delving in the rice. Before nightfall, not a mat was unexplored, and we were face to face with the astonishing result. For of all the inexplicable things in the story of the Flying Scud, here was the most inexplicable. Out of the 6,000 mats, only 20 were found to have been sugared. In each we found the same amount, about 12 pounds of drug. Making a grand total of 240 pounds. By the last San Francisco quotation, opium was selling for a fraction over $20 a pound, but it had been known not long before to bring as much as 40 in Honolulu, where it was contraband. Taking, then, this high Honolulu figure, the value of the opium on board the Flying Scud fell considerably short of $10,000, while at the San Francisco rate it lacked a trifle of $5,000. And $50,000 was the price that Jim and I had paid for it. And Bellairs had been eager to go higher. There is no language to express the stupor with which I contemplated this result. It may be argued we were not yet sure. There might be yet another cache, and you may be certain in that hour of my distress the argument was not forgotten. There was never a ship more ardently perquested. No stone was left unturned, and no expedient untried. Day after day of growing despair, we punched and dug. In the brig's vitals, exciting the men with promises and presents. Evening after evening, Nares and I sat face to face in the narrow cabin, racking our minds for some neglected possibility of search. I could stake my salvation on the certainty of the result. In all that ship there was nothing left of value but the timber and the copper nails. So that our case was lamentably plain. We had paid $50,000, borne the charges of the schooner, and paid fancy interest on money, and if things went well with us, we might realize 15% of the first outlay. We were not merely bankrupt. We were comic bankrupts, a fair butt for jeering in the streets. I hope I bore the blow with a good countenance. Indeed, my mind had long been quite made up, and since the day we found the opium I had known the result. But the thought of Jim and Mamie ached in me like a physical pain, and I shrank from speech and companionship. I was in this frame of mind when the captain proposed that we should land upon the island. I saw he had something to say and only feared it might be consolation, for I could just bear my grief, not bungling sympathy, and yet I had no choice but to accede to his proposal. We walked a while along the beach in silence. The sun overhead reverberated rays of heat. The staring sand, the glaring lagoon, tortured our eyes. And the birds and the boom of the faraway breakers made a savage symphony. "I don't require to tell you the game's up?" Nares asked. "No," said I. "I was thinking of getting to sea tomorrow," he pursued. "The best thing you can do," said I. "Shall we say Honolulu?" he inquired. "Oh yes, let's stick to the program," I cried. "Honolulu be it." There was another silence, and then Nares cleared his throat. "We've been pretty good friends, you and me, Mr. Dodd," he resumed. "We've been going through the kind of thing that tries a man. We've had the hardest kind of work, we've been badly backed, and now we're badly beaten. And we fetched through without a word of disagreement. I don't say this to praise myself. It's my trade, it's what I'm paid for, and trained for, and brought up to. But it was another thing for you. It was all new to you, and it did me good to see you stand right up to it and swing right into it day in, day out. And then see how you've taken this disappointment, when everybody knows you must have been taughtened up to shying point. I wish you'd let me tell you, Mr. Dodd, that you've stood out mighty manly and handsomely in all this business, and made everyone like you and admire you. And I wish you'd let me tell you, besides, that I've taken this wreck business as much to heart as you have. Something kind of rises in my throat when I think we're beaten, and if I thought waiting would do, I would stick on this reef until we starved. I tried in vain to thank him for these generous words, but he was beforehand with me in a moment. I didn't bring you ashore to sound my praises, he interrupted. We understand one another now, that's all, and I guess you can trust me. What I wish to speak about is more important, and it's got to be faced. What are we to do about the Flying Scud and the dime novel? I really have thought nothing about that, I replied. But I mean to get at the bottom of it, and if the bogus Captain Trent is to be found on the earth's surface, I guess I mean to find him. All you've got to do is talk, said Nares. You can make the biggest kind of boom. It isn't often the reporters have a chance at such a yarn as this, and I can. Tell you how it will go. It will go by telegraph, Mr. Dodd. It'll be telegraphed by the column, and headlined and frothed up and denied by authority, and it'll hit bogus Captain Trent in a Mexican bar-room and knock over bogus Goat of Dale in a slum somewhere up the Baltic and bowl down Hardy and Brown in sailors' eye music halls round Greenock. Oh, there's no doubt you can have a regular domestic judgment day. The only point is whether you deliberately want to. Well, said I deliberately don't want one thing. I deliberately don't want to make a public exhibition of myself and Pinkerton. So moral smuggling opium. Such damned fools paying 50,000 for a dead horse. No doubt it might damage you in a business sense, the captain agreed. And I'm pleased you take that view, for I've turned kind of soft upon the job. There's been some crookedness about, no doubt of it, but, law bless you, if we dropped upon the troupe, all the premier artists would slip right out with the boodle in. They're gripsacks, and you'd only collar a lot of old mutton-headed shellbacks that didn't know the back of the business from the front. I don't take much stock in mercantile Jack, you know that. But, poor devil, he's got to go where he's told, and if you make trouble, 10 to 1, it'll make you sick to see the innocents who have to stand the racket. It would be different if we understood the operation, but we don't, you see. There's a lot of queer corners in life, and my vote is to let the blame thing lie. You speak as if we had that in our power, I objected. And so we have, said he. What about the men? I asked. They know too much by half, and you can't keep them from talking, can't I? Returned Nares. I bet a boarding master can. They can be all half. Seas over, when they get ashore, blind drunk by dark, and cruising out of the Golden Gate in different deep-sea ships by the next morning. Can't keep them from talking, can I? Well, I can make 'em talk separate, leastways. If a whole crew came talking, parties would listen, but if it's only one lone old shell back, it's the usual yarn. And at least they needn't talk before 6 months, or if we have luck and there's a whaler handy 3 years. And by that time, Mr. Dodd, it's ancient history. That's what they call Shanghai-ing, isn't it? I asked. I thought it belonged to the dime novel. Oh, dime novels are right enough, returned the captain. Nothing wrong with the dime novel, only that things happen thicker than they do in life, and the practical seamanship is off color. So we can keep the business to ourselves, I mused. There's one other person that might blab, said the captain, though I don't believe she has anything left to tell. And who is C? I asked. The old girl there, he answered, pointing to the wreck. I know there's nothing in her, but somehow I'm afraid of someone else. It's the last thing you'd expect, so it's just the first that'll happen. Someone dropping into this God-forgotten island, where nobody drops in, waltzing into that wreck that we've grown old with searching, stooping straight down, and picking right up the very thing that tells the story. What's that to me, you may ask, and why am I gone? Soft Tommy on this museum of crooks. They've smashed up you and Mr. Pinkerton. They've turned my hair gray with conundrums. They've been up to larks, no doubt. And that's all I know of them, you say. Well, and that's just where it is. I don't know enough. I don't know what's uppermost. It's just such a lot of miscellaneous eventualities as I don't care to go stirring up, and I ask you to let me deal with the old girl after a patent of my own. Certainly what you please, said I, scarce with attention, for a new thought now occupied my brain. Captain, I broke out, you are wrong. We cannot hush this up. There is one thing you have forgotten. What is that? He asked. A bogus Captain Trent, a bogus Goddardale, a whole bogus crew have all started home, said I. If we are right, not one of them will reach his journey's end. And do you mean to say that such a circumstance as that can pass without remark? Sailors, said the captain, only sailors. If they were all bound for one place, in a body, I don't say so, but they're all going separate to Hull, to Sweden, to the Clyde, to the Thames. Well, at each place, what is it? Nothing new. Only one sailorman missing, got drunk, or got drowned, or got left, the proper sailor's end. Something bitter in the thought and in the speaker's tones struck me hard. Here is one that has got left, I cried, getting sharply to my feet, for we had been some time seated. I wish it were the other. I don't relish going home to Jim with this. See here, said Nares, with ready tact, I must be getting aboard. Johnson's in the brig annexing chandlery and canvas, and there's some things in the Nora that want fixing against. We go to sea. Would you like to be left here in the chicken ranch? I'll send for you to supper. I embraced the proposal with delight. Solitude, in my frame of mind, was not too dearly purchased at the risk of sunstroke or sand blindness, and soon I was alone on the ill-omened islet. I should find it hard to tell of what I thought of Jim, of Mamie, of our lost fortune, of my lost hopes, of the doom before me, to turn to at some mechanical occupation in some subaltern rank, and toil there, unremarked and unamused, until the hour of the last deliverance. I was, at least, so sunk in sadness that I scarce remarked where I was going, and chance, or some finer sense that lives in us and only guides us when the mind is in abeyance conducted. My steps into a quarter of the island where the birds were few. By some devious route, which I was unable to retrace from my return, I was thus able to mount without interruption to the highest point of land. And here I was recalled to consciousness by a last discovery. The spot on which I stood was level and commanded a wide view of the lagoon, the bounding reef, the round horizon. Nearer hand, I saw the sister islet, the wreck, the Nora Carina, and the Nora's boat already moving shoreward. For the sun was now low, flaming on the sea's verge, and the galley chimney smoked. On board the schooner, it thus befell that though my discovery was both affecting and suggestive, I had no leisure to examine further. What I saw was the blackened embers of fire of wreck. By all the signs, it must have blazed to a good height, and burned for days. From the scantling of a spar that lay upon the margin only half consumed, it must have been the work of more than one, and I received at once the image of a forlorn troop of castaways, houseless in that lost corner of the earth, and feeding there their fire of signal. The next moment a hail reached me from the boat, and bursting through the bushes and the rising sea fowl, I said farewell, I trust forever to that desert isle. Chapter 16. In Tich 116 Glur and the Captain Casuist. The last night at Midway, I had little sleep. The next morning, after the sun was risen, and the clatter of departure had begun to rain on deck, I lay a long while dozing, and when at last I stepped from the companion, the schooner was already leaping through the pass into the open sea. Close on her board, the huge scroll of a breaker unfurled itself along the reef with a prodigious clamor, and behind I saw the wreck vomiting into the morning air. A coil of smoke. The wreaths already blew out far to leeward. Flames already glittered in the cabin skylight, and the sea fowl were scattered in surprise as wide as the lagoon. As we drew farther off, the conflagration of the Flying Scud flamed higher, and long after we had dropped all signs of Midway Island, the smoke still hung in the horizon like that of a distant steamer. With the fading out of that last vestige, the Norikrina passed again into the empty world of cloud and water by which she had approached, and the next features that appeared, 11 days later, to break the line of sky, were the arid mountains of Oahu. It has often since been a comfortable thought to me that we had thus destroyed the telltale remnants of the Flying Scud, and often a strange one that my last sight and reminiscence of that fatal ship should be a pillar of smoke on the horizon. To so many others besides myself, the same appearance had played a part in the various stages of that business, luring some to what they little imagined, filling some with unimaginable terrors. But ours was the last smoke raised in the story, and with its dying away the secret of the Flying Scud became a private property. It was by the first light of dawn that we saw, close on board, the metropolitan island of Hawaii. We held along the coast, as near as we could venture, with the fresh breeze and under an unclouded heaven, beholding, as we went, the arid mountainsides and scrubby cocoa palms of that somewhat melancholy archipelago. About 4 of the afternoon we turned Waimanalo Point, the westerly headland of the Great Bight of Honolulu, showed ourselves for 20 minutes in full view, and then fell again to leeward and put in the rest of daylight, plying under shortened sail under the lee of Waimanalo. A little after dark we beat once more about the point, and crept cautiously toward the mouth of the Pearl Locks, where Jim and I had arranged I was to meet the smugglers. The night was happily obscure, the water smooth. We showed, according to instructions, no light on deck, only a red lantern dropped from either cathead to within a couple of feet of the water. A lookout was stationed on the bowsprit end, another in the crosstrees, and the whole ship's company crowded forward, scouting for enemies or friends. It was now the crucial moment of our enterprise. We were now risking liberty and credit, and that for a sum so small to a man in my bankrupt situation that I could have laughed aloud in bitterness. But the piece had been arranged, and we must play it to the finish. For some while we saw nothing but the dark mountain outline of the island, the torches of native fishermen glittering here and there along the foreshore, and right in the midst that cluster of brave lights with which the town of Honolulu advertises itself to the seaward. Presently a ruddy star appeared inshore of us and seemed to draw near unsteadily. This was the anticipated signal, and we made haste to show the countersign, lowering a white light from the quarter, extinguishing the two others, and laying the schooner incontinently to. The Star approached slowly. The sounds of oars and of men's speech came to us across the water, and then a voice hailed us. "Is that Mr. Dodd?" "Yes," I returned. "Is Jim Pinkerton there?" "No, sir," replied the voice, "but there's one of his crowd here, name of Speedy." "I'm here, Mr. Dodd," added Speedy himself. "I have letters for you." "All right," I replied. "Come aboard, gentlemen, and let me see my mail." A whaleboat accordingly ranged alongside, and 3 men boarded us, my old San Francisco friend, the stock gambler Speedy, a little wizened person of the name of Sharp, and a big, flourishing, dissipated-looking man called Fowler. The 2 last I learned afterward were frequent partners. Sharp supplied the capital, and Fowler, who was quite a character in the islands and occupied a considerable station, brought activity, daring, and a private influence highly necessary in the case. Both seemed to approach the business with a keen sense of romance, and I believe this was the chief attraction, at least with Fowler, for whom I early conceived a sentiment of liking. But in that first moment I had something else to think of than to judge my new acquaintances, and before Speedy had fished out the letters, the full extent of our misfortune was revealed. "We've rather bad news for you, Mr. Dodd," said Fowler. "Your firm's gone up." "Already!" I exclaimed. "Well, it was thought rather a wonder Pinkerton held on as long as he did," was the reply. "The wreck deal was too big for your credit. You were doing a big business, no doubt, but you were doing it on precious little capital, and when the strain came, you were bound to go. Pinkerton's through all right, 7 cents dividend. Some remarks made, but nothing to hurt. The press let you down easy. I guess Jim had relations there. The only trouble is that all this Flying Scud affair got in the papers with the rest. Everybody's wide awake in Honolulu, and the sooner we get the stuff in and the dollars out, the better for all concerned." "Gentlemen," said I, "you must excuse me. My friend, the captain here, will drink a glass of champagne with you to give you patience, but as for myself, I am unfit even for ordinary conversation till I have read these letters." They demurred a little, and indeed the danger of delay seemed obvious, but the sight of my distress, which I was unable entirely to control, appealed strongly to their good nature, and I was suffered at last to get by myself on deck, where, by the light of a lantern smuggled under shelter of the low rail, I read the following wretched correspondence. "My dear Loudon," ran the first, "this will be handed you by your friend Speedy of the Catamount. His sterling character and loyal devotion to yourself pointed him out as the best man for our purposes in Honolulu, the parties on the spot being difficult to manipulate. A man called Billy Fowler, he must have heard of Billy as the boss. He is in politics some, and squares the officers. I have hard times before me in the city, but I feel as bright as a dollar, and as strong as John L. Sullivan. What with Mamie here, and my partner speeding over the seas, and the bonanza in the wreck, I feel like I could juggle with the pyramids of Egypt, same as conjurers do, with aluminium balls. My earnest prayers follow you, Loudon." "That you may feel the way I do, just inspired. My feet don't touch the ground, I kind of swim. Mamie is like Moses and Aaron that held up the other individual's arms. She carries me along like a horse and buggy. I am beating the record. Your true partner, J. Pinkerton. Number 2 was in a different style. My dearest Loudon, how am I to prepare you for this dire intelligence? Oh dear me, it will strike you to the earth. The fiat has gone forth. Our firm went bust at 12:15. It was a bill of Bradley's for $200 that brought these vast operations to a close and evolved liabilities of upwards of $250,000. Oh, the shame and pity of it, and you but 3 weeks gone. Loudon, don't blame your partner. If human hands and brains could have sufficed, I would have held the thing together. But it just slowly crumbled. Bradley was the last kick, but the blamed business just melted. I give the liabilities. It's supposed that they're all in, for the cowards were waiting and the claims were filed like taking tickets to hear Patty. I don't quite have the hang of the assets yet. Our interests were so extended. But I am at it day and night, and I guess we'll make a creditable dividend. If the rut pans out only half the way it ought, we'll turn the laugh still. I am as full of grit and work as ever, and just tower above our troubles. Mamie is a host in herself. Somehow I feel like it was only me that had gone bust, and you and she soared clear of it. Hurry up. That's all you have to do. Yours ever, J. Pinkerton. The third was yet more altered. My poor Loudon, it began, I labor far into the night getting our affairs in order. You could not believe their vastness and complexity. Douglas B. Longhurst said humorously that the receiver's work would be cut out for him. I cannot deny that some of them have a speculative look. God forbid a sensitive, refined spirit like yours should ever come face to face with a commissioner in bankruptcy. These men get all the sweetness knocked right out of them. But I could bear up better if it weren't for press comments. Often and often, Loudon, I recall to mind your most legitimate critiques of the press system. They published an interview with me, not the least like what I said, and with J.E. Rain comments. It would make your blood boil. It was literally einhomany. I wouldn't have written it about a yellow dog that was in trouble like what I am. Mamie just winced, the first time she has turned a hair right through the whole catastrophe. How wonderfully true was what you said long ago in Paris about touching on people's personal appearance. The fellow said, and then these words had been scored through, and my distressed friend turned to another subject. I cannot bear to dwell upon our assets. They simply don't show up. Even 13 star, as sound a line as can be produced upon this coast, goes begging. The wreck has thrown a blight on all we ever touched. And where's the use? God never made a wreck big enough to fill our deficit. I am haunted by the thought that you may blame me. I know how I despised your remonstrances. Oh, Loudon, don't be hard on your miserable partner. The funny dog business is what kills. I fear your stern rectitude of mind, like the eye of God. I cannot think but what some of my books seem mixed up. Otherwise, I don't seem to see my way as plain as I could wish to. Or else, my brain is gone soft. Loudon, if there should be any unpleasantness, you can trust me to do the right thing and keep you clear. I've been telling them already how you had no business grip and never saw the books. Oh, I trust I have done right in this. I knew it was a liberty. I know you may justly complain, but it was some things that were said. And mind you, all legitimate business. Not even your shrinking sensitiveness could find fault with the first look of one of them if they had panned out right. And you know the Flying Scud was the biggest gamble of the crowd, and that was your own idea. Mamie says she never could bear to look you in the face. If that idea had been mine, she is so conscientious. Your broken-hearted Jim. The last began without formality. This is the end of me commercially. I give up. My nerve is gone. I suppose I ought to be glad, for we're through the court. I don't know as ever I knew how, and I'm sure I don't remember. If it pans out the wreck, I mean we'll go to Europe and live on the interest of our money. No more work for me. I shake when people speak to me. I have gone on, hoping and working and working, and the lead has pinched right out. I want to lie on my back in a garden and read Shakespeare in E.P. Rowe. Don't suppose it's cowardice, Loudon. I'm a sick man. Rest is what I must have. I've worked hard all my life. I never spared myself. Every dollar I ever made, I've coined my brains for it. I've never done a mean thing. I've lived respectable and given to the poor. Who has a better right to a holiday than I have? And I mean to have a year of it straight out, and if I don't, I shall lie right down here in my tracks and die of worry and brain trouble. Don't mistake, that's so. If there are any pickings at all, trust Speedy. Don't let the creditors get wind of what there is. I helped you when you were down. Help me now. Don't deceive yourself. You've got to help me right now, or never. I am clerking and not fit to cipher. Mamie's typewriting at the Phoenix Guano Exchange, downtown. The light is right out of my life. I know you'll not like to do what I propose. Think only of this, that it's life or death for. Jim Pinkerton. P.S. Our figure was 7%. Oh, what a fall was there. Well, well, it's past mending. I don't want to whine. But Loudon, I do want to live. No more ambition. All I ask is life. I have so much to make it sweet to me. I am clerking, and you sell us at that. I know I would have fired such a clerk inside of 40 minutes in my time, but my time's over. I can only cling on to you. Don't fail Jim Pinkerton. There was yet one more postscript, yet one more outburst of self-pity and pathetic adjuration, and a doctor's opinion, unpromising enough, was besides enclosed. I passed them both in silence. I think shame to have shown at so great length the half-baked virtues of my friend dissolving in the crucible of sickness and distress, and the effect upon my spirits can be judged already. I got to my feet when I had done, drew a deep breath and stared hard at Honolulu. One moment, the world seemed at an end. The next, I was conscious of a rush of independent energy. On Jim I could rely no longer. I must now take hold myself. I must decide and act on my own better thoughts. The word was easy to say. The thing, at the first blush, was undiscoverable. I was overwhelmed with miserable womanish pity for my broken friend. His outcries grieved my spirit. I saw him then and now then, so invincible. Now, brought so low and knew neither how to refuse, nor how to consent to his proposal. The remembrance of my father, who had fallen in the same field unstained, the image of his monument incongruously rising, a fear of the law, a chill air that seemed to blow upon my fancy from the doors of prisons, and the imaginary clank of fetters, recalled me to a different resolve. And then again, the wails of my sick partner intervened. So I stood hesitating, and yet with a strong sense of capacity behind, sure, if I could but choose my path, that I should walk in it with resolution. Then I remembered that I had a friend on board, and stepped to the companion. "Gentlemen," said I, "only a few moments more, but these, I regret to say, I must make more tedious still by removing your companion. It is indispensable that I should have a word or two with Captain Nares." Both the smugglers were afoot at once, protesting. The business, they declared, must be dispatched at once. They had run risk enough with the conscience, and they must either finish now or go. "The choice is yours, gentlemen," said I, "and I believe the eagerness. I am not yet sure that I have anything in your way. Even if I have, there are 100 things to be considered, and I assure you it is not at all my habit to do business with a pistol to my head." "That is all very proper, Mr. Dodd. There is no wish to coerce you, believe me," said Fowler. "Only please consider our position. It is really dangerous. We were not the only people to see your schooner off Waimanolo." "Mr. Fowler," I replied, "I was not born yesterday. Will you allow me to express an opinion in which I may be quite wrong, but to which I am entirely wedded? If the custom house officers had been coming, they would have been here now. In other words, somebody is working the oracle, and for a good guess, his name is Fowler. Both men laughed loud and long, and being supplied with another bottle of Longhurst champagne, suffered the captain and myself to leave them without further word. I gave Nares the correspondence, and he skimmed it through. "Now, Captain," said I want a fresh mind on this. What does it mean?" "It's large enough text," replied the captain. "It means you're to stake your pile on Speedy. Hand him over all you can and hold your tongue. I almost wish you hadn't shown it me," he added wearily. "What with the specie from the wreck and the opium money, it comes to a biggish deal." "That's supposing that I do it," said I. "Exactly," said he, "supposing you do it." "And there are pros and cons to that," I observed. "There's San Quentin to start in with," said the captain. "And suppose you clear the penitentiary, there's the nasty taste in the mouth. The figure's big enough to make bad trouble, but it's not big enough to be picturesque, and I should guess a man always feels kind of small who has sold himself under 6 ciphers. That would be my way, at least. There's an excitement about 1 million that might carry me on, but the other way I should feel kind of lonely when I woke in bed. Then there's Speedy. Do you know him well?" "No, I do not," said I. "Well, of course he can vamoose with the entire speculation if he chooses," pursued the captain, "and if he don't, I can't see but what you've got to support and bed and board with him to the end of time." "I guess it would weary me. Then there's Mr. Pinkerton, of course. He's been a good friend to you, hasn't he? Stood by you and all that, and pulled you through for all he was worth?" "That he has," I cried. "I could never begin telling you my debt to him." "Well, and that's a consideration," said the captain. "As a matter of principle, I wouldn't look at this business at the money. Not good enough would be my word. But even principle goes under when it comes to friends the right sort, I mean. This Pinkerton is frightened, and he seems sick. The medico don't seem to care a cent about his state of health. And you've got to figure how you would like it if he came to die. Remember, the risk of this little swindle is all yours. It's no sort of risk to Mr. Pinkerton. Well, you've got to put it that way plainly, and see how you like the sound of it. My friend Pinkerton is in danger of the New Jerusalem. I am in danger of San Quentin. Which risk do I propose to run?" "That's an ugly way to put it," I objected. "And perhaps hardly fair. There's right and wrong to be considered." "Don't know the parties," replied Nares, "and I'm coming to them anyway, for it strikes me when it came to smuggling opium you walked right up." "So I did," I said. "Sick I am to have to say it." "All the same," continued Nares, "you went into the opium smuggling with your head down, and a good deal of fussing I've listened to that you hadn't more of it to smuggle. Now maybe your partner's not quite fixed the same as you are. Maybe he sees precious little difference between the one thing and the other." "You could not say truer. He sees none, I do believe," cried I, "and though I see one, I could never tell you how." "We never can," said the oracular Nares. "Taste is all a matter of opinion. But the point is, how will your friend take it? You refuse a favor, and you take the high horse at the same time. You disappoint him, and you rap him over the knuckles. It won't do, Mr. Dodd. No friendship can stand that. You must be as good as your friend, or as bad as your friend, or start on a fresh deal without him." "I don't see it," said I. "You don't know Jim?" "Well, you will see," said Nares. "And now here's another point. This bit of money looks mighty big to Mr. Pinkerton. It may spell life or health to him. But among all your creditors, I don't see that it amounts to a hill of beans. I don't believe it'll pay their car fares all round. And don't you think you'll ever get banked? You were known to pay a long price for the chance of rummaging that wreck. You do the rummaging, you come home, and you hand over 10,000 or 20 if you like, a part of which you'll have to own up you made by smuggling. And, mind, you'll never get Billy Fowler to stick his name to a receipt. Now just glance at the transaction from the outside and see what a clear case it makes. Your 10,000 is a sop, and people will only wonder you were so damned impudent as to offer such a small one. Whichever way you take it, Mr. Dodd, the bottom's out of your character, so there's one thing less to be considered. I dare say you'll scarce believe me, said I, but I feel that a positive relief. You must be made some way different for me, then, returned Nares. And, talking about me, I might just mention how I stand. You'll have no trouble from me. You've trouble enough of your own, and I'm friend enough, when a friend's in need, to shut my eyes and go right where he tells me. All the same, I'm rather queerly fixed. My owners'll have to rank with the rest on their charter party. Here am I, their representative. And I have to look over the ship's side while the bankrupt walks his assets ashore in Mr. Speedy's hat box. It's a thing I wouldn't do for James G. Blaine, but I'll do it for you, Mr. Dodd, and only sorry I can't do more. Thank you, Captain. My mind is made up, said I. I'll go straight RUATLU. I never understood that old tag before tonight. I hope it isn't my business that decides you, asked the captain. I'll never deny it was an element, said I. I hope I'm not cowardly. I hope I could steal for Jim myself, but when it comes to dragging in you and Speedy, and this one and the other, why, Jim has got to die, and there's an end. I'll try and work for him when I get to Frisco, I suppose. And I suppose I'll fail and look on at his death and kick myself. It can't be helped. I'll fight it on this line. I don't say as you're wrong, replied Nares, and I'll be hanged if I know if you're right. It suits me anyway. And look here, hadn't you better just show our friends over the side, he added. No good of being at the risk and worry of smuggling for the benefit of creditors. I don't think of the creditors, said I, but I've kept this pair so long I haven't got the brass to fire them now. Indeed, I believe that was my only reason for entering upon a transaction which was now outside my interest, but which as it chanced repaid me 50-fold in. Entertainment. Fowler and Sharp were both preternaturally sharp. They did me the honor in the beginning to attribute to myself their proper vices, and before we were done had grown to regard me with an esteem akin to worship. This proud position I attained by no more recondite arts than telling the mere truth and unaffectedly displaying my indifference to the result. I have doubtless stated the essentials of all good diplomacy, which may be rather regarded, therefore, as a grace of state than the effect of management. For to tell the truth is not in itself diplomatic, and to have no care for the result, a thing involuntary. When I mentioned, for instance, that I had but 240 pounds of drug, my smugglers exchanged meaning glances, as who should say, "Here is a foeman worthy of our steel." But when I carelessly proposed $35 a pound as an amendment to their offered 20, and wound up with the remark, "The whole thing is a matter of moonshine to me, gentlemen. Take it or want it and fill your glasses," I had the indescribable gratification to see Sharp nudge Fowler. Warningly, and Fowler choked down the jovial acceptance that stood ready on his lips, and lamely substituted a "No more wine, please, Mr. Dodd." Nor was this all, for when the affair was settled at $50 a pound, a shrewd stroke of business, for my creditors and our friends had got on board their whaleboat and shoved off. It appeared they were imperfectly acquainted with the conveyance of sound upon still water, and I had the joy to overhear the following testimonial. "Deep man, that Dodd," said Sharp, and the bass-toned Fowler echoed, "Damned if I understand his game." Thus we were left once more alone upon the Norah Creina, and the news of the night, and the lamentations of Pinkerton, and the thought of my own harsh decision, returned and besieged me in the dark. According to all the rubbish I had read, I should have been sustained by the warm consciousness of virtue. Alas, I had but the one feeling, that I had sacrificed my sick friend to the fear of prison. Cells and stupid starers, and no moralist has yet advanced so far as to number cowardice amongst the things that are their own reward. Chapter 17. Light from the Man of Ware. In the early sunlight of the next day, we tossed close off the buoy and saw the city sparkle in its groves about the foot of the Punch Bowl, and the masts clustering thick in the small harbor. A good breeze, which had risen with the sea, carried us triumphantly through the intricacies of the passage, and we had soon brought up not far from the landing stairs. I remember to have remarked an ugly horned reptile of a modern warship in the usual moorings across the port, but my mind was so profoundly plunged in melancholy that I paid no heed. Indeed, I had little time at my disposal. Messrs. Sharp and Fowler had left the night before in the persuasion that I was a liar of the first magnitude. The genial belief brought them aboard again with the earliest opportunity, proffering help to one who had proved how little he required it, and hospitality to so respectable a character. I had business to mind. I had some need both of assistance and diversion. I liked Fowler, I don't know why, and in short, I let them do with me as they desired. No creditor intervening, I spent the first half of the day inquiring into the conditions of the tea and silk market under the auspices of Sharp. Lunched with him in a private apartment at the Hawaiian Hotel, for Sharp was a teetotaler in public, and about 4 in the afternoon was delivered into the hands of Fowler. This gentleman owned a bungalow on the Waikiki beach, and there, in company with certain young bloods of Honolulu, I was entertained to a sea bathe, indiscriminate cocktails, a dinner, a hula-hula, and to round off the night, poker and assorted liquors. To lose money in the small hours to pale, intoxicated youth has always appeared to me a pleasure overrated. In my then frame of mind, I confess I found it even delightful. Put up my money, or rather my creditors, and put down Fowler's champagne with equal avidity and success, and awoke the next morning to a mild headache and the rather agreeable lees of the last night's excitement. The young bloods, many of whom were still far from sober, had taken the kitchen into their own hands, vice the Chinaman deposed, and since each was engaged upon a dish of his own, and none had the least scruple in demolishing his neighbor's handiwork, I became early convinced that many eggs would be broken and few omelets made. The discovery of a jug of milk and a crust of bread enabled me to stay my appetite. And since it was Sunday, when no business could be done, and the festivities were to be renewed that night in the abode of Fowler, it occurred to me to slip silently away and enjoy some air and solitude. I turned seaward under the dead crater known as Diamond Head. My way was for some time under the shade of certain thickets of green, thorny trees dotted with houses. Here I enjoyed some pictures of the native life, wide-eyed naked children mingled with pigs, a youth asleep under a tree, an old gentleman spelling through glasses his Hawaiian Bible, the somewhat embarrassing spectacle of a lady at her bath in a spring, and the glimpse of gaudy colored gowns in the deep shade of the houses. Thence I found a road along the beach itself, wading in sand, opposed and buffeted by the whole weight of the trade. On one hand, the glittering and sounding surf, and the bay lively with many sails. On the other, precipitous arid gullies and sheer cliffs mounting towards the crater in the blue sky. For all the companionship of skimming vessels, the place struck me with a sense of solitude. There came in my head what I had been told the day before at dinner, of a cavern above in the bowels of the volcano, a place only to be visited with the light of torches, a treasure house of the bones of priests and warriors, and clamorous with the voice of an unseen river pouring seaward through the crannies of the mountain. At the thought it was revealed to me suddenly how the bungalows and the Fowlers and the bright busy town and crowding ships were all children of yesterday. And for centuries before, the obscure life of the natives, with its glories and ambitions, its joys and crimes and agonies, had rolled unseen, like the mountain river in that sea-girt place. Not Chaldea appeared more ancient, nor the pyramids of Egypt more abstruse, and I heard time measured by the drums and tramplings of immemorial conquests. And saw myself the creature of an hour, over the bankruptcy of Pinkerton and Dodd, of Montana Block, Esprame, F., and the conscientious troubles of the junior partner. The spirit of eternity was seen to smile. To this mood of philosophic sadness, my excesses of the night before no doubt contributed. For more things than virtue are at times their own reward, but I was greatly healed at least of my distresses. And while I was yet enjoying my abstracted humor, a turn of the beach brought me in view of the signal station, with its watch house and flagstaff perched on the immediate margin of a cliff. The house was new and clean and bald, and stood naked to the trades. The wind beat about it in loud squalls. The seaward windows rattled without mercy. The breach of the surf below contributed its increment of noise, and the fall of my foot in the narrow veranda passed unheard by those within. There were two on whom I thus entered unexpectedly, the lookout man with grizzled beard, keen seaman's eyes, and that brand on his countenance that comes of solitary living, and a visitor, an oldish oratorical fellow in the smart tropical array of the British man-of-wars, man perched on a table and smoking a cigar. I was made pleasantly welcome, and was soon listening with amusement to the sea lawyer. "No, if I hadn't have been born an Englishman," was one of his sentiments. "Damn me! I'd rather a been born a Frenchy. I'd like to see another nation fit to black their boots." Presently after he developed his views on home politics with similar trenchancy. "I'd rather be a brute beast than what I'd be a liberal," he said. "Carrying banners and that, a pig's got more sense. Why, look at our chief engineer. They do say he carried a banner with his own, Anne's Harrowar for Gladstone, I suppose, or down with the aristocracy. What harm does the aristocracy do? Show me a country any good without one. Not the States. Why, it's the home of corruption. I knew a man, he was a good man, born who was signal quartermaster in the Wyandotte. He told me he could never have got there if he hadn't have run with the boys, told it me as I'm telling you. Now, we're all British subjects here." He was going on. "I am afraid I am an American," I said apologetically. He seemed the least bit taken aback, but recovered himself, and with the ready tact of his betters, paid me the usual British compliment on the riposte. "You don't say so!" he exclaimed. "Well, I give you my word of honor. I'd never have guessed it. Nobody could tell it on you," said he, as though it were some form of liquor. I thanked him, as I always do at this particular stage with his compatriots, not so much perhaps for the compliment to myself and my poor country, as for the revelation which is ever fresh to me of Britannic self-sufficiency and taste. and he was so far softened by my gratitude as to add a word of praise on the American method of lacing sails. "You're ahead of us in lacing sails," he said. "You can say that with a clear conscience." "Thank you," I replied. "I shall certainly do so." At this rate, we got along swimmingly, and when I rose to retrace my steps to the Fowlery, he at once started to his feet and offered me the welcome solace of his company for the return. I believe I discovered much alacrity at the idea, for the creature who seemed to be unique, or to represent a type like that of the dodo, entertained me hugely. But when he had produced his hat, I found I was in the way of more than entertainment, for on the ribbon I could read the legend, HMS Tempest. "I say," I began, when our adieus were paid and we were scrambling down the path from the lookout, "it was your ship that picked up the men on board the Flying Scud, wasn't it?" "You may say so," said he, "and a blessed good job for the Flying Scuds. It's a God-forsaken spot, that Midway Island." "I've just come from there," said I. "It was I who bought the wreck." "Beg your pardon, sir," cried the sailor, gentleman in the white schooner. "The same," said I. My friend saluted, as though we were now, for the first time, formally introduced. "Of course," I continued, "I am rather taken up with the whole story, and I wish you would tell me what you can of how the men were saved." "It was like this," said he. "We had orders to call at Midway after castaways, and had our distance pretty nigh run down the day before. We steamed half speed all. Night, looking to make it about noon. For old Toodles, beg your pardon, sir, the captain was precious scared of the place at night. Well, there's nasty, filthy currents round that Midway, you know, as has been there, and one on 'em must have set us down. Leastways, about 6 bells, when we had all to been miles away, someone sees a sail, and lo and behold, there was the spars of a full-rigged brig. We raised her pretty fast, and the island after her, and made out she was hard aground, canted on her bilge, and had her untsman flying union down. It was breaking eye on the reef, and we laid well out, and sent a couple of boats. I didn't go in neither, only stood and looked on. But it seemed they was all badly scared and muddled, and didn't know which end was uppermost. One on 'em kept snivelling and wringing of his 'ands. He come on board all of a sop like a monthly nurse. That Trent, he come first, with his and in a bloody rag. I was near him as I am to you, and I could make out he was all to bits, eared his breath rattle in his blooming lungs as he come down the ladder. Yes, they was a scared lot small. Blame to 'em, I say. The next after Trent come him as was mate. "Goddadale!" I exclaimed. "And a good name for him, too," chuckled the man-o'-war's man, who probably confounded the word with a familiar oath. "A good name, too, only it weren't his. He was a gin'lem morn, sir, as had gone masquerading. One of our officers knowed him at 'ome, recognizes him, steps up, old Zoutis, and right off, and says he, 'Ullo, Norrie, old chappie,' he says. The other was coming up as bold as look at it. Didn't seem put out. That's where blood tells, sir. Well, no sooner does he air his born name given him, than he turns as white as the day of judgment, stares at Mr. Seabright like he was looking at a ghost, and then I give you my word of honor turned to, and doubled up in a dead faint. 'Take him down to my berth,' says Mr. Seabright. ''Tis poor old Norrie Cartew,' he says. And what sort of a gentleman was this Mr. Cartew? I gasped. The wardroom steward told me he was come of the best blood in England, was my friend's reply, eaten and arrow bred, and might have been a Barnet. No, but to look at, I corrected him. The same as you or me, was the uncompromising answer. Not much to look at. I didn't know he was a gentleman, but then I never see him cleaned up. How was that? I cried. Oh yes, I remember he was sick all the way to Fresco, was he not? Sick or sorry or something, returned my informant. My belief, he didn't hanker after showing up. He kept close. The ward-room steward, what took his meals in, told me he ate next to nothing, and he was fetched ashore at Frisco on the quiet. Here was how it was. It seems his brother had took and died, him as had the estate. This one had gone in for his beer, by what I could make out. The old folks at home had turned rusty. No one knew where he had gone to. Here he was, slaving in a merchant brig, shipwrecked on Midway, and packing up his duds for a long voyage in an open boat. He comes on board our ship, and by God, here he is a landed proprietor and may be in Parliament tomorrow. It's no less than natural he should keep dark, so would you and me in the same box. I dare say, said I, but you saw more of the others? To be sure, says he, no arm in them from what I see. There was one Artie there, colonial-born he was, and had been through a power of money. There was no nonsense about Artie. He had been up and he had come down and took it so. His earth was in the right place, and he was well informed and knew French and Latin, I believe, like a native. I liked that Artie. He was a good-looking boy, too. Did they say much about the wreck? I asked. There wasn't much to say, I reckon, replied the man-o'-war's man. It was all in the papers. Artie used to yarn most about the coins he had gone through. He had lived with bookmakers, and jockeys, and pugs, and actors, and all that, a precious low lot. Added this judicious person, but it's about here my 'orse is moored, and by your leave I'll be getting ahead. One moment, said I, is Mr. Seabright on board? No, sir. He's ashore today, said the sailor. I took up a bag for him to the hotel. With that we parted. Presently after my friend overtook and passed me on a hired steed which seemed to scorn its cavalier, and I was left in the dust of his passage, a prey to whirling thoughts. For I now stood, or seemed to stand, on the immediate threshold of these mysteries. I knew the name of the man, Dixon. His name was Carthew. I knew where the money came from that opposed us at the Haye. Sale that was part of Carthew's inheritance, and in my gallery of illustrations to the history of the wreck, one more picture hung, perhaps the most dramatic of the series. It showed me the deck of a warship in that distant part of the great ocean, the officers and seamen looking curiously on, and a man of birth and education who had been sailing under an alias on a trading brig and was now rescued from desperate peril, felled like an ox by the bare sound of his own name. I could not fail to be reminded of my own experience at the Occidental telephone. The hero of three styles, Dixon, Goda Dial, or Carthew, must be the owner of a lively or a loaded conscience, and the reflection recalled to me the photograph found on board the Flying Scud. Just such a man, I reasoned, would be capable of just such starts and crises, and I inclined to think that Goda Dial or Carthew was the mainspring of the mystery. One thing was plain: as long as the Tempest was in reach, I must make the acquaintance of both Seabright and the doctor. To this end, I excused myself with it. Mr. Fowler returned to Honolulu and passed the remainder of the day hanging vainly round the cool verandas of the hotel. It was near 9 o'clock at night before I was rewarded. "That is the gentleman you were asking for," said the clerk. I beheld a man in tweeds, of an incomparable languor of demeanor, and carrying a cane with genteel effort. From the name, I had looked to find a sort of Viking and young ruler of the battle and the Tempest, and I was the more disappointed, and not a little alarmed, to come face to face with this impracticable type. "I believe I have the pleasure of addressing Lieutenant Seabright," said I, stepping forward. All, yes, replied the hero, but all, I don't know you, do I? He spoke for. All the world's like Lord Foppington in the old play, a proof of the perennial nature of man's affectations. But his limping dialect I scorn to continue to reproduce. It was with the intention of making myself known that I have taken this step, said I, entirely unabashed, for impudence begets in me its like, perhaps my only martial attribute. We have a common subject of interest, to me very lively, and I believe I may be in a position to be of some service to a friend of yours, to give him, at least, some very welcome information. The last clause was a sot to my conscience. I could not pretend, even to myself, either the power or the will to serve Mr. Carthew, but I felt sure he would like to hear the Flying Scud was burned. I don't know, I don't understand you, stammered my victim. I don't have any friends in Honolulu, don't you know? The friend to whom I refer is English, I replied. It is Mr. Carthew, whom you picked up at Midway. My firm has bought the wreck. I am just returned from breaking her up, and to make my business quite clear to you, I have a communication it is necessary I should make, and have to trouble you for Mr. Carthew's address. It will be seen how rapidly I had dropped all hope of interesting the frigid British bear. He, on his side, was plainly on thorns at my insistence. I judged he was suffering torments of alarm lest I should prove an undesirable acquaintance, diagnosed him for a shy, dull, vain, unamiable animal, without adequate defense, a sort of Dachau snail, and concluded, rightly enough, that he would consent to anything to bring our interview to a conclusion. A moment later he had fled, leaving me with a sheet of paper, thus inscribed, Norris Carthew. Stawbridge, the Carthew, Dorset. I might have cried victory, the field of battle and some of the enemy's baggage remaining in my occupation. As a matter of fact, my moral sufferings during the engagement had rivaled those of Mr. Seabright. I was left incapable of fresh hostilities. I owned that the navy of Old England was for me invincible as of yore, and giving up all thought of the doctor, inclined to salute her veteran flag in the future from a prudent distance. Such was my inclination when I retired to rest, and my first experience the next morning strengthened it to certainty, for I had the pleasure of encountering my fair antagonist on his way on board, and he honored me with a recognition so disgustingly dry that my impatience overflowed, and recalling the tactics of Nelson, I neglected to perceive or to return it. Judge of my astonishment, some half-hour later, to receive a note of invitation from the Tempest. Dear Sir, it began, we are all naturally very much interested in the wreck of the Flying Scud, and as soon as I mentioned that I had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, a very general wish was expressed that you would come and dine on board. It will give us all the greatest pleasure to see you tonight, or in case you should be otherwise engaged, to luncheon either tomorrow or today. A note of the hours followed, and the document wound up with the name of J. Lascelles Seabright, under an undeniable statement that he was sincerely mine. No, Mr. Lascelles Seabright, I reflected, you are not, but I begin to suspect that, like the lady in the song, you are another's. You have mentioned your adventure, my friend. You have been blown up. You have got your orders. This note has been dictated, and I am asked on board in spite of your melancholy. Protests not to meet the men and not to talk about the Flying Scud, but to undergo the scrutiny of someone interested in Carthew the doctor for a wager. And for a second wager, all this springs from your facility in giving the address. I lost no time in answering the billet, electing for the earliest occasion, and at the appointed hour, a somewhat blackguard-looking boat's crew from the Norah Creina conveyed me under the guns of the Tempest. The wardroom appeared pleased to see me. Seabright's brother officers, in contrast to himself, took a boyish interest in my cruise, and much was talked of the Flying Scud, of how she had been lost, of how I had found her, and of the weather, the anchorage, and the currents about Midway Island. Carthew was referred to more than once without embarrassment. The parallel case of a late Earl of Aberdeen, who died mate on board a Yankee schooner, was adduced. If they told me little of the man, it was because they had not much to tell, and only felt an interest in his recognition and pity for his prolonged ill health. I could never think the subject was avoided, and it was clear that the officers, far from practicing concealment, had nothing to conceal. So far, then, all seemed natural, and yet the doctor troubled me. This was a tall, rugged, plain man on the wrong side of 50, already gray, and with a restless mouth and bushy eyebrows. He spoke seldom, but then with gaiety, and his great, quaking, silent laughter was infectious. I could make out that he was at once the quiz of the wardroom and perfectly respected, and I made sure that he observed me covertly. It is certain I returned the compliment. If Carthew had feigned sickness, and all seemed to point in that direction, here was the man who knew all, or certainly knew much. His strong, sterling face progressively and silently persuaded of his full knowledge. That was not the mouth, these were not the eyes, of one who would act in ignorance, or could be led at random. Nor again was it the face of a man squeamish in the case of malefactors. There was even a touch of Brutus there, and something of the hanging judge. In short, he seemed the last character for the part assigned him in my theories, and wonder and curiosity contended in my mind. Luncheon was over, and an adjournment to the smoking-room proposed, when upon a sudden impulse I burned my ships, and, pleading indisposition, requested to consult the doctor. "There is nothing the matter with my body, Dr. Urquhart," said I as soon as we were alone. He hummed, his mouth worked, he regarded me steadily with his gray eyes, but resolutely held his peace. "I want to talk to you about the Flying Scud and Mr. Carthew," I resumed. "Come, you must have expected this. I am sure you know all. You are shrewd, and must have a guess that I know much. How are we to stand to one another? And how am I to stand to Mr. Carthew? I do not fully understand you," he replied after a pause, and then, after another, "It is the spirit I refer to, Mr. Dodd." "The spirit of my inquiries?" I asked. He nodded. "I think we are at cross purposes," said I. "The spirit is precisely what I came in quest of. I bought the Flying Scud at a ruinous figure, run up by Mr. Carthew through an agent, and I am in consequence a bankrupt. But if I have found no fortune in the wreck, I have found unmistakable evidences of foul play. Conceive my position. I am ruined through this man, whom I never saw. I might very well desire revenge or compensation, and I think you will admit I have the means to extort either." He made no sign in answer to this challenge. "Can you not understand, then," I resumed, "the spirit in which I come to one who is surely in the secret, and ask him honestly and plainly, how do I stand to Mr. Carthew?" "I must ask you to be more explicit," said he. "You do not help me much," I retorted. "But see if you can understand. My conscience is not very fine spun. Still, I have one. Now, there are degrees of foul play, to some of which I have no particular objection. I am sure with Mr. Carthew I am not at all the person to forego an advantage, and I have much curiosity. But on the other hand, I have no taste for persecution, and I ask you to believe that I am not the man to make bad worse or heap trouble on the unfortunate. Yes, I think I understand, said he. Suppose I pass you my word that, whatever may have occurred, there were excuses. Great excuses, I may say, very great. It would have weight with me, doctor, I replied. I may go further, he pursued. Suppose I had been there, or you had been there, after a certain event had taken place. It's a grave question, what we might have done. It's even a question, what we could have done ourselves. Or take me, I will be plain with you, and own that I am in possession of the facts. You have a shrewd guess how I have acted in that knowledge. May I ask you to judge from the character of my action something of the nature of that knowledge, which I have no call, nor yet no title to share with you. I cannot convey a sense of the rugged conviction and judicial emphasis of Dr. Europort's speech. To those who did not hear him, it may appear as if he fed me. On enigmas. To myself, who heard, I seemed to have received a lesson and a compliment. I thank you, I said. I feel you have said as much as possible, and more than I had any right to ask. I take that as a mark of confidence, which I will try to deserve. I hope, sir, you will let me regard you as a friend. He evaded my proffered friendship with a blunt proposal to rejoin the mess, and yet a moment later contrived to alleviate the snub, for, as we entered the smoking room, he laid his hand on my shoulder with a kind familiarity. I have just prescribed for Mr. Dodd, says he, a glass of our Madeira. I have never again met Dr. Urquhart, but he wrote himself so clear upon my memory that I think I see him still. And indeed I had cause to remember the man for the sake of his communication. It was hard enough to make a theory fit the pipe. Circumstances of the Flying Scud, but one in which the chief actor should stand the least excused, and might retain the esteem, or at least the pity of a man like Dr. Urquhart, failed me utterly. Here at least was the end of my discoveries. I learned no more till I learned all, and my reader has the evidence complete. Is he more astute than I was? Or, like me, does he give it up? Chapter 18. Cross Questions and Scrooktenswers. I have said hard words of San Francisco. They must scarce be literally understood. One cannot suppose the Israelites did justice to the land of Pharaoh, and the city took a fine revenge of me on my return. She had never worn a more becoming guise. The sun shone, the air was lively, the people had flowers in their buttonholes and smiles upon their faces. And as I made my way towards Jim's place of employment, with some very black anxieties at heart, I seemed to myself a blot on the surrounding gaiety. My destination was in a by-street in a mean rickety building. The Franklin H. Dodge Steam Printing Company appeared upon its front, and in characters of greater freshness, so as to suggest recent conversion, the watch cry, "White labor only." In the office, in a dusty pen, Jim sat alone before a table. A wretched change had overtaken him in clothes, body, and bearing. He looked sick and shabby. He who had once rejoiced in his day's employment, like a horse among pastures, now sat staring on a column of accounts, idly chewing a pen at times heavily sighing, the picture of inefficiency and inattention. He was sunk deep in a painful reverie. He neither saw nor heard me, and I stood and watched him unobserved. I had a sudden vain relenting. Repentance bludgeoned me. As I had predicted to Nares, I stood and kicked myself. Here was I come home again, my honor saved. There was my friend in want of rest, nursing, and a generous diet. And I asked myself with Falstaff, what is in that word honor? What is that honor? And, like Falstaff, I told myself that it was air. Jim, said I. Loudon, he gasped, and jumped from his chair and stood shaking. The next moment I was over the barrier, and we were hand in hand. "My poor old man," I cried. "Thank God you're home at last." He gulped and kept patting my shoulder. With his hand. "I've no good news for you, Jim," said I. "You've come, that's the good news that I want," he replied. "Oh, how I've longed for you, Loudon." "I couldn't do what you wrote me," I said, lowering my voice. "The creditors have it all. I couldn't do it." "Shh," returned Jim. "I was crazy when wrote. I could never have looked Mamie in the face if we had done it. Oh, Loudon, what a gift that woman is. You think you know something of life. You just don't know anything. It's the goodness of the woman. It's a revelation." "That's all right," said I. "That's how I hope to hear you, Jim." "And so the Flying Scud was a fraud," he resumed. "I didn't quite understand your letter, but I made out that." "Fraud is a mild term for it," said I. "The creditors will never believe what fools we were. And that reminds me," I continued, rejoicing in the transition, "how about the bankruptcy?" "You were lucky to be out of that," answered Jim, shaking his head. "You were lucky not to see the papers. The Occidental called me a fifth-rate curbstone broker with water on the brain. Another said I was a tree frog that had got into the same meadow with Longhurst and had blown myself out till I went pop. It was rough on a man in his honeymoon. So was what they said about my looks and what I had on and the way I perspired. But I braced myself up with the Flying Scud. How did it exactly figure out anyway? I don't seem to catch on to that story, Loudon." "The devil you don't," thinks I to myself. And then aloud, "You see, we had neither one of us good luck. I didn't do much more than cover current expenses, and you got floored immediately. How did we come to go so soon?" "Well, we'll have to have a talk over all this," said Jim with a sudden start. "I should be getting to my books, and I guess you had better go up right away to Mamie. She's at Speedy's. She expects you with impatience. She regards you in the light of a favorite brother, Loudon." Any scheme was welcome which allowed me to postpone the hour of explanation, and avoid, were it only for a breathing space, the topic of the Flying Scud. I hastened accordingly to Bush Street. Mrs. Speedy, already rejoicing in the return of a spouse, hailed me with acclamation. "And it's beautiful you're looking, Mr. Dodd, my dear," she was kind enough to say, "and a miracle be nager wahinis letty lave the oil lands. I have my suspicions of Speedy. She—" added, roguishly, "Did you see him after the negresses now? I gave Speedy an unblemished character." "The one of ye will never betray the other," said the playful dame, and ushered me into a bare room where Mamie sat working, a typewriter. I was touched by the cordiality of her greeting. With the prettiest gesture in the world, she gave me both her hands, wheeled forth a chair, and produced from a cupboard a tin of my favorite tobacco and a book of my exclusive cigarette papers. "There," she cried. "You see, Mr. Loudon, we were all prepared for you. The things were bought the very day you sailed." I imagined she had always intended me a pleasant welcome, but the certain fervor of sincerity, which I could not help remarking, flowed from an unexpected source. Captain Nares, with a kindness for which I can never be sufficiently grateful, had stolen a moment from his occupations, driven to call on Mamie, and drawn her a generous picture of my prowess at the wreck. She was careful not to breathe a word of this interview, till she had led me on to tell my adventures for myself. "Ah, Captain Nares was better," she cried, when I had done. "From your account, I have only learned one new thing, that you are modest as well as brave. I cannot tell with what sort of disclamation I sought to reply. It is of no use, said Mamie. I know a hero. And when I heard of you working all day like a common laborer, with your hands bleeding and your nails broken, and how you told the captain to crack on, I think he said in the storm, when he was terrified himself and the danger of that horrid mutiny, Nares had been obligingly dipping his brush in earthquake and eclipse, and how it was all done, in part at least, for Jim and me. I felt we could never say how we admired and thanked you. Mamie, I cried, don't talk of thanks. It is not a word to be used between friends. Jim and I have been prosperous together. Now we shall be poor together. We've done our best, and that's all that need be said. The next thing is for me to find a situation and send you and Jim up country for a long holiday in the redwoods, for a holiday Jim has got to have. Jim can't take your money, Mr. Loudon, said Mamie. Jim, cried I, he's got to. Didn't I take his? Presently after, Jim himself arrived, and before he had yet done mopping his brow, he was at me with the accursed subject. Now, Loudon, said he, here we are all together, the day's work done, and the evening before us. Just start in with the whole story. One word on business first, said I, speaking from the lips outward, and meanwhile in the private apartments of my brain, trying for the 1000th time to find some plausible arrangement of my story. I want to have a notion how we stand about the bankruptcy. Oh, that's ancient history, cried Jim. We paid 7 cents, and no wonder we did as well. The receiver, methought a spasm seized him at the name of this official, and he broke off. But it's all past and done with anyway, and what I want to get at is the facts about the wreck. I don't seem to understand it. Appears to me like as there was something underneath. There was nothing I in it anyway, I said with a forced laugh. That's what I want to judge of, returned Jim. How the mischief is it I can never keep you to that bankruptcy? It looks as if you avoided it, said I, for a man in my situation, with unpardonable folly. Don't it look a little as if you were trying to avoid the wreck? Asked Jim. It was my own doing. There was no retreat. My dear fellow, if you make a point of it, here goes, said I, and launched with spurious gaiety into the current of my tale. I told it with point and spirit, described the island and the wreck, mimicked Anderson and the Chinese, maintained the suspense. My pen has stumbled on the fatal word. I maintained the suspense so well that it was never relieved, and when I stopped, I dare not say concluded. Where there was no conclusion, I found Jim and Mamie regarding me with surprise. Well, said Jim. Well, that's all, said I. But how do you explain it? He asked. I can't explain it, said I. Mamie wagged her head ominously. But great Caesar's ghost, the money was offered, cried Jim. It won't do, Loudon. It's nonsense on the face of it. I don't say but what you and Nares did your best. I'm sure, of course, you did. But I do say you got fooled. I say the stuff is in that ship today, and I say I mean to get it. There is nothing in the ship, I tell you, but old wood and iron, said I. You'll see, said Jim. Next time I go myself, I'll take Mamie for the trip. Longhurst won't refuse me the expense of a schooner. You wait till I get the searching of her. But you can't search her, cried I. She's burned, burned, cried Mamie, starting a little from the attitude of quiescent capacity in which she had hitherto sat to hear me, her hands folded in her lap. There was an appreciable pause. I beg your pardon, Loudon, began Jim at last, But why in snakes did you burn her? It was an idea of Nares's, said I. This is certainly the strangest circumstance of all, observed Mamie. I must say, Loudon, it does seem kind of unexpected, added Jim. It seems kind of crazy even. What did Nares expect to gain by burning her? I don't know. It didn't seem to matter. We had got all there was to get, said I. That's the very point, cried Jim. It was quite plain you hadn't. What made you so sure? Asked Mamie. How can I tell you? I cried. We had been all through her. We were sure. That's all that I can say. I begin to think you were, she returned with a significant emphasis. Jim hurriedly intervened. What I don't quite make out, Loudon, is that you don't seem to appreciate the peculiarities of the thing, said he. It doesn't seem to have struck you same as it does me. Pshaw! Why go on with this? Cried Mamie, suddenly rising. Mr. Dodd is not telling us either what he thinks or what he knows. Mamie, cried Jim, you need not be concerned for his feelings, James. He is not concerned for yours, returned the lady. He dare not deny it besides. And this is not the first time he has practiced reticence. Have you forgotten that he knew the address and did not tell it you until that man had escaped? Jim turned to me pleadingly. We were all on our feet. Loudon, he said, you see Mamie has some fancy, and I must say there's just a sort of a shadow of an excuse, for it is bewildering even to me, Loudon, with my trained business intelligence. For God's sake, clear it up. This serves me right, said I. I should not have tried to keep you in the dark. I should have told you at first that I was pledged to secrecy. I should have asked you to trust me in the beginning. It is all I can do now. There is more of the story, but it concerns none of us, and my tongue is tied. I have given my word of honor. You must trust me and try to forgive me. I dare say I am very stupid, Mr. Dodd, began Mamie with an alarming sweetness, but I thought you went upon this trip as my husband's representative and with my husband's money? You tell us now that you are pledged, but I should have thought you were pledged first of all to James. You say it does not concern us. We are poor people, and my husband is sick, and it concerns us a great deal to understand how we come to have lost our money and why our representative comes back to us with nothing. You asked that we should trust you. You do not seem to understand. The question we are asking ourselves is whether we have not trusted you too much. I do not ask you to trust me, I replied. I ask Jim. He knows me. You think you can do what you please with James. You trust to his affection, do you not? And me, I suppose, you do not consider, said Mamie, but it was perhaps an unfortunate day for you when we were married, for I at least am not blind. The crew run away. The ship is sold for a great deal of money. You know that man's address, and you conceal it. You do not find what you were sent to look for, and yet you burn the ship. And now, when we ask explanations, you are pledged to secrecy. But I am pledged to no such thing. I will not stand by in silence and see my sick and ruined husband betrayed by his condescending friend. I will give you the truth for once. Mr. Dodd, you have been bought and sold. Mamie, cried Jim, no more of this. It's me you're striking. It's only me you hurt. You don't know. You cannot understand these things. Why, today, if it hadn't been for Loudon, I couldn't have looked you in the face. He saved my honesty. I have heard plenty of this talk before, she replied. You are a sweet-hearted fool, and I love you for it. But I am a clear-headed woman. My eyes are open, and I understand this man's hypocrisy. Did he not come here today and pretend he would take a situation? Pretend he would share his hard-earned wages with us until you were well? Pretend! It makes me furious. His wages. A share of his wages. That would have been your pittance. That would have been your share of the Flying Scud, you, who worked and toiled for him when he was a beggar in the streets of Paris. But we do not want your charity. Thank God, I can work for my own husband. See what it is to have oblige a gentleman. He would let you pick him up when he was begging. He would stand and look on and let you black his shoes and sneer at you. For you were always sneering at my James. You always looked down upon him in your heart, you know it. She turned back to Jim. And now when he is rich, she began, and then swooped again on me. For you are rich, I dare you to deny it. I defy you to look me in the face and try to deny that you are rich with our money, my husband's money. Heaven knows to what a height she might have risen, being, by this time, bodily whirled away in her own hurricane of words. Heart sickness, a black depression, a treacherous sympathy with my assailant. Pity unutterable for poor Jim, already filled, divided and abashed my spirit. Flight seemed the only remedy, and making a private sign to Jim, as if to ask permission, I slunk from the unequal field. I was but a little way down the street when I was arrested by the sound of someone running and Jim's voice calling me by name. He had followed me with a letter which had been long awaiting my return. I took it in a dream. "This has been a devil of a business," said I. "Don't think hard of Mamie," he pleaded. "It's the way she's made. It's her high-toned loyalty. And of course I know it's all right. I know your sterling character, but you didn't somehow make out to give us the thing straight, Loudon." Anybody might have. I mean it. Never mind what you mean, my poor Jem, said I. She's a gallant little woman and a loyal wife, and I thought her splendid. My story was as fishy as the devil. I'll never think the less of either her or you. It'll blow over. It must blow over, said he. It never can, I returned, sighing. And don't you try to make it. Don't name me unless it's with an oath. And get home to her right away. Goodbye, my best of friends. Goodbye, and God bless you. We shall never meet again. Oh, Loudon, that we should live to say such words, he cried. I had no views on life, beyond an occasional impulse to commit suicide or to get drunk, and drifted down the street, semi-conscious, walking apparently on air, in the light-headedness of grief. I had money in my pocket, whether mine or my. Creditors I had no means of guessing, and the poodle dog lying in my path, I went mechanically in and took a table. A waiter attended me, and I suppose I gave my orders, for presently I found myself, with a sudden return of consciousness, beginning dinner. On the white cloth at my elbow lay the letter, addressed in a clerk's hand, and bearing an English stamp and the Edinburgh postmark. A bowl of bouillon and a glass of wine awakened in one corner of my brain where all the rest was in mourning, the blinds down, as for a funeral, a faint stir of curiosity, and while I waited the next course, wondering the while what I had ordered, I opened and began to read the epoch-making document. Dear Sir, I am charged with the melancholy duty of announcing to you the death of your excellent grandfather, Mr. Alexander Loudon, on the 17th ult. On Sunday the 13th, he went to church as usual in the forenoon and stopped on his way home, at the corner of Princess Street, in one of our seasonable east winds, to talk with an old friend. The same evening, acute bronchitis declared itself. From the first, Dr. Muncombe anticipated a fatal result, and the old gentleman appeared to have no illusion as to his own state. He repeatedly assured me it was by with him now, and high time too, he once added with characteristic asperity. He was not in the least changed on the approach of death, only what I am sure must be very grateful to your feelings. He seemed to think and speak even more kindly than usual of yourself, referring to you as Jeannie's yin, with strong expressions of regard. He was the only one I ever like it of the hail jing bang, was one of his expressions, and you will be glad to know that he dwelt particularly on the dutiful respect you had always displayed in your relations. The small codicil, by which he bequeaths you his Molesworth and other professional works, was added you will observe on the day before his death, so that you were in his thoughts until the end. I should say that, though rather a trying patient, he was most tenderly nursed by your uncle and your cousin, Miss Euphemia. I enclose a copy of the testament, by which you will see that you share equally with Mr. Adam, and that I hold at your disposal a sum nearly approaching £17,000. I beg to congratulate you on this considerable acquisition, and expect your orders, to which I shall hasten to give my best attention. Thinking that you might desire to return at once to this country, and not knowing how you may be placed, I enclose a credit for £600. Please sign the accompanying slip, and let me have it at your earliest convenience. I am, dear sir, yours truly, W.R. Euthorpe, Brother Grug. God bless the old gentleman. I thought, and for that matter, God bless Uncle Adam, and my cousin Euphemia, and Mr. Gregg. I had a vision of that gray old life now brought to an end, and high time too. A vision of those Sabbath streets alternately vacant and filled with silent people, of the babel of the bells, the long-drawn psalmody, the shrewd sting of the east wind, the hollow, echoing, dreary house to which Ecce had returned with the hand of death already on his shoulder. A vision, too, of the long, rough country lad, perhaps a serious courtier of the lasses in the hawthorn den, perhaps a rustic dancer on the green, who had first earned and answered to that harsh diminutive. And I asked myself if, on the whole, poor Ecce had succeeded in life. If the last state of that man were not on the whole worse than the first, and the house in Randolph Crescent a less admirable dwelling than the hamlet where he saw the day and grew to manhood. Here was a consolatory thought for one who was himself a failure. Yes, I declare the word came in my mind, and all the while, in another partition of the brain, I was glowing and singing for my new-found opulence. The pile of gold 4,250 double eagles, 17,000 ugly sovereigns, 21,250 Napoleons danced and rang and ran molten and lit up life with their effulgence in the eye of fancy. Here were all things made plain to me. Paradise Paris, I mean regained. Cartu protected, Jim restored, the creditors, I repeated, and sank back benumbed. It was all theirs to the last farthing. My grandfather had died too soon to save me. I must have somewhere a rare vein of decision. In that revolutionary moment, I found myself prepared for all extremes except the one, ready to do anything or to go anywhere so long as I might save my money. At the worst, there was flight to some of those blessed countries where the serpent, extradition, has not yet entered in. On no condition is extradition allowed in Callao. The old lawless words haunted me, and I saw myself hucking my gold in the company of such men as had once made and sung them, in the rude and bloody wharf-side drinking shops of Chile and Peru. The run of my ill luck, the breach of my old friendship, this bubble fortune flaunted for a moment in my eyes and snatched again, had made me desperate and in the expressive vulgarism ugly. To drink bile spirits among bile companions by the flare of a pine torch, to go burthened with my furtive treasure in a belt, to fight for it knife in hand, rolling on a clay floor, to flee perpetually in fresh ships, and to be chased through the sea from isle to isle, seemed, in my then frame of mind, a welcome series of events. That was for the worst, but it began to dawn slowly on my mind that there was yet a possible better. Once escaped, Once safe in Callao, I might approach my creditors with a good grace. And properly handled by a cunning agent, it was just possible they might accept some easy composition. The hope recalled me to the bankruptcy. It was strange, I reflected. Often as I'd questioned Jim, he had never obliged me with an answer. In his haste for news about the wreck, my own no less legitimate curiosity had gone disappointed. Hateful as the thought was to me, I must return at once and find out where I stood. I left my dinner still unfinished, paying for the whole, of course, and tossing the waiter a gold piece. I was reckless. I knew not what was mine and cared not. I must take what I could get and give as I was able. To rob and to squander seemed the complementary parts of my new destiny. I walked up Bush Street whistling, brazening myself to confront Mamie in the first place, and the world at large and a certain visionary judge upon a bench in the second. Just outside, I stopped and lighted a cigar to give me greater countenance, and puffing this and wearing what I am sure was a wretched assumption of braggadocio, I reappeared on the scene of my disgrace. My friend and his wife were finishing a poor meal, racks of old mutton, the remainder cakes from breakfast eaten cold, and a starveling pot of coffee. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Pinkerton," said I. "Sorry to inflict my presence where it cannot be desired, but there is a piece of business necessary to be discussed." "Pray do not consider me," said Mamie, rising, and she sailed into the adjoining bedroom. Jim watched her go and shook his head. He looked miserably old and ill. "What is it now?" he asked. "Perhaps you remember you answered none of my questions," said I. "Your questions?" faltered Jim. "Even so, Jim, my questions," I repeated. "I put questions as well as yourself, and however little I may have satisfied Mamie with my answers, I beg to remind you that you gave me none at all." "You mean about the bankruptcy?" asked Jim. I nodded. He writhed in his chair. "The straight truth is, I was ashamed," he said. "I was trying to dodge you. I've been playing fast and loose with you, Loudon. I've deceived you from the first. I blush to own it. And here you came home and put the very question I was fearing. Why did we bust so soon? Your keen business eye had not deceived you. That's the point. That's my shame. That's what killed me this afternoon when Mamie was treating you so, and my conscience was telling me all the time, thou art the man." "What was it, Jim?" I asked. "What I had been at all the time, Loudon," he wailed, "and I don't know how I'm to look you in the face and say it, after my duplicity. It was stocks," he added in a whisper. "And you were afraid to tell me that," I cried. "You poor old cheerless dreamer, what would it matter what you did or didn't? Can't you see we're doomed? And anyway, that's not my point. It's how I stand that I want to know. There is a particular reason. Am I clear? Have I a certificate, or what have I to do to get one? And when will it be dated? You can't think what hangs by it." "That's the worst of all," said Jim, like a man in a dream. "I can't see how to tell him." "What do you mean?" I cried, a small pang of terror at my heart. "I'm afraid I sacrificed you, Loudon," he said, looking at me pitifully. "Sacrificed me," I repeated. "How?" "What do you mean by sacrifice?" "I know it'll shock your delicate self-respect," he said. "But what was I to do? Things looked so bad." The receiver, as usual, the name stuck in his throat and he began afresh. There was a lot of talk. The reporters were after me already. There was the trouble, and all about the Mexican business, and I got scared right out. And I guess I lost my head. You weren't there, you see, and that was my temptation. I did not know how long he might thus beat about the bush with dreadful hintings, and I was already beside myself with terror. What had he done? I saw he had been tempted. I knew from his letters that he was in no condition to resist. How had he sacrificed the absent? "Jim," I said, "you must speak right out. I've got all that I can carry." "Well," he said, I know it was a liberty I made it out. You are no businessman, only a stone-broke painter. That half the time you didn't know anything anyway, particularly money and accounts. I said you never could be got to understand whose was whose. I had to say that because of some entries in the books. For God's sake, I cried, put me out of this agony. What did you accuse me of? Accuse you of, repeated Jim. Of what I'm telling you. And there being no deed of partnership, I made out you were only a kind of clerk that I called a partner just to give you taffy. And so I got you ranked a creditor on the estate for your wages and the money you had lent. And, I believe I reeled, a creditor, I roared, a creditor, I'm not in the bankruptcy at all. No, said Jim, I know it was a liberty. Oh, damn your liberty. Read that, I cried, dashing the letter before him on the table, and call in your wife, and be done with eating this truck. As I spoke, I slung the cold mutton in the empty grate, and let's all go and have a champagne. Supper. I'd dined. I'm sure I don't remember what I had. I'd dine again 10 scores of times upon a night like this. Read it, you blaying ass. I'm not insane. Here, Mamie, I continued, opening the bedroom door. Come out and make it up with me, and go and kiss your husband. And I'll tell you what, after the supper, let's go to some place where there's a band, and I'll waltz with you till sunrise. What does it all mean? Cried Jim. It means we have a champagne supper tonight, and all go to Napa Valley or to Monterey tomorrow, said I. Mamie, go and get your things on. And you, Jim, sit down right where you are, take a sheet of paper, and tell Franklin Dodge to go to Texas. Mamie, you were right, my dear. I was rich all the time and didn't know it. Chapter 19. Travels with the Shyster. The absorbing and disastrous adventure of the Flying Scud was now quite ended. We had dashed into these deep waters, and we had escaped again to starve. We had been ruined and were saved, had quarreled and made up. There remained nothing but to sing Te Deum, draw a line, and begin on a fresh page of my unwritten diary. I do not pretend that I recovered all I had lost with Mamie. It would have been more than I had merited, and I had certainly been more uncommunicative than became either the partner or the friend. But she accepted the position handsomely, and during the week that I now passed with them, both she and Jim had the grace to spare me questions. It was to Calistoga that we went. There was some rumor of a Naba land boom at the moment. The possibility of stir attracted Jim, and he informed me he would find a certain joy in looking on, much as Napoleon on St. Helena took a pleasure to read military works. The field of his ambition was quite closed. He was done with action, and looked forward to a ranch in a mountain dingle, a patch of corn, a pair of kine, a leisurely and contemplative age, and the green shade of forests. Just let me get down on my back in a hayfield, said he, and you'll find there's no more snap to me than that much putty. And for 2 days the perfervid being actually rested. The third, he was observed in consultation with the local editor, and owned he was in 2 minds about purchasing the press and paper. It's a kind of a hold for an idle man, he said pleadingly, and if the section was to open up the way it ought to, there might be dollars in the thing. On the 4th day he was gone till dinner time alone. On the 5th we made a long picnic drive to the fresh field of enterprise, and the 6th was passed entirely in the preparation of prospectuses. The pioneer of McBride City was already upright and self-reliant as of yore. The fire rekindled in his eye, the ring restored to his voice, a charger sniffing battle and saying, "Ha ha," among the spears. On the 7th morning we signed a deed of partnership, for Jim would not accept $1 of my money otherwise, and having once more engaged myself or that mortal part of me, my purse among the wheels of his machinery, I returned alone to San Francisco and took quarters in the Palace Hotel. The same night I had Nares to dinner. His sunburned face, his queer and personal strain of talk, recalled days that were scarce over and that seemed already distant. Through the music of the band outside and the chink and clatter of the dining room, it seemed to me as if I heard the foaming of the surf and the voices of the sea-birds about Midway Island. The bruises on our hands were not yet healed, and there we sat, waited on by elaborate darkies, eating pompano and drinking iced champagne. Think of our dinners on the Nora, Captain, and then oblige me by looking round the room for contrast. He took the scene in slowly. Yes, it is like a dream, he said, like as if the darkies were really about as big as dimes, and a great big scuttle might open up there, and Johnson stick in a great big head and shoulders and cry, 8 bells, and the whole thing vanish. Well, it's the other thing that has done that, I replied. It's all bygone now, all dead and buried. Amen, say I. I don't know that, Mr. Dodd. And to tell you the fact, I don't believe it, said Nares. There's more flying scud in the oven, and the baker's name, I take it, is Bellairs. He tackled me the day we came in, sort of a razzie of poor old humanity jury clothes, full new suit of pimples, knew him at once from your description. I let him pump me till I saw his game. He knows a good deal that we don't know, a good deal that we do, and suspects the balance. There's trouble brewing for somebody. I was surprised I had not thought of this before. Bellairs had been behind thee. Scenes. He had known Dixon. He knew the flight of the crew. It was hardly possible but what he should suspect. It was certain if he suspected that he would seek to trade on the suspicion. And sure enough, I was not yet dressed the next morning ere the lawyer was knocking at my door. I let him in, for I was curious, and he, after some ambiguous prolegomena, roundly proposed I should go shares with him. Shares in what? I inquired. If you will allow me to clothe my idea in a somewhat vulgar form, said he, I might ask you, did you go to Midway for your health? I don't know that I did, I replied. Similarly, Mr. Dodd, you may be sure I would never have taken the present step without influential grounds, pursued the lawyer. Intrusion is foreign to. My character. But you and I, sir, are engaged on the same ends. If we can continue to work the thing in company, I place at your disposal my knowledge of the law and a considerable practice in delicate negotiations similar to this. Should you refuse to consent, you might find in me a formidable and, he hesitated, and to my own regret, perhaps a dangerous competitor. Did you get this by heart? I asked genially. I advise you to, he said with a sudden sparkle of temper and menace, instantly gone, instantly succeeded by fresh cringing. I assure you, sir, I arrive in the character of a friend, and I believe you underestimate my information. If I may instance an example, I am acquainted to the last dime with what you made, or rather lost, and I know you have since cashed a considerable draft on London. What do you infer? I asked. I know where that draft came from, he cried, wincing back like one who has greatly dared and instantly regrets the venture. So, said I, you forget I was Mr. Dixon's confidential agent, he explained. You had his address, Mr. Dodd. We were the only two that he communicated with in San Francisco. You see my deductions are quite obvious. You see how open and frank I deal with you, as I should wish to do with any gentleman with whom I was conjoined in business. You see how much I know, and it can scarcely escape your strong common sense, How much better it would be if I knew all. You cannot hope to get rid of me at this time of day. I have my place in the affair. I cannot be shaken off. I am, if you will excuse a rather technical pleasantry, an encumbrance on the estate. The actual harm I can do, I leave you to valuate for yourself. But without going so far, Mr. Dodd, and without in any way inconveniencing myself, I could make things very uncomfortable. For instance, Mr. Pinkerton's liquidation. You and I know, sir, and you better than I, on what a large fund you draw. Is Mr. Pinkerton in the thing at all? It was you only who knew the address, and you were concealing it. Suppose I should communicate with Mr. Pinkerton. Look here, I interrupted. Communicate with him, if you will permit me to clothe my idea in a vulgar shape, till you are blue in the face. There is only one person with whom I refuse to allow you to communicate further, and that is myself. Good morning. He could not conceal his rage, disappointment, and surprise, and in the passage I have no doubt was shaken by Saint Vitus. I was disgusted by this interview. It struck me hard to be suspected on all hands, and to hear again from this trafficker what I had heard already from Jim's wife. And yet my strongest impression was different and might rather be described as an impersonal fear. There was something against nature in the man's craven impudence. It was as though a lamb had butted me. Such daring at the hands of such a dastard implied unchangeable resolve, a great pressure of necessity, and powerful means. I thought of the unknown Carthew, and it sickened me to see this Barrett on his trail. Upon inquiry, I found the lawyer was but just disbarred for some malpractice, and the discovery added excessively to my disquiet. Here was a rascal without money or the means of making it, thrust out of the doors of his own trade, publicly shamed, and doubtless in a deuce of a bad temper with the universe. Here, on the other hand, was a man with a secret, rich, terrified, practically in hiding, who had been willing to pay £10,000 for the bones of the Flying Scud. I slipped insensibly into a mental alliance with the victim. The business weighed on me. All day long, I was wondering how much the lawyer knew, how much he guessed, and when he would open his attack. Some of these problems are unsolved to this day. Others were soon made clear. Where he got Carthew's name is still a mystery. Perhaps some sailor on the Tempest, perhaps my own sea lawyer served him for a tool, but I was actually at his elbow when he learned the address. It fell so. One evening, when I had an engagement and was killing time until the hour, I chanced to walk in the court of the hotel while the band played. The place was bright as day with the electric light, and I recognized, at some distance among the loiterers, the person of Bellairs in talk with a gentleman whose face appeared familiar. It was certainly someone I had seen, and seen recently, but who or where I knew not. A porter standing hard by gave me the necessary hint. The stranger was an English Navy man, invalided home from Honolulu, where he had left his ship. Indeed, it was only from the change of clothes and the effects of sickness that I had not immediately recognized my friend and correspondent, Lieutenant Seabright. The conjunction of these planets seeming ominous, I drew near, but it seemed Bellairs had done his business. He vanished in the crowd, and I found my officer alone. "Do you know whom you had been talking to, Mr. Seabright?" I began. "No," said he, "I don't know him from Adam. Anything wrong?" "He is a disreputable lawyer, recently disbarred," said I. "I wish I had seen you in time. I trust you told him nothing about Carthew?" He flushed to his ears. "I'm awfully sorry," he said. "He seemed civil, and I wanted to get rid of him. It was only the address he asked." "And you gave it," I cried. "I'm really awfully sorry," said Seabright. "I'm afraid I did." God forgive you, was my only comment, and I turned my back upon the blunderer. The fact was in the fire now. Bellairs had the address, and I was the more deceived or Carthew would have news of him. So strong was this impression, and so painful, that the next morning I had the curiosity to pay the lawyer's den a visit. An old woman was scrubbing the stair, and the board was down. "Lawyer Bellairs," said the old woman, "gone east this morning. There's Lawyer Dean next block up." I did not trouble Lawyer Dean, but walked slowly back to my hotel, ruminating as I went. The image of the old woman washing that desecrated stair had struck my fancy. It seemed that all the water supply of the city and all the soap in the state would scarce suffice to cleanse it. It had been so long a clearing-house of dingy secrets and a factory of sordid fraud. And now the corner was untenanted. Some judge, like a careful housewife, had knocked down the web, and the bloated spider was scuttling elsewhere after new victims. I had of late, as I have said, insensibly taken sides with Carthew. Now, when his enemy was at his heels, my interest grew more warm, and I began to wonder if I could not help. The drama of the Flying Scud was entering on a new phase. It had been singular from the first, it promised an extraordinary conclusion, and I, who had paid so much to learn the beginning, might pay a little more and see the end. I lingered in San Francisco, indemnifying myself after the hardships of the cruise, spending money, regretting it, continually promising departure for the morrow. Why not go indeed and keep a watch upon Bellairs? If I missed him, there was no harm done. I was the nearer Paris. If I found and kept his trail, it was hard if I could not put some stick in his machinery. And at the worst I could promise myself interesting scenes and revelations. In such a mixed humor, I made up what it pleases me to call my mind, and once more involved myself in the story of Carthew and the Flying Scud. The same night I wrote a letter of farewell to Jim, and one of anxious warning to Dr. Uricourt, begging him to set Carthew on his guard. The morrow saw me in the ferry boat, and 10 days later I was walking the hurricane deck on the city of Denver. By that time my mind was pretty much made down again, its natural condition. I told myself that I was bound for Paris or Fontainebleau to resume the study of the arts, and I thought no more of Carthew or Bellairs, or only to smile at my own fondness. The one I could not serve, even if I wanted. The other I had no means of finding, even if I could have at all influenced him after he was found. And for all that, I was close on the heels of an absurd adventure. My neighbor at table that evening was a Frisco man whom I knew slightly. I found he had crossed the plains 2 days in front of me, and this was the first steamer that had left New York for Europe since his arrival. 2 days before me meant a day. Before Bellairs, and dinner was scarce done before I was closeted with the purser. "Bellairs," he repeated, "not in the saloon, I am sure. He may be in the second class. The lists are not made out. But hello, Harry D. Bellairs? That the name? He's there right enough." And the next morning I saw him on the forward deck, sitting in a chair, a book in his hand, a shabby puma skin rug about his knees, the picture of respectable decay. Off and on, I kept him in my eye. He read a good deal, he stood and looked upon the sea, he talked occasionally with his neighbors, and once when a child fell he picked it up and soothed it. I damned him in my heart. The book, which I was sure he did not read, the sea, to which I was ready to take oath, he was indifferent. The child, whom I was certain he would as lieve have tossed overboard, all seemed to me elements in a theatrical performance, and I made no doubt he was already nosing after the secrets of his fellow passengers. I took no pains to conceal myself, my scorn for the creature being as strong as my disgust. but he never looked my way, and it was night before I learned he had observed me. I was smoking by the engine room door, for the air was a little sharp, when a voice rose close beside me in the darkness. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Dodd," it said. "That you, Bellairs?" I replied. "A single word, sir. Your presence on this ship has no connection with our interview," he asked. "You have no idea, Mr. Dodd, of returning upon your determination?" "None," said I, and then seeing he still lingered, I was polite enough to add "good evening," at which he sighed and went away. The next day he was there again with the chair and the puma skin, read his book and looked at the sea with the same constancy, and though there was no child to be picked up, I observed him to attend repeatedly on a sick woman. Nothing fosters suspicion like the act of watching. A man spied upon can hardly blow his nose but we accuse him of designs, and I took an early opportunity to go forward and see the woman for myself. She was poor, elderly, and painfully plain. I stood abashed at the sight, felt I owed Bellairs amends for the injustice of my thoughts, and seeing him standing by the rail in his usual attitude of contemplation, walked up and addressed him by name. "You seem very fond of the sea," said I. "I may really call it a passion, Mr. Dodd," he replied. "And the tall cataract haunted me like a passion," he quoted. "I never weary of the sea, sir. This is my first ocean voyage. I find it a glorious experience, and once more my disbarred." Laura dropped into poetry. "Roll on, thou deep and dark blue ocean, roll." Though I had learned the piece in my reading book at school, I came into the world a little too late on the one hand, and I dare say a little too early on the other, to think much of Byron, and the sonorous verse, prodigiously well delivered, struck me with surprise. "You are fond of poetry, too?" I asked. "I am a great reader," he replied. At one time I had begun to amass quite a small but well-selected library, and when that was scattered, I still managed to preserve a few volumes chiefly of pieces designed for recitation which have been my traveling companions. "Is that one of them?" I asked, pointing to the volume in his hand. "No, sir," he replied, showing me a translation of the Sorrows of Werther. "That is a novel I picked up some time ago. It has afforded me great pleasure, though immoral." "Oh, immoral!" cried I, indignant as usual at any complication of art and ethics. "Surely you cannot deny that, sir, if you know the book," he said. "The passion is illicit, although certainly drawn with a good deal of pathos. It is not a work one could possibly put into the hands of a lady, which is to be regretted on all accounts, for I do not know how it may strike you. But it seems to me as a depiction, if I make myself clear, to rise high above its compeers, even famous compeers. Even in Scott, Dickens, Thackeray, or Hawthorne, the sentiment of love appears to me to be frequently done less justice to." "You are expressing a very general opinion," said I. "Is that so indeed, sir?" he exclaimed with unmistakable excitement. "Is the book well known, and who was Goethe? I am interested in that, because upon the title page the usual initials are omitted, and it runs simply by Goethe. Was he an author of distinction? Has he written other works? Such was our first interview, the first of many, and in all he showed the same attractive qualities and defects. His taste for literature was native and unaffected. His sentimentality, although extreme and a thought ridiculous, was plainly genuine. I wondered at my own innocent wonder. I knew that Homer nodded, that Caesar had compiled a jest book, that Turner lived by preference the life of Puggy Booth, that Shelley made paper boats, and Wordsworth wore green spectacles. And with all this mass of evidence before me, I had expected Bellairs to be entirely of one piece, subdued to what he worked in, a spy all through. As I abominated the man's trade, So I had expected to detest the man himself, and behold, I liked him. Poor devil. He was essentially a man on wires, all sensibility and tremor, brimful of a cheap poetry, not without parts, quite without courage. His boldness was despair. The gulf behind him thrust him on. He was one of those who might commit a murder rather than confess the theft of a postage stamp. I was sure that his coming interview with Carthew rode his imagination like a nightmare. When the thought crossed his mind, I used to think I knew of it, and that the qualm appeared in his face visibly. Yet he would never flinch, necessity stalking at his back, famine his old pursuer talking in his ear, and I used to wonder whether I most admired or most despised this quivering heroism for evil. The image that occurred to me after his visit was just. I had been budded by a lamb, and the phase of life that I was now studying might be called the revolt of a sheep. It could be said of him that he had learned in sorrow what he taught in song or wrong, and his life was that of one of his victims. He was born in the back parts of the state of New York, his father a farmer who became subsequently bankrupt and went west, the lawyer and moneylender who had ruined this. Poor family seems to have conceived in the end a feeling of remorse. He turned the father out indeed, but he offered, in compensation, to charge himself with one of the sons, and Harry, the fifth child and already sickly, was chosen to be left behind. He made himself useful in the office, picked up the scattered rudiments of an education, read right and left, attended and debated at the Young Men's Christian Association, and in all his early years was the model for a good storybook. His landlady's daughter was his bane. He showed me her photograph. She was a big, handsome, dashing, dressy, vulgar hussy, without character, without tenderness, without mind, and as the result proved, without virtue. The sickly and timid boy was in the house. He was handy. When she was otherwise unoccupied, she used and played with him, Romeo and Cressida, till in that dreary life of a poor boy in a country town she grew to be the light of his days and the subject of his dreams. He worked hard, like Jacob, for a wife. He surpassed his patron in sharp practice. He was made head clerk, and the same. Night, encouraged by 100 freedoms, depressed by the sense of his youth and his infirmities, he offered marriage and was received with laughter. Not a year had passed before his master, conscious of growing infirmities, took him for a partner. He proposed again. He was accepted, led 2 years of troubled married life, and awoke one morning to find his wife had run away with a dashing drummer and had left him heavily in debt. The debt, and not the drummer, was supposed to be the cause of the hegira. She had concealed her liabilities. They were on the point of bursting forth. She was weary of bel airs, and she took the drummer as she might have taken a cab. The blow disabled her husband. His partner was dead. He was now alone in the business, for which he was no longer fit. The debts hampered him. Bankruptcy followed, and he fled from city to city, falling daily into lower practice. It is to be considered that he had been taught, and had learned as a delightful duty, a kind of business whose highest merit is to escape the commentaries of the bench, that of the usurious lawyer in a county town. With this training he was now shot, a penniless stranger, into the deeper gulfs of cities, and the result is scarce a thing to be surprised at. "Have you heard of your wife again?" I asked. He displayed a pitiful agitation. "I am afraid you will think ill of me," he said. "Have you taken her back?" I asked. "No, sir. I trust I have too much self-respect," he answered, "and, at least, I was never tempted. She won't come. She dislikes. She seems to have conceived a positive distaste for me, and yet I was considered an indulgent husband." "You are still in relations, then?" I asked. "I place myself in your hands, Mr. Dodd," he replied. "The world is very hard. I have found it bitter hard myself, bitter hard to live. How much worse for a woman, and one who has placed herself by her own misconduct. I am far from denying that in so unfortunate a position. In short, you support her? I suggested. I cannot deny it. I practically do, he admitted. It has been a millstone round my neck, but I think she is grateful. You can see for yourself. He handed me a letter in a sprawling, ignorant hand, but written with violet ink on fine, pink paper with a monogram. It was very foolishly expressed, and I thought, except for a few obvious cajoleries, very heartless and greedy in meaning. The writer said she had been sick, which I disbelieved, declared the last remittance was all gone in doctor's bills, for which I took the liberty of substituting dress, drink, and monograms, and prayed for an increase which I could only hope had been denied her. I think she is really grateful, he asked, with some eagerness as I returned it. I dare say, said I. Has she any claim on you? Oh, no, sir. I divorced her, he replied. I have a very strong sense of self-respect in such matters, and I divorced her immediately. What sort of life is she leading now? I asked. I will not deceive you, Mr. Dodd. I do not know. I make a point of not knowing. It appears more dignified. I has been very harshly criticized, he added, sighing. It will be seen that I had fallen into an ignominious intimacy with the man I had gone out to thwart. My pity for the creature, his admiration for myself, his pleasure in my society, which was clearly unassumed, were the bonds with which I was fettered. Perhaps I should add, in honesty, my own ill-regulated interest in the phases of life and human character. The fact is, at least, that we spent hours together daily, and that I was nearly as much on the forward deck as in the saloon. Yet all the while I could never forget he was a shabby trickster, embarked that very moment in a dirty enterprise. I used to tell myself at first that our acquaintance was a stroke of art, and that I was somehow fortifying Carthew. I told myself, I say, but I was no such fool as to believe it even then. In these circumstances I displayed the two chief qualities of my character on the largest scale, my helplessness and my instinctive love of procrastination, and fell upon a course of action so ridiculous that I blush when I recall it. We reached Liverpool one forenoon, the rain falling thickly and insidiously on the filthy town. I had no plans, beyond a sensible unwillingness to let my rascal escape, and I ended by going to the same inn with him, dining with him, walking with him in the wet streets, and hearing with him in a penny gaff that venerable piece, The Ticket of Leave Man. It was one of his first visits to a theatre. Against which places of entertainment he had a strong prejudice, and his innocent, pompous talk, innocent old quotations, and innocent reverence for the character of Hawkshaw delighted me beyond relief. In charity to myself, I dwell upon and perhaps exaggerate my pleasures. I have need of all conceivable excuses when I confess that I went to bed without one word upon the matter of Carthew, but not without having covenanted with my rascal for a visit to Chester the next day. At Chester we did the cathedral, walked on the walls, discussed Shakespeare and the musical glasses, and made a fresh engagement for the morrow. I do not know, and I am glad to have forgotten, how long these travels were continued. We visited, at least, by singular zigzags, Stratford, Warwick, Coventry, Gloucester, Bristol, Bath, and Wells. At each stage we spoke dutifully of the scene and its associations. I sketched, the Shister spouted poetry and copied epitaphs. Who could doubt we were the usual Americans, traveling with the design of self-improvement? Who was to guess that one was a blackmailer? Trembling to approach the scene of action, the other, a helpless amateur detective waiting on events. It is unnecessary to remark that none occurred, or none the least suitable with my design of protecting Carthew. Two trifles, indeed, completed though they scarcely changed my conception of the shipster. The first was observed in Gloucester, where we spent Sunday, and I proposed we should hear service in the cathedral. To my surprise, the creature had an ISM of his own, to which he was loyal, and he left me to go alone to the cathedral, or perhaps not to go at all, and stole off down a deserted alley to some Bethel or Ebenezer of the proper shade. When we met again at lunch, I rallied him, and he grew restive. "You need employ no circumlocutions with me, Mr. Dodd," he said suddenly. "You regard my behavior from an unfavorable point of view. You regard me, I much fear, as hypocritical." I was somewhat confused by the attack. "You know what I think of your trade," I replied lamely and coarsely. "Excuse me if I seem to press the subject," he continued, "but if you think my life erroneous, would you have me neglect the means of grace? Because you consider me in the wrong on one point, would you have me place myself on the wrong in all? Surely, sir, the church is for the sinner." "Did you ask a blessing on your present enterprise?" I sneered. He had a bad attack of St. Vitus. His face was changed and his eyes flashed. "I will tell you what I did," he cried. "I prayed for an unfortunate man and a wretched woman whom he tries to support. I cannot pretend that I found any repartee." The second incident was at Bristol, where I lost sight of my gentleman some hours. From this eclipse he returned to me with thick speech, wandering footsteps, and a back all whitened with plaster. I had half expected, yet I could have wept to see it. All disabilities were piled on that weak bat domestic misfortune, nervous disease, a displeasing exterior, empty pockets, and the slavery of vice. I will never deny that our prolonged conjunction was the result of double cowardice. Each was afraid to leave the other. Each was afraid to speak, or knew not what to say. Save for my ill-judged allusion at Gloucester, the subject uppermost in both our minds was buried. Cardew, Stallbridge, Le Cardew, Stallbridge, Minster, which we had long since and severally identified to be the nearest station. Even the name of Dorsetshire was studiously avoided, and yet we were making progress all the time, tacking across broad England like an unweatherly vessel on a wind, approaching our destination not openly but by a sort of flying sap. And at length, I can scarce tell how, we were set down by a dilatory butt end of local train on the untenanted platform of Stallbridge Minster. The town was ancient and compact, a domino of tiled houses and walled gardens, dwarfed by the disproportionate bigness of the church. From the midst of the thoroughfare which divided it in half, fields and trees were visible at either end, and through the sally port of every street there flowed in from the country a silent invasion of green grass. Bees and birds appeared to make the majority of the inhabitants. Every garden had its row of hives. The eaves of every house were plastered with the nests of swallows, and the pinnacles of the church were flickered about all day long by a multitude of wings. The town was a Roman foundation, and as I looked out that afternoon from the low windows of the inn, I should scarce have been surprised to see a centurion coming up the street with a fatigue draft of legionaries. In short, Stallbridge Minster was one of those towns which appear to be maintained by England for the instruction and delight of American Rambler, to which he seems guided by an instinct not less surprising than the setter's, and which he visits and quits with equal enthusiasm. I was not at all in the humor of the tourist. I had wasted weeks of time and accomplished nothing. We were on the eve of the engagement, and I had neither plans nor allies. I had thrust myself into the trade of private providence and amateur detective. I was spending money, and I was reaping disgrace. All the time I kept telling myself that I must at least speak, that this ignominious silence should have been broken long ago, and must be broken now. I should have broken it when he first proposed to come to Stallbridge Minster. I should have broken it in the train. I should break it there and then, on the inn doorstep, as the omnibus rolled off. I turned toward him at the thought. He seemed to wince. The words died on my lips, and I proposed instead that we should visit the Minster. While we were engaged upon this duty, it came on to rain in a manner worthy of the tropics. The vault reverberated. Every gargoyle instantly poured its full discharge. We waded back to the inn, ankle-deep in impromptu brooks, and the rest of the afternoon sat weather-bound, hearkening to the sonorous deluge. For 2 hours I talked of indifferent matters, laboriously feeding the conversation. For 2 hours my mind was quite made up to do my duty instantly, and at each particular instant I postponed it till the next. To screw up my faltering courage, I called at dinner for some sparkling wine. It proved, when it came to be, detestable. I could not put it to my lips, and Bellairs, who had as much palate as a weevil, was left to finish it himself. Doubtless the wine flushed him. Doubtless he may have observed my embarrassment of the afternoon. Doubtless he was conscious that we were approaching a crisis, and that evening, if I did not join with him, I must declare myself an open enemy. At least he fled. Dinner was done. This was the time when I had bound myself to break my silence. No more delays were to be. Allowed, no more excuses received. I went upstairs after some tobacco, which I felt to be a mere necessity in the circumstances, and when I returned, the man was gone. The waiter told me he had left the house. The rain still plumped like a vast shower bath over the deserted town. The night was dark and windless, the street lit glimmeringly from end to end, lamps, house windows, and the reflections in the rain pools all contributing. From a public house on the other side of the way, I heard a harp twang and a doleful voice upraised in the larboard watch, the anchors weighed, and other naval ditties. Where had my shister wandered? In all likelihood to that lyrical tavern. There was no choice of diversion. In comparison with Stallbridge Minster on a rainy night, a sheepfold would seem gay. Again I passed in review the points of my interview, on which I was always constantly resolved, so long as my adversary was absent from the scene, and again, they struck me as inadequate. From this dispiriting exercise I turned to the native amusements of the inn coffee-room, and studied for some time the mezzotints that frowned upon the wall. The railway guide, after showing me how soon I could leave Stallbridge and how quickly I could reach Paris, failed to hold my attention. An illustrated advertisement book of hotels brought me very low indeed, and when it came to the local paper, I could have wept. At this point I found a passing solace in a copy of Whitaker's Almanac, and obtained in 50 minutes more information than I have yet been able to use. Then a fresh apprehension assailed me. Suppose Bellairs had given me the slip? Suppose he was now rolling on the road to Stallbridge-le-Carrefour? Or perhaps there already, and laying before a very white-faced auditor his threats and propositions, a hasty person might have instantly pursued. Whatever I am not hasty, and I was aware of 3 grave objections. In the first place, I could not be certain that Bellairs was gone. In the second, I had no taste whatever for a long drive at that hour of the night, and in so merciless a rain. In the third, I had no idea how I was to get admitted if I went, and no idea what I should say if I got admitted. In short, I concluded, the whole situation is the merest farce. You have thrust yourself in where you had no business and have no power. You would be quite as useful in San Francisco, far happier in Paris, and being by the wrath of God at Stallbridge Minster, the wisest thing is to go quietly to bed. On the way to my room, I saw in a flash that which I ought to have done long ago, and which it was now too late to think of, written to Carthew, detailing the facts and describing Bellairs, letting him defend himself if he were able, and giving him time to flee if he were not. It was the last blow to my self-respect, and I flung myself into my bed with contumely. I had no guess what hour it was, when I was wakened by the entrance of Bellairs carrying a candle. He had been drunk, for he was bedaubed with mire from head to foot, but he was now sober and under the empire of some violent emotion which he controlled with difficulty. He trembled visibly, and more than once during the interview which followed, tears suddenly and silently overflowed his cheeks. "I have to ask your pardon, sir, for this untimely visit," he said. "I make no defense. I have no excuse. I have disgraced myself. I am properly punished. I appear before you to appeal to you in mercy for the most trifling aid, or, God help me, I fear I may go mad." "What on earth is wrong?" I asked. "I have been robbed," he said. "I have no defense to offer. It was of my own fault. I am properly punished." "But gracious goodness me," I cried, "who is there to rob you in a place like this?" "I can form no opinion," he replied. "I have no idea. I was lying in a ditch inanimate. This is a degrading confession, sir. I can only say in self-defense that perhaps in your good nature you have made yourself partly responsible for my shame. I am not used to these rich wines. In what form was your money?" "Perhaps it may be traced," I suggested. "It was in English sovereigns. I changed it in New York. I got very good exchange," he said, and then, with a momentary outbreak, "God in heaven, how I toiled for it!" he cried. "That doesn't sound encouraging," said I. "It may be worthwhile to apply to the police, but it doesn't sound a hopeful case." "And I have no hope in that direction," said Bellairs. "My hopes, Mr. Dodd, are all fixed upon yourself. I could easily convince you that a very small advance would be in the nature of an excellent investment, but I prefer to rely on your humanity. Our acquaintance began on an unusual footing, but you have now known me for some time. We have been some time, I was going to say we had been almost intimate. Under the impulse of instinctive sympathy, I have bared my heart to you, Mr. Dodd, as I have done to few, and I trust I may say that I feel sure you heard me with a kindly sentiment. This is what brings me to your side at this most inexcusable hour. But put yourself in my place. How could I sleep? How could I dream of sleeping in this blackness of remorse and despair? There was a friend at hand, so I ventured to think of you. It was instinctive. I fled to your side as the drowning man clutches at a straw. These expressions are not exaggerated. They scarcely serve to express the agitation of my mind. And think, sir, how easily you can restore me to hope and, I may say, to reason. A small loan, which shall be faithfully repaid. $500 would be ample." He watched me with burning eyes. "400 would do. I believe, Mr. Dodd, that I could manage with economy on 2, and then you will repay me out of Carthew's pocket," I said. "I am much obliged. But I will tell you what I will do. I will see you on board a steamer, pay your fare through to San Francisco, and place $50 in the purser's hands, to be given you in New York." He drank in my words. His face represented an ecstasy of cunning thought. I could read there plain as print that he but thought to overreach me. "And what am I to do in Fresco?" he asked. "I am disbarred. I have no trade, I cannot dig to beg. He paused in the citation. And you know that I am not alone, he added. Others depend upon me. I will write to Pinkerton, I returned. I feel sure he can help you to some employment, and in the meantime, and for 3 months after your arrival, he shall pay to yourself personally on the 1st and the 15th, $25. Mr. Dodd, I scarce believe you can be serious in this offer, he replied. Had you forgotten the circumstances of the case? Do you know these people are the magnates of the section? They were spoken of tonight in the saloon. Their wealth must amount to many millions of dollars in real estate alone. Their house is one of the sights of the locality, and you offer me a bribe of a few hundred. I offer you no bribe, Mr. Bellairs. I give you alms, I returned. I will do nothing to forward you in your hateful business, yet I would not willingly have you starve. Give me $100 then, and be done with it, he cried. I will do what I have said, and neither more nor less, said I. Take care, he cried. You are playing a fool's game. You are making an enemy for nothing. You will gain nothing by this. I warn you of it. And then, with one of his changes, $70, only 70 in mercy, Mr. Dodd, in common charity. Don't dash the bowl from my lips. You have a kindly heart. Think of my position. Remember my unhappy wife. You should have thought of her before, said I. I have made my offer, and I wish to sleep. Is that your last word, sir? Pray consider. Pray weigh both sides, my misery, your own danger. I warn you, I beseech you. Measure it well before you answer. So he half pleaded, half threatened me with clasped hands. My first word, and my last, said I. The change upon the man was shocking. In the storm of anger that now shook him, the lees of his intoxication rose again to the surface. His face was deformed, his words insane with fury. His pantomime, excessive in itself, was distorted by an access of St. Vitus. You will perhaps allow me to inform you of my cold opinion, he began, apparently self-possessed, truly bursting with rage. When I am a glorified saint, I shall see you howling for a drop of water and exult to see you. That your last word. Take it in your face, you spy, you false friend, you fat hypocrite. I defy and despise and spit upon you. I'm on the trail, his trail or yours. I smell blood. I'll follow it on my hands and knees. I'll starve to follow it. I'll hunt you down, hunt you down. If I were strong, I'd tear your vitals out, here in this room. Tear them out. I'd tear them out. Damn. You think me weak. I can bite to the blood, bite you, hurt you, disgrace you. He was thus incoherently raging when the scene was interrupted by the arrival of the landlord and inn servants in various degrees of deshabille, and to them I gave my temporary lunatic in charge. Take him to his room, I said, he's only drunk. These were my words, but I knew better. After all my study of Mr. Bellairs, one discovery had been reserved for the last moment, that of his latent and essential madness. Chapter 20. Stallbridge, Balish, Carthy W. Long before I was awake, the shyster had disappeared, leaving his bill unpaid. I did not need to inquire where he was gone. I knew too well. I knew there was nothing left me but to follow, and about 10 in the morning set forth in a gig for Stallbridge le Carthew. The road, for the first quarter of the way, deserts the valley of the river and crosses the summit of a chalk down, grazed over by flocks of sheep and haunted by innumerable larks. It was a pleasant but a vacant scene, arousing but not holding the attention, and my mind returned to the violent passage of the night before. My thought of the man I was pursuing had been greatly changed. I conceived of him, somewhere in front of me, upon his dangerous errand, not to be turned aside, not to be stopped by either fear or reason. I had called him a ferret. I conceived him now as a mad dog. Methought he would run, not walk. Methought, as he ran, that he would bark and froth at the lips. Methought, if the great wall of China were to rise across his path, he would attack it with his nails. Presently the road left the down, returned by a precipitous descent into the valley of the Stall, and ran thenceforward among enclosed fields and under the continuous shade of trees. I was told we had now entered on the Carthew property. By and by a battlemented wall appeared on the left hand, and a little after I had my first glimpse of the mansion. It stood in a hollow of a bosky park, crowded to a degree that surprised and even displeased me, with huge timber and dense shrubberies of laurel and rhododendron. Even from this low station and the thronging neighborhood of the trees, the pile rose conspicuous like a cathedral. Behind, as we continued to skirt the park wall, I began to make out a straggling town of offices which became conjoined to the rear with those of the home farm. On the left was an ornamental water sailed in by many swans. On the right extended a flower garden, laid in the old manner, and at this season of the year, as brilliant as stained glass. The front of the house presented a facade of more than 60 windows, surmounted by a formal pediment and raised upon a terrace. A wide avenue, part in gravel, part in turf, and bordered by triple alleys, ran to the great double gateways. It was impossible to look without surprise on a place that had been prepared through so many generations, had cost so many tons of minted gold, and was maintained in order by so great a company of emulous servants. And yet of these there was no sign but the perfection of their work. The whole domain was drawn to the line and reeded like the front plot of some suburban amateur, and I looked in vain for any belated gardener, and listened in vain for any sounds of labor. Some lowing of cattle and much calling of birds alone disturbed the stillness, and even the little hamlet, which clustered at the gates, appeared to hold its breath in awe of its great neighbor, like a troop of children who should have strayed into a king's anteroom. The Carthew Arms, the small but very comfortable inn, was a mere appendage and outpost of the family whose name it bore. Engraved portraits of bygone Carthews adorned the walls. Fielding Carthew, Recorder of the City of London. Major General John Carthew in uniform, commanding some military operations. The Right Honourable Bailey Carthew, Member of Parliament for Stallbridge, standing by a table and brandishing a document. Singleton Carthew, Esquire, represented in the foreground of a herd of cattle, doubtless at the desire of his tenantry, who had made him a compliment of this work of art, and the venerable Archdeacon, Archu, D.LL.D., A.M., laying his hand of a little child and a menander rail. So far as my memory serves me, there were no other pictures in this exclusive hostelry, and I was not surprised to learn that the landlord was an ex-butler, the landlady an ex-lady's maid, from the great house, and that the bar parlor was a sort of perquisite of former servants. To an American, the sense of the domination of this family over so considerable a tract of earth was even oppressive, and as I considered their simple annals, gathered from the legends of the engravings, surprise began to mingle with my disgust. Mr. Recorder doubtless occupies an honorable post, but I thought, that, in the course of so many generations, one Carthew might have clambered higher. The soldier had stuck at Major General, the churchman bloomed unremarked in an archidiaconate, and though the Right Honourable Bailey seemed to have sneaked into the Privy Council, I have still to learn what he did when he had got there. Such vast means, so long a start, and such a modest standard of achievement, struck in me a strong sense of the dullness of that race. I found that to come to the hamlet and not visit the hall would be regarded as a slight. To feed the swans, to see the peacocks and the Raphaels, for these commonplace people actually possessed 2 Raphaels to risk life and limb among a famous breed of cattle called the Cardew-Chillinghams, and to do homage to the sire still living of Donna Bristle, a renowned winner of the Oakses. These, it seemed, were the inevitable stations of the pilgrimage. I was not so foolish as to resist, for I might have need before I was done of general goodwill. And 2 pieces of news, Phil, in which changed my resignation to alacrity. It appeared in the first place that Mr. Norris was from home, traveling. In the second, that a visitor had been before me and already made the tour of the Carthew curiosities. I thought I knew who this must be. I was anxious to learn what he had done and seen, and fortune so far favored me that the under-gardener singled out to be my guide had already performed the same function for my predecessor. "Yes, sir," he said, "an American gentleman right enough. At least, I don't think he was quite a gentleman, but a very civil person." The person, it seems, had been civil enough to be delighted with the Carthew-Chillinghams, to perform the whole pilgrimage with rising admiration, and to have almost prostrated himself before the shrine of Donna Bristle's sire. "He told me, sir," continued the gratified under-gardener, "that he had often read of the stately tomes of England, but ours was the first he had the chance to." See, when he came to the ead of the long alley, he fetched his breath. "This is indeed a lordly domain," he cries, and it was natural he should be interested in the place, for it seems Mr. Carthew had been kind to him in the States. In fact, he seemed a grateful kind of person, and wonderful taken up with flowers. I heard this story with amazement. The phrases quoted told their own tale. They were plainly from the shyster's mint. A few hours back I had seen him a mere bedlamite and fit for a strait waistcoat. He was penniless in a strange country. It was highly probable he had gone without breakfast. The absence of Norris must have been a crushing blow. The man by all reason should have been despairing. And now I heard of him, clothes and in his right mind, deliberate, insinuating, admiring vistas, smelling flowers and talking like a book. The strength of character implied amazed and daunted me. "This is curious," I said to the under-gardener. "I have had the pleasure of some acquaintance with Mr. Carthew myself, and I believe none of our Western friends ever were in England. Who can this person be? He couldn't. No, that's impossible. He could never have had the impudence. His name was not Bellairs." "I didn't air the name, sir." "Do you know anything against him?" cried my guide. "Well," said I, "he is certainly not the person Carthew would like to have here in his absence." "Good gracious me!" exclaimed the gardener. He was so pleasant-spoken, too. I thought he was some form of a schoolmaster. "Perhaps, sir, you wouldn't mind going right up to Mr. Denman." I recommended him to Mr. Denman when he had done the grounds. "Mr. Denman is our butler, sir," he added. The proposal was welcome, particularly as affording me a graceful retreat from the neighborhood of the Carthew-Chillinghams, and, giving up our projected circuit, we took a short cut through the shrubbery and across the bowling green to the back quarters of the hall. The bowling green was surrounded by a great hedge of yew and entered by an archway in the quick. As we were issuing from this passage, my conductor arrested me. "The Honorable Lady Anne Carthew," he said in an august whisper, and looking over his shoulder, I was aware of an old lady with a stick, hobbling somewhat briskly along the garden path. She must have been extremely handsome in her youth, and even the limp with which she walked could not deprive her of an unusual and almost menacing dignity of bearing. Melancholy was impressed besides on every feature, and her eyes, as she looked straight before her, seemed to contemplate misfortune. "She seems sad," said I when she had hobbled past and we had resumed our walk. "She enjoy rather poor spirits, sir," responded the under gardener. "Mr. Cartshoe, the old gentleman, I mean, died less than a year ago. Lord Tillibody, her ladyship's brother, 2 months after. And then there was the sad business about the young gentleman. Killed in the Unting field, sir, and her ladyship's favourite, the present Mr. Norris, has never been so equally." "So I have understood," said I, persistently, and I think gracefully pursuing my inquiries and fortifying my position as a family friend. "Dear, dear, how sad! And has this changed poor Cartew's return, and all has this not mended matters?" "Well, no, sir, not a sign of it," was the reply. "Worse, we think, than ever." "Dear, dear!" said I again. "When Mr. Norris arrived, she did seem glad to see him," he pursued, "and we were all pleased, I'm sure, for no one knows the young gentleman but what likes him. Ah, sir, it didn't last long. That very night they had a talk and fell out or something. Her ladyship took on most painful. It was like old days, but worse. And the next morning Mr. Norris was off again upon his travels. 'Denman,' he said to Mr. Denman, 'Denman, I'll never come back,' he said, and shook him by the 'and. I wouldn't be saying all this to a stranger, sir," added my informant, overcome with a sudden fear lest he had gone too far. He had indeed told me much, and much that was unsuspected by himself. On that stormy night of his return, Cartew had told his story. The old lady had more upon her mind than mere bereavements, and among the mental pictures on which she looked as she walked staring down the path was one of Midway Island and the Flying Scud. Mr. Denman heard my inquiries with discomposure, but informed me the shyster was already gone. "Gone?" cried I. "Then what can he have come for? One thing I can tell you, it was not to see the house." "I don't see it could have been anything else," replied the butler. "You may depend upon it, it was," said I. "And whatever it was, he has got it. By the way, where is Mr. Carthew at present? I was sorry to find he was from home." "He is engaged in travelling, sir," replied the butler dryly. "Ah, bravo!" cried I. "I laid a trap for you there, Mr. Denman. Now I need not ask you. I am sure you did not tell this prying stranger." "To be sure not, sir," said the butler. "I went through the form of shaking him by the 'and, like Mr. Norris, not however with genuine enthusiasm. For I had failed ingloriously to get the address for myself, and I felt a sure conviction that Bellairs had done better, or he had still been here and still cultivating Mr. Denman. I had escaped the grounds and the cattle. I could not escape the house. A lady with silver hair, a slender silver voice, and a stream of insignificant information not to be diverted led me through the picture gallery, the music room, the great dining room, the long drawing room, the Indian room, the theatre, and every corner, as I thought of that interminable mansion. There was but one place reserved, the garden room, whither Lady Anne had now retired. I paused a moment on the outside of the door and smiled to myself. The situation was indeed strange, and these thin boards divided the secret of the Flying Scud. All the while, as I went to and fro, I was considering the visit and departure of Bellairs. That he had got the address, I was quite certain. That he had not got it by direct questioning, I was convinced. Some ingenuity, some lucky accident, had served him. A similar chance and equal ingenuity was required, or I was left helpless. The ferret must run down his prey, the great oaks fall, The Raffaelis be scattered, the house let to some stockbroker suddenly made rich, and the name which now filled the mouths of 5 or 6 parishes dwindled to a memory. Strange that such great matters, so old a mansion, a family so ancient and so dull, should come to depend for perpetuity upon the intelligence, the discretion, and the cunning of a Latin Quarter student. What Bellairs had done, I must do likewise. Chance or ingenuity? Ingenuity or chance, so I continued to ring the changes as I walked down the avenue, casting back occasional glances at the red brick facade and the twinkling windows of the house. How was I to command chance? Where was I to find the ingenuity? These reflections brought me to the door of the inn, and here, pursuant to my policy of keeping well with all men, I immediately smoothed my brow and accepted, being the only guest in the house, an invitation to dine with the family in the bar parlor. I sat down accordingly with Mr. Higgs the ex-butler, Mrs. Higgs the ex-lady's maid, and Miss Agnes Higgs, their frowsy-headed little girl, the least promising and, as the event showed, the most useful of the lot. The talk ran endlessly on the great house and the great family. The roast beef, the Yorkshire pudding, the jam roll, and the cheddar cheese came and went, and still the stream flowed on. Near 4 generations of Carthews were touched upon without eliciting one point of interest, and we had killed Mr. Henry in the hunting field, with a vast elaboration of painful circumstance, and buried him in the midst of a whole sorrowing county, before I could so much as manage friend, Minister friend, mids. At the name, the ex-butler grew diplomatic, and the ex-lady's maid tender. He was the only person of the whole featureless series who seemed to have accomplished anything worth mention, and his achievements, poor dog, seemed to have been confined to going to the devil and leaving some regrets. He had been the image of the Right Honorable Bailey, one of the lights of that dim house, and a career of distinction had been predicted of him in consequence almost from the cradle. But before he was out of long clothes, the cloven foot began to show. He proved to be no Carchew, developed a taste for low pleasures and bad company, went bird-nesting with the stable-boy before he was 11, and when he was near 20, and might have been expected to display at least some rudiments of the family gravity, he had no pride about him, I was told. He would sit down with any man, and it was somewhat woundingly implied that I was indebted to this peculiarity for my own acquaintance with the hero. Unhappily, Mr. Norris was not only eccentric, he was fast. His debts were still remembered at the university. Still more, it appeared, the highly humorous circumstances attending his expulsion. He was always fond of his jest, commented Mrs. Higgs. That he were, observed her lord, but it was after he went into the diplomatic service that the real trouble began. It seems, sir, that he went the pace extraordinary, said the ex-butler with a solemn gusto. His debts were something awful, said the lady's maid. And as nice a young gentleman all the time as you would wish to see. When word came to Mr. Carpew's ears, the turn-up was horrible, continued Mr. Higgs. I remember it as if it was yesterday. The bell was rung after her lordship was gone, which I answered it myself, supposing it were the coffee. There! With Mr. Carthew on his feet. Higgs, he says, pointing with his stick, for he had a turn of the gout, order the dog-cart instantly for this son of mine which has disgraced hisself. Mr. Norris say nothing. He sit there with his down, making belief to be looking at a walnut. You might have bowled me over with a straw, said Mr. Higgs. Had he done anything very bad, I asked. Not he, Mr. Dodsley, cried the lady. It was so she had conceived my name. He never did anything to all really wrong in his poor life. The whole affair was a disgrace. It was all rank favoritizing. Mrs. Higgs, cried the butler warningly. Well, what do I care? Retorted the lady, shaking her ringlets. You know it was yourself, Mr. Ikes, and so did every member of the staff. While I was getting these facts and opinions, I by no means neglected the child. She was not attractive, but fortunately she had reached the corrupt age of 7, when half a crown appears about as large as a saucer and is fully as rare as the dodo. For a shilling down, 6 pence in her money box, and an American gold dollar which I happened to find in my pocket, I bought the creature's soul and body. She declared her intention to accompany me to the ends of the earth, and had to be chidden by her sire for drawing comparisons between myself and her Uncle William, highly damaging to the latter. Dinner was scarce done, the cloth was not yet removed, when Miss Agnes must needs climb into my lap with her stamp album, a relic of the generosity of Uncle William. There are few things I despise more than old stamps, unless perhaps it be crests, for cattle from the Carthew Chillinghams down to the old gatekeeper's milk cow in the lane Contempt is far from being my first sentiment. But it seemed I was doomed to pass that day in viewing curiosities and smothering a yawn. I devoted myself once more to tread the well-known round. I fancy Uncle William must have begun the collection himself and tired of it, for the book to my surprise was quite respectably filled. There were the varying shades of the English penny, Russians with the colored heart, old undecipherable Thurn Untaxis, obsolete triangular Cape of Good Hopes, Swan Rivers with the swan, and Guyanas with the sailing ship. Upon all these I looked with the eyes of a fish and the spirit of a sheep. I think indeed I was at times asleep, and it was probably in one of these moments that I capsized the album, and there fell from the end of it, upon the floor, a considerable number of what I believed to be called exchanges. Here, against all probability, my chance had come to me, for as I gallantly picked them up, I was struck with the disproportionate amount of 5 sous French stamps. Someone, I reasoned, must write very regularly from France to the neighborhood of Stalbridge-le-Carthew. Could it be Norris? On one stamp I made out an initial C. Upon a second I got as far as CH. Beyond which point the postmark used was in every instance undecipherable. CH. When you consider that about a quarter of the towns in France begin with Chateau, was an insufficient clue, and I promptly annexed the plainest of the collection in order to consult the post office. The wretched infant took me in the fact. "Naughty man, to teal my tamp!" she cried, and when I would have brazened it off with the denial, recovered and displayed the stolen article. My position was now highly false, and I believe it was in mere pity that Mrs. Higgs came to my rescue with a welcome proposition. If the gentleman was really interested in stamps, she said, probably supposing me a monomaniac on the point, he should see Mr. Denman's album. Mr. Denman had been collecting 40 years, and his collection was said to be worth a mint of money. "Agnes," she went on, "if you were a kind little girl, you would run over to the 'all tell Mr. Denman there's a connoisseur in the 'ouse, and ask him if one of the young gentlemen might bring the album down. I should like to see his exchanges too," I cried, rising to the occasion. "I may have some of mine in my pocketbook, and we might trade." Half an hour later Mr. Denman arrived himself with the most unconscionable volume under his arm. "Ah, sir," he cried, "when I 'eard you was a collector, I dropped all. It's a saying of mine, Mr. Dodsley, that collecting stamps makes all collectors kin. It's a bond, sir, it creates a bond. Upon the truth of this, I cannot say, but there is no doubt that the attempt to pass yourself off for a collector falsely creates a precarious situation. Ah, here's the second issue," I would say, after consulting the legend at the side. "The pink, no, I mean the mauve. Yes, that's the beauty of this lot, though Of course, as you say, I would hasten to add, this yellow on the thin paper is more rare. Indeed, I must certainly have been detected had I not plied Mr. Dinman in self-defense with his favorite liquor, a port so excellent that it could never have ripened in the cellar of the Carthew Arms, but must have been transported, under cloud of night, from the neighboring vaults of the great house. At each dread of exposure, and in particular whenever I was directly challenged for an opinion, I made haste to fill the butler's glass, and by the time we had got to the exchanges, he was in a condition in which no stamp collector need be seriously feared. God forbid I should hint that he was drunk. He seemed incapable of the necessary liveliness. But the man's eyes were set, and so long as he was suffered to talk without interruption, he seemed careless of my heeding him. In Mr. Dinman's exchanges, as in those of little Agnes, the same peculiarity was to be remarked, an undue preponderance of that despicably common stamp, the French 25 centimes. And here joining them in stealthy review, I found the C and the CH, then something of an A just following, and then a terminal Y. Here was also the whole name spelt out to me. It seemed familiar too, and yet for some time I could not bridge the imperfection. Then I came upon another stamp, in which an L was legible before the Y, and in a moment the word leaped up complete. Chailly, that was the name. Chailly en Bière, the post town of Barbizon. Ah, there was the very place for any man to hide himself. There was the very place for Mr. Norris, who had rambled over England making sketches, the very place for Godedale, who had left a palette knife on board the Flying Scud. Singular indeed that while I was drifting over England with the shyster, the man we were in quest of awaited me at my own ultimate destination. Whether Mr. Dinman had shown his album to Bellairs, whether, indeed, Bellairs could have caught as I did this hint from an obliterated postmark, I shall never know, and it mattered not. We were equal now. My task at Stallbridge-le-Carthew was accomplished. My interest in postage stamps died shamelessly away. The astonished Denman was bowed out, and ordering the horse to be put in, I plunged into the study of the timetable. Chapter 21. Face to Face. I fell from the skies on Barbizon about 2 o'clock of a September afternoon. It is the dead hour of the day. All the workers have gone painting, all the idlers strolling, in the forest or the plain. The winding causewayed street is solitary, and the inn deserted. I was the more pleased to find one of my old companions in the dining room. His town clothes marked him for a man in the act of departure, and indeed his portmanteau lay beside him on the floor. "Why, Stennis," I cried, "you're the last man I expected to find here." "You won't find me here long," he replied. "King Pandion, he is dead, all his friends are lapped in lead. For men of our antiquity, the poor old shop is played out. I have had playmates, I have had companions," I quoted in return. We were both moved, I think, to meet again in this scene of our old pleasure parties, so unexpectedly, after so long an interval, and both already so much altered. "That is the sentiment," he replied. All are gone, the old familiar faces. I have been here a week, and the only living creature who seemed to recollect me was the Pharian. Bar the Sarns, of course, and the perennial Bodmer. "Is there no survivor?" I inquired. "Of our geological epoch? Not one," he replied. "This is the city of Petra in Edom." "And what sort of Bedouins encamp among the ruins?" I asked. "Youth, Dodd, youth. Blooming, conscious youth," he returned. "Such a gang, such reptiles. To think we were like that. I wonder Siren didn't sweep us from his premises." "Perhaps we weren't so bad," I suggested. "Don't let me depress you," said he. We were both Anglo-Saxons anyway, and the only redeeming feature today is another. The thought of my quest, a moment driven out by this rencounter, revived in my mind. "Who is he?" I cried. "Tell me about him." "What, the redeeming feature?" said he. "Well, he's a very pleasing creature, rather dim and dull and genteel, but really pleasing. He is very British though, the artless Briton. Perhaps you'll find him too much so for the transatlantic nerves. Come to think of it, on the other hand, you ought to get on famously. He is an admirer of your great republic in one of its, excuse me, shoddiest features. He takes in and sedulously reads a lot of American papers. I warned you he was artless." "What papers are they?" cried I. "San Francisco papers," said he. "He gets a bale of them about twice a week and studies them like the Bible. That's one of his weaknesses. Another is to be incalculably rich. He has taken Masson's old studio, you remember, at the corner of the road. He has furnished it regardless of expense, and lives there surrounded with vins fins and works of art. When the youth of today goes up to the Caverne des Brigands to make punch, they do all that we did, like some nauseous form of ape I never appreciated before. What a creature of tradition mankind is this. Madden follows with a basket of champagne. I told him he was wrong and the punch tasted better, but he thought the boys liked the style of the thing, and I suppose they do. He's a very good-natured soul, and a very melancholy and rather a helpless. Oh, and he has a third weakness which I came near forgetting. He paints. He has never been taught, and he's past 30, and he paints." "How?" I asked. "Rather well, I think," was the reply. "That's the annoying part of it. See for yourself, that panel is his." I stepped toward the window. It was the old familiar room, with the table set like a Greek pea, and the sideboard, and the aphasiac piano, and the panels on the wall. There were Romeo and Juliet, Antwerp from the river, Enfield's ships among the ice, and the huge huntsman winding a huge horn, mingled with them a few new ones, the thin crop of a succeeding generation, not better and not worse. It was to one of these I was directed, a thing coarsely and wittily handled, mostly with the palette knife, the color in some parts excellent, the canvas in others loaded with mere clay. But it was the scene, and not the art or one of it, that riveted my notice. The foreground was a sand and scrub and wreckwood, in the middle distance the many-hued and smooth expanse of a lagoon, enclosed by a wall of breakers. Beyond, a blue strip of ocean. The sky was cloudless, and I could hear the surf break, for the place was Midway Island, the point of view the very spot at which I had landed with the captain for the first time and from which I had re-embarked the day before we sailed. I had already been gazing for some seconds before my attention was arrested by a blur on the sea line, and stooping to look I recognized the smoke of a steamer. "Yes," said I, turning toward Stennis, "it has merit. What is it?" "A fancy piece," he returned. "That's what pleased me. So few of the fellows in our time had the imagination of a garden snail." "Madden, you say his name is?" I pursued. "Madden," he repeated. "Has he traveled much?" I inquired. "I haven't an idea. He is one of the least autobiographical of men. He sits and smokes and giggles, and sometimes he makes small jests, but his contributions to the art of pleasing are generally confined to looking like a gentleman and being one. No," added Stennis, "he'll never suit you, Dodd. You like more head on your liquor. You'll find him as dull as ditch water." "Has he big blonde side whiskers like tusks?" I asked, mindful of the photograph of Goddeval. "Certainly not. Why should he?" was the reply. Does he write many letters? I continued. God knows, said Stennis. What is wrong with you? I never saw you taken this way before. The fact is, I think I know the man, said I. I think I'm looking for him. I rather think he is my long-lost brother. Not twins, anyway, returned Stennis, and about the same time a carriage driving up to the inn, he took his departure. I walked till dinner time in the plain, keeping to the fields, for I instinctively shunned observation and was racked by many incongruous and impatient feelings. Here was a man whose voice I had once heard, whose doings had filled so many days of my life with interest and distress, whom I had lain awake to dream of like a lover. And now his hand was on the door. Now we were to meet. Now I was to learn at last the mystery of the substituted crew. The sun went down over the plain of the Angelus, and as the hour approached, my courage lessened. I let the laggard peasants pass me on the homeward way. The lamps were lit, the soup was served, the company were all at table, and the room sounded already with multitudinous talk before I entered. I took my place and found I was opposite to Madden. Over 6 feet high and well set up, the hair dark and streaked with silver, the eyes dark and kindly, the mouth very good-natured, the teeth admirable, linen and hands exquisite, English clothes, an English voice, an English voice, an English bearing, the man stood out conspicuous from the company. Yet he had made himself at home, and seemed to enjoy a certain quiet popularity among the noisy boys of the table d'hôte. He had an odd silver giggle of a laugh that sounded nervous even when he was really amused, and accorded ill with his big stature and manly, melancholy face. This laugh fell in continually all through dinner, like the note of the triangle in a piece of modern French music, and he had at times a kind of pleasantry, rather of manner than of words, with which he started or maintained the merriment. He took his share in these diversions, not so much like a man in high spirits, but like one of an approved good nature, habitually self-forgetful, accustomed to please and to follow others. I have remarked in old soldiers much the same smiling sadness and sociable self. Effacement. I feared to look at him, lest my glances should betray my deep excitement, and chance served me so well that the soup was scarce removed before we were naturally introduced. My first sip of Chateau Siren, a vintage from which I had been long estranged, startled me into speech. "Oh, this'll never do," I cried in English. "Dreadful stuff, isn't it?" said Madden in the same language. "Do let me ask you to share my bottle. They call it Chambertin, which it isn't, but it's fairly palatable, and there's nothing in this house that a man can drink at all." I accepted. Anything would do that paved the way to better knowledge. "Your name is Madden, I think," said I. "My old friend Stennis told me about you when I came." "Yes, I am sorry he went. I feel such a grandfather William alone among all these lads," he replied. "My name is Dodd," I resumed. "Yes," said he, "so Madame Siren told me." "Dodd of San Francisco," I continued, "late of Pinkerton and Dodd. Montana block, I think," said he. "The same," said I. Neither of us looked at each other, but I could see his hand deliberately making bread pills. "That's a nice thing of yours," I pursued. "That panel. The foreground is a little clay, perhaps, but the lagoon is excellent." "You ought to know," said he. "Yes," returned I. "I'm rather a good judge of that panel." There was a considerable pause. "You know a man by the name of Bellairs, don't you?" He resumed. "Ah!" cried I. "You have heard from Dr. Urquhart." "This very morning," he replied. "Well, there is no hurry about Bellairs," said I. "It's rather a long story and rather a silly one. But I think we have a good deal to tell each other, and perhaps we had better wait till we are more alone." "I think so," said he. "Not that any of these fellows know English, but will be more comfortable over in my place. Your health, Dodd." And we took wine together across the table. Thus had this singular introduction passed unperceived in the midst of more than 30 persons, art students, ladies in dressing gowns and covered with rice powder, 6 foot of Ciron whisking dishes over our head, and his noisy sons clattering in and out with fresh relays. "One question more," said I. "Did you recognize my voice?" "Your voice," he repeated. "How should I? I had never heard it. We have never met." "And yet, we have been in conversation before now," said I, "and I asked you a question which you never answered, and which I have since had many thousand better reasons for putting to myself." He turned suddenly white. "Good God!" he cried. "Are you the man in the—" "Telephone?" I nodded. "Well, well," said he, "it would take a good deal of magnanimity to forgive you that. What nights I have passed! That little whisper has whistled in my ear ever since, like the wind in a keyhole. Who could it be? What could it mean? I suppose I have had more real, solid misery out of that." He paused and looked troubled. "Though I had more to bother me, or ought to have," he added, and slowly emptied his glass. "It seems we were born to drive each other crazy with conundrums," said I. "I have often thought my head would split." Carthew burst into his foolish laugh. "And yet neither you nor I had the worst of the puzzle," he cried. "There were others deeper in." "And who were they?" I asked. "The underwriters," said he. "Why, to be sure," cried I. "I never thought of that. What could they make of it?" "Nothing," replied Carthew. "It couldn't be explained. They were a crowd of small dealers at Lloyd's who took it up in syndicate. One of them has a carriage now, and people say he is a deuce of a deep fellow and has the makings of a great financier. Another furnished a small villa on the profits. But they're all hopelessly muddled, and when they meet each other, they don't know where to look, like the augurs." Dinner was no sooner at an end than he carried me across the road to Masson's old studio. It was strangely changed. On the walls were tapestry, a few good, etchings, and some amazing pictures, a Rousseau, a Corot, a really superb old Chrome, a Whistler, and a piece which my host claimed and I believed to be a Titian. The room was furnished with comfortable English smoking room chairs, some American rockers, and an elaborate business table. Spirits and soda water with the mark of Sheppe no less stood ready on a butler's tray, and in one corner, behind a half-drawn curtain, I spied a cap bed and a capacious tub. Such a room in Barbizon astonished the beholder, like the glories of the cave of Monte Cristo. "Now," said he, "we are quiet. Sit down, if you don't mind, and tell me your story all through." I did as he asked, beginning with the day when Jim showed me the passage in the Daily Occidental, and winding up with the stamp album and the Chailly postmark. It was a long business, and Carthew made it longer, for he was insatiable of details, and it had struck midnight on the old 8-day clock in the corner before I had made an end. "And now," said he, "turn about. I must tell you my side, much as I hate it. Mine is a beastly story. You'll wonder how I can sleep. I've told it once before, Mr. Dodd." "To Lady Anne?" I asked. "As you suppose," he answered. "And to say the truth, I had sworn never to tell it again. Only, you seem somehow entitled to the thing. You have paid dear enough, God knows, and God knows I hope you may like it, now you've got it." With that he began his yarn. A new day had dawned. The coxcrew in the village and the early woodmen were afoot, when he concluded. Chapter 22. The Remittance Man. Singleton Cardew, the father of Norris, was heavily built and feebly vitalized, sensitive as a musician, dull as a sheep, and conscientious as a dog. He took his position with seriousness, even with pomp. The long rooms, the silent servants, seemed in his eyes like the observances of some religion of which he was the mortal god. He had the stupid man's intolerance of stupidity in others, the vain man's exquisite alarm lest it should be detected in himself. And on both sides Norris irritated and offended him. He thought his son a fool, and he suspected that his son returned the compliment with interest. The history of their relation was simple. They met seldom, they quarreled often. To his mother, a fiery, pungent, practical woman, already disappointed in her husband and her elder son, Norris was only a fresh disappointment. Yet the lad's faults were no great matter. He was diffident, placable, passive, unambitious, unenterprising. Life did not much attract him. He watched it like a curious and dull exhibition, not much amused, and not tempted in the least to. Take apart. He beheld his father ponderously grinding sand, his mother fierily breaking butterflies, his brother laboring at the pleasures of the hawbuck with the ardor of a soldier in a doubtful battle, and the vital septic looked on wondering. They were careful and troubled about many things. For him, there seemed not even one thing needful. He was born disenchanted. The world's promises awoke no echo in his bosom. The world's activities and the world's distinctions seemed to him equally without a base in fact. He liked the open air. He liked comradeship. It mattered not with whom. His comrades were only a remedy for solitude. And he had a taste for painted art. An array of fine pictures looked upon his childhood, and from these roods of jeweled canvas he received an indelible impression. The gallery at Stalbridge betokened generations of picture lovers. Norris was perhaps the first of his race to hold the pencil. The taste was genuine. It grew and strengthened with his growth, and yet he suffered it to be suppressed with scarce a struggle. Time came for him to go to Oxford, and he resisted faintly. He was stupid, he said. It was no good to put him through the mill. He wished to be a painter. The words fell on his father like a thunderbolt, and Norris made haste to give way. It didn't really matter, don't you know, said he, and it seemed an awful shame to vex the old boy. To Oxford he went obediently, hopelessly, and at Oxford became the hero of a certain circle. He was active and adroit. When he was in the humor, he excelled in many sports, and his singular melancholy detachment gave him a place apart. He set a fashion in his clique. Envious undergraduates sought to parody his unaffected lack of zeal and fear. It was a kind of new Byronism, more composed and dignified. Nothing really mattered. Among other things, this formula embraced Adon's, and though he always meant to be civil, the effect on the college authorities was one of startling rudeness. His indifference cut like insolence, and in some outbreak of his constitutional levity, the complement of his melancholy, he was sent down in the middle of the second year. The event was new in the annals of the Carthews, and Singleton was prepared to make the most of it. It had been long his practice to prophesy for his second son a career of ruin and disgrace. There is an advantage in this artless parental habit. Doubtless the father is interested in his son, but doubtless also the prophet grows to be interested in his prophecies. If the one goes wrong, the others come true. Old Carthew drew from this source esoteric consolations. He dwelt at length on his own foresight. He produced variations hitherto unheard from the old theme, I told you so, coupled his son's name with the gallows and the hulks, and spoke of his small handful of college debts as though he must raise money on a mortgage to discharge them. I don't think that is fair, sir, said Norris. I lived at college exactly as you told me. I am sorry I was sent down, and you have a perfect right to blame me for that, but you have no right to pitch into me about these debts. The effect upon a stupid man not unjustly incensed need scarcely be described. For a while, Singleton raved. "I'll tell you what, father," said Norris at last, "I don't think this is going to do. I think you had better let me take to painting. It's the only thing I take a spark of interest in. I shall never be steady as long as I'm at anything else." "When you stand here, sir, to the neck in disgrace," said the father, "I should have hoped you would have had more good taste than to repeat this levity." The hint was taken. The levity was never more obtruded on the father's notice, and Norris was inexorably launched upon a backward voyage. He went abroad to study foreign languages, which he learned at a very expensive rate, and a fresh crop of debts fell soon to be paid, with similar lamentations, which were in this case perfectly justified, and to which Norris paid no regard. He had been unfairly treated over the Oxford affair, and with a spice of malice very surprising in one. So placable, and an obstinacy remarkable in one so weak, refused from that day forward to exercise the least captaincy on his expenses. He wasted what he would. He allowed his servants to despoil him at their pleasure. He sowed insolvency, and when the crop was ripe, notified his father with exasperating calm. His own capital was put in his hands. He was planted in the diplomatic service, and told he must depend upon himself. He did so till he was 25, by which time he had spent his money, laid in a handsome choice of debts, and acquired, like so many other melancholic and uninterested persons, a habit of gambling. An Austrian colonel, the same who afterwards hanged himself at Monte Carlo, gave him a lesson which lasted 22 hours, and left him wrecked and helpless. Old Singleton once more repurchased the honor of his name, this time at a fancy figure, and Norris was set afloat again on stern conditions. An allowance of £300 in the year was to be paid to him quarterly by a lawyer in Sydney, New South. Wales. He was not to write. Should he fail on any quarter day to be in Sydney, he was to be held for dead and the allowance tacitly withdrawn. Should he return to Europe, an advertisement publicly disowning him was to appear in every paper of repute. It was one of his most annoying features as a son that he was always polite, always just, and in whatever whirlwind of domestic anger, always calm. He expected trouble. When trouble came, he was unmoved. He might have said with Singleton, "I told you so." He was content with thinking, "just as I expected." On the fall of these last thunderbolts, he bore himself like a person only distantly interested in the event, pocketed the money and the reproaches, obeyed orders punctually, took ship, and came to Sydney. Some men are still lads at 25, and so it was with Norris. 18 days after he landed, his quarter's allowance was all gone, and with the light-hearted hopefulness of strangers in what is called a new country, he began to besiege offices and apply for all manner of incongruous situations. Everywhere, and last of all from his lodgings, he was bowed out, and found himself reduced in a very elegant suit of summer tweeds to herd and camp with the degraded outcasts of the city. In this strait, he had recourse to the lawyer who paid him his allowance. "Try to remember that my time is valuable, Mr. Carthew," said the lawyer. "It is quite unnecessary you should enlarge on the peculiar position in which you stand. Remittance men, as we call them here, are not so rare in my experience, and in such cases I act upon a system. I make you a present of a sovereign. Here it is. Every day you choose to call, My clerk will advance you a shilling. On Saturday, since my office is closed on Sunday, he will advance you half a crown. My conditions are these: that you do not come to me, but to my clerk; that you do not come here the worse of liquor, and you go away the moment you are paid and have signed a receipt. I wish you a good morning. I have to thank you, I suppose, said Carthew. My position is so wretched that I cannot even refuse this starvation allowance. Starvation, said the lawyer, smiling. No man will starve here on a shilling a day. I had on my hands another young gentleman who remained continuously intoxicated for 6 years on the same allowance. And he once more busied himself with his papers. In the time that followed, the image of the smiling lawyer haunted Carthew's memory. That 3 minutes' talk was all the education I ever had worth talking of, says he. It was all life in a nutshell. Confound it! I thought, have I got to the point of envying that ancient fossil? Every morning for the next 2 or 3 weeks, the stroke of 10 found Norris, unkempt and haggard, at the lawyer's door. The long day and longer night he spent in the domain, now on a bench, now on the grass under a Norfolk island. Pine, the companion of perhaps the lowest class on earth, the larrikins of Sydney. Morning after morning, the dawn behind the lighthouse recalled him from slumber, and he would stand and gaze upon the changing east, the fading lenses, the smokeless city, and the many-armed and many-masted harbor growing slowly clear under his eyes. His bedfellows, so to call them, were less active. They lay sprawled upon the grass and benches, the dingy men, the frowsy women, prolonging their late repose. And Carthew wandered among the sleeping bodies alone, and cursed the incurable stupidity of his behavior. Day brought a new society of nursery maids and children, and fresh-dressed, and I am sorry to say, tight-laced maidens and gay people in rich traps, upon the skirts of which Carthew and the other blackguards, his own bitter phrase, skulked, and chewed grass, and looked on. Day passed, the light died, the green and leafy precincts sparkled with lamps or lay in shadow, and the round of the night began again. The loitering women, the lurking men, the sudden outburst of screams, the sound of flying feet. You mayn't believe it, says Carthew, but I got to that pitch that I didn't care a hang. I have been wakened out of my sleep to hear a woman screaming, and I have only turned upon my other side. Yes, it's a queer place, where the dowagers and the kids walk all day, and at night you can hear people bawling for help, as if it was the forest of Bondi, with the lights of a great town all round, and parties spinning through in cabs from Government House, and dinner with my lord. It was Norris's diversion, having none other, to scrape acquaintance, where, how, and with whom he could. Many a long dull talk he held upon the benches or the grass. Many a strange waif he came to know. Many strange things he heard, and saw some that were abominable. It was to one of these last that he owed his deliverance from the domain. For some time the rain had been merciless. One night after another he had been obliged to squander 4 pence on a bed and reduce his board to the remaining 8 pence, and he sat one morning near the great Macquarie Street entrance, hungry, for he had gone without breakfast, and wet as he had already been for several days, when the cries of an animal in distress attracted his attention. Some 50 yards away, in the extreme angle of the grass, a party of the chronically unemployed had got hold of a dog, whom they were torturing in a manner not to be described. The heart of Norris, which had grown indifferent to the cries of human anger or distress, woke at the appeal of the dumb creature. He ran amongst the larrikins, scattered them, rescued the dog, and stood at bay. They were 6 in number, shambling gallows birds. But for once, the proverb was right. Cruelty was coupled with cowardice, and the wretches cursed him and made off. It chanced that this act of prowess had not passed unwitnessed. On a bench nearby, there was seated a shopkeeper's assistant out of employ, a diminutive, cheerful, red-headed creature by the name of Hemstead. He was the last man to have interfered himself, for his discretion more than equaled his valor. But he made haste to congratulate Carthew and to warn him. He might not always be so fortunate. They're a dangerous lot of people about this park. My word, it doesn't do to ply with them. He observed in that RYCY Australian English, which as it has received the imprimatur of Mr. Froude, we should all make haste to imitate. Why, I'm one of that lot myself, returned Carthew. Hemstead laughed and remarked that he knew a gentleman when he saw one. For all that, I am simply one of the unemployed, said Carthew, seating himself beside his new acquaintance, as he had sat since this experience began beside so many dozen others. I'm out of a place myself, said Hemstead. You beat me all the way and back, says Carthew. My trouble is that I have. Never been in one. I suppose you've no tried, eh? Asked Hemstead. I know how to spend money, replied Carthew, and I really do know something of horses, and something of the sea. But the unions head me off. If it weren't for them, I might have had a dozen berths. My word, cried the sympathetic listener. Ever try the mounted police? He inquired. I did, and was bowled out, was the reply. Couldn't pass the doctors. Well, what do you think of the railways, then? Asked Hemstead. What do you think of them, if you come to that? Asked Carthew. Oh, I don't think of them. I don't go in for manual labor, said the little. Man proudly. But if a man don't mind that, he's pretty sure of a job there. By George, you tell me where to go, cried Carthew, rising. The heavy rains continued. The country was already overrun with floods. The railway system daily required more hands. Daily the superintendent advertised, but the unemployed preferred the resources of charity and rapine, and a navvy, even an amateur navvy, commanded money in the market. The same night, after a tedious journey and a change of trains to pass a landslip, Norris found himself in a muddy cutting behind South Clifton, attacking his first shift of manual labor. For weeks the rain scarce relented. The whole front of the mountain slid seaward from above. Avalanches of clay, rock, and uprooted forest spewed over the cliffs and fell upon the beach or in the breakers. Houses were carried bodily away and smashed like nuts. Others were menaced and deserted, the door locked. The chimney cold, the dwellers fled elsewhere for safety. Night and day the fire blazed in the encampment. Night and day hot coffee was served to the overdriven toilers in the shift. Night and day the engineer of the section made his rounds with words of encouragement, hearty and rough and well suited to his men. Night and day, too, the telegraph clicked with disastrous news and anxious inquiry. Along the terraced line of rail, rare trains came creeping and signaling, and paused at the threatened corner like living things conscious of peril. The commandant of the post would hastily review his labors, make with a dry throat the signal to advance, and the whole squad line the way and look on in a choking silence, or burst into a brief cheer as the train cleared the point of danger and shot on, perhaps through the thin sunshine between squalls, perhaps with blinking lamps into the gathering rainy twilight. One such scene Carthew will remember till he dies. It blew great guns from the seaward. A huge surf bombarded 500 feet below him, the steep. Mountain's foot. Close in was a vessel in distress, firing shots from a fowling piece, if any help might come. So he saw and heard her the moment before the train appeared and paused, throwing up a Babylonian tower of smoke into the rain, and oppressing men's hearts with the scream of her whistle. The engineer was there himself. He paled as he made the signal. The engine came at a foot's pace, but the whole bulk of mountain shook and seemed to nod seaward, and the watching navvies instinctively clutched at shrubs and trees, vain precautions, vain as the shots from the poor sailors. Once again fear was disappointed. The train passed unscathed, and Norris, drawing a long breath, remembered the laboring ship and glanced below. She was gone. So the days and the nights passed, Homeric labor in Homeric circumstance. Carthew was sick with sleeplessness and coffee. His hands, softened by the wet, were cut to ribbons. Yet he enjoyed a peace of mind and health of body, hitherto unknown. Plenty of open air, plenty of physical exertion, a continual instancy of toil. Here was what had been hitherto lacking in that misdirected life, and the true cure of vital skepticism. To get the train through, there was the recurrent problem. No time remained to ask if it were necessary. Carthew, the idler, the spendthrift, the drifting dilettante, was soon remarked, praised, and advanced. The engineer swore by him and pointed him out for an example. "I've a new chum up here," Norris overheard him saying. "A young swell. He's worth any two in the squad." The words fell on the ears of the discarded son like music. And from that moment he not only found an interest, he took a pride in his plebeian tasks. The press of work was still at its highest when quarter day approached. Norris was now raised to a position of some trust. At his discretion, trains were stopped or forwarded at the dangerous cornice near North Clifton, and he found in this responsibility both terror and delight. The thought of the £75 that would soon await him at the lawyer's, and of his own obligation to be present every quarter day in Sydney, filled him for a little with divided counsels. Then he made up his mind, walked in a slack moment to the inn at Clifton, ordered a sheet of paper and a bottle of beer, and wrote explaining that he held a good appointment which he would lose if he came to Sydney, and asking the lawyer to accept this letter as an evidence of his presence in the colony, and retain the money till next quarter day. The answer came in course of post, and was not merely favorable but cordial. "Although what you propose is contrary to the terms of my instructions," it ran, "I willingly accept the responsibility of granting your request. I should say I am agreeably disappointed in your behavior. My experience has not led me to found much expectations on gentlemen in your position." The rains abated, and the temporary labor was discharged. Not Norris, to whom the engineer clung as to found money. Not Norris, who found himself a ganger on the line in the regular staff of navvies. His camp was pitched in a grey wilderness of rock and forest, far from any house. As he sat with his mates about the evening fire, the trains passing on the track were their next, and indeed their only neighbors, except the wild things of the wood. Lovely weather, light and monotonous employment, long hours of somnolent campfire talk, long sleepless nights, when he reviewed his foolish and fruitless career as he rose and walked in the moonlit forest, an occasional paper of which he would read all, the advertisements with as much relish as the text. Such was the tenor of an existence which soon began to weary and harass him. He lacked and regretted the fatigue, the furious hurry, the suspense, the fires, the midnight coffee, the rude and mud-bespattered poetry of the first toilful weeks. In the quietness of his new surroundings, a voice summoned him from this exorbital part of life, and about the middle of October he threw up his situation and bade farewell to the camp of tents and the shoulder of Bald Mountain, clad in his rough clothes, with a bundle on his shoulder and his accumulated wages in his pocket, he entered Sydney for the second time and walked with pleasure and some bewilderment in the cheerful streets like a man landed from a voyage. The sight of the people led him on. He forgot his necessary errands. He forgot to eat. He wandered in moving multitudes like a stick upon a river. Last he came to the domain and strolled there, and remembered his shame and sufferings, and looked with poignant curiosity at his successors. Hempstead, not much shabbier and no less cheerful than before, he recognized and addressed like an old family friend. "That was a good turn you did me," said he. "That railway was the making of me. I hope you've had luck yourself." "My word, no," replied the little man. "I just sit here and read the dead bird. It's the depression and Tridy, you see. There's no positions goin' that a man like me would care to look at." And he showed Norris his certificates and written characters, one from a grocer in Woolloomooloo, one from an ironmonger, and a third from a billiard saloon. "Yes," he said, "I tried bein' a billiard marker. It's no account. These light hours are no use for a man's health. I won't be no man's slave," he added firmly, on the principle that he who is too proud to be a slave is usually not too modest to become a pensioner. Carthew gave him half a sovereign and departed, being suddenly struck with hunger, in the direction of the Paris House. When he came to that quarter of the city, the barristers were trotting in the streets in wig and gown, and he stood to observe them with his bundle on his shoulder, and his mind full of curious recollections of the past. "By George!" cried a voice, "it's Mr. Carthew." And turning about, he found himself face to face with a handsome sunburnt youth, somewhat fatted, arrayed in the finest of fine raiment, and sporting about. A sovereign's worth of flowers in his buttonhole. Norris had met him during his first days in Sydney at a farewell supper, had even escorted him on board a schooner full of cockroaches and black boy sailors, in which he was bound for 6 months among the islands, and had kept him ever since in entertained remembrance. Tom Haddon, known to the bulk of Sydney folk as Tommy, was heir to a considerable property which a prophetic father had placed in the hands of rigorous trustees. The income supported Mr. Haddon in splendor for about 3 months out of 12. The rest of the year he passed in retreat among the islands. He was now about a week returned from his eclipse, pervading Sydney in hansom cabs and airing the first bloom of 6 new suits of clothes. And yet the unaffected creature hailed Carthew in his working jeans and with the damning bundle on his shoulder, as he might have claimed acquaintance with a duke. "Come and have a drink," was his cheerful cry. "I'm just going to have lunch at the Paris House," returned Carthew. "It's a long time since I have had a decent meal." "Splendid scheme," said Haddon. "I've only had breakfast half an hour ago, but we'll have a private room, and I'll manage to pick something. It'll brace me up. I was on an awful tear last night, and I've met no end of fellows this morning." To meet a fellow and to stand and share a drink were with Tom synonymous terms. They were soon at table in the corner room upstairs and paying due attention to the best fare in Sydney. The odd similarity of their positions drew them together, and they began soon to exchange confidences. Carthew related his privations in the domain and his toils as a navvy. Haddon gave his experience as an amateur copra merchant in the South Seas, and drew a humorous picture of life in a coral island. Of the 2 plans of retirement, Carthew gathered that his own had been vastly the more lucrative, but Haddon's trading outfit had. Consisted largely of bottled stout and brown sherry for his own consumption. "I had champagne too," said Haddon, but I kept that in case of sickness until I didn't seem to be going to be sick, and then I opened a pint every Sunday. Used to sleep all morning, then breakfast with my pint of fizz and lie in a hammock and read Hallam's Middle Ages. Have you read that? I always take something solid to the islands. There's no doubt I did the thing in rather a fine style, but if it was gone about a little cheaper, or there were two of us to bear the expense, it ought to pay hand over fist. I've got the influence, you see. I'm a chief now, and sit in the speak house under my own strip of roof. I'd like to see them taboo me. They daren't try it. I've a strong party, I can tell you. Why, I've had upwards of 30 cowtops sitting in my front veranda, eating tins of salmon. Cowtops? Asked Carthew. What are they? That's what Hallam would call feudal retainers, explained Haddon. Not. Without vainglory. They're my followers. They belong to my family. I tell you, they come expensive, though. You can't fill up all these retainers on tinned salmon for nothing. But whenever I could get it, I would give 'em squid. Squid's good for natives, but I don't care for it. Do you? Or shark either. It's like the working classes at home. With copra at the price it is, they ought to be willing to bear their share of the loss. And so I've told them again and again. I think it's a man's duty to open their minds, and I try to. But you can't get political economy into them. It doesn't seem to reach their intelligence. There was an expression still sticking in Carthew's memory, and he returned upon it with a smile. Talking of political economy, said he, you said if there were two of us to bear the expense, the profits would increase. How do you make out that? I'll show you. I'll figure it out for you, cried Haddon, then with a pencil on the back of the bill of fare proceeded to perform miracles. He was a man, or let us rather say a lad, of unusual projective power. Give him the faintest hint of any speculation, and the figures flowed from him by the page. A lively imagination and a ready though inaccurate memory supplied his data. He delivered himself with an inimitable heat that made him seem the picture of pugnacity, lavished contradiction, had a form of words with or without significance for every form of criticism, and the looker-on alternately smiled at his simplicity and fervor, or was amazed by his unexpected shrewdness. He was a kind of Pinkerton in play. I have called Jim's the romance of business. This was its Arabian tale. Have you any idea what this would cost? He asked, pausing at an item. Not I, said Carthew. £10 ought to be ample, concluded the projector. Oh, nonsense, cried Carthew. 50 at the very least. You told me yourself this moment you knew nothing about it, cried Tommy. How can I make a calculation if you blow hot and cold? You don't seem able to be serious. But he consented to raise his estimate to 20. And a little after, the calculation coming out with a deficit, cut it down again to £5. 10, with the remark, I told you it was nonsense. This sort of thing has to be done strictly, or where's the use? Some of these processes struck Carthew as unsound, and he was at times altogether thrown out by the capricious startings of the prophet's mind. These plunges seemed to be gone into for exercise, and by the way, like the curves of a willing horse. Gradually the thing took shape, the glittering if baseless edifice arose, and the hair still ran on the mountains, but the soup was already served in. Silver plate. Carthew in a few days could command £150. Haddon was ready with 500. Why should they not recruit a fellow or two more, charter an old ship, and go cruising on their own account? Carthew was an experienced yachtsman, Haddon professed himself able to work an approximate sight. Money was undoubtedly to be made, or why should so many vessels cruise about the islands? They, who worked their own ship, were sure of a still higher profit. And whatever else comes of it, you see, cried Haddon, we get our keep for nothing. Come, buy some togs, that's the first thing you have to do, of course, and then we'll take a hansom and go to the Currency Lass. I'm going to stick to the togs I have, said Norris. Are you? Cried Haddon. Well, I must say I admire you. You're a regular sage. It's what you call Pythagoreanism, isn't it? If I haven't forgotten my philosophy. Well, I call it economy, returned Carthew. If we're going to try this thing on, I shall want every sixpence. You'll see if we're going to try it, cried Tommy, rising radiant from table. Only, mark you, Carthew, it must be all in your name. I have capital, you see, but you're all right. You can play vacuous bieter if the thing goes wrong. I thought we had just proved it was quite safe, said Carthew. There's nothing safe in business, my boy, replied the sage. Not even bookmaking. The public house and tea garden called the Currency Lass represented a moderate fortune gained by its proprietor, Captain Bostock, during a long, active, and occasionally historic career among the islands. Anywhere from Tonga to the Admiralty Isles, he knew the ropes and could lie in the native dialect. He had seen the end of sandalwood, the end of oil, and the beginning of copra. And he was himself a commercial pioneer, the first that ever carried human teeth into the Gilberts. He was tried for his life in Fiji in Sir Arthur Gordon's time, and if ever he prayed at all, the name of Sir Arthur was certainly not forgotten. He was speared in 7 places in New Ireland, the same time his mate was killed, the famous outrage on the brig Jolly Roger. But the treacherous savages made little by their wickedness, and Bostock, in spite of their teeth, got 75 head of volunteer labor on board, of whom not more than a dozen died of injuries. He had a hand, besides, in the amiable pleasantry which cost the life of Pattison, and when the sham bishop landed, prayed, and gave his benediction to the natives, Bostock, arrayed in a female chemise out of the Tredair room, had stood at his right hand and boomed amends. This, when he was sure he was among good fellows, was his favorite yarn. 200 head of labor for a hatful of amends, he used to name the tale, and its sequel, the death of the real bishop, struck him as a circumstance of extraordinary humor. Many of these details were communicated in the hansom, to the surprise of Carthew. "Why do we want to visit this old ruffian?" he asked. "You wait till you hear him," replied Tommy. "That man knows everything." On descending from the hansom at the Currency Lass, Haddon was struck with the appearance of the cabman, a gross, salt-looking man, red-faced, blue-eyed, short-handed and short-winded, perhaps nearing 40. "Surely I know you," said he. "Have you driven me before?" "Many's the time, Mr. Haddon," returned the driver. "The last time you was back from the islands, it was me that drove you to the races, sir." "All right, jump down and have a drink then," said Tom, and he turned and led the way into the garden. Captain Bostock met the party. He was a slow, sour old man with fishy eyes, greeted Tommy offhand, and as was afterwards remembered exchanged winks with the driver. "A bottle of beer for the cabman there at that table," said Tom. "Whatever you please from shandygaff to champagne at this one here. And you sit down with us. Let me make you acquainted with my friend, Mr. Carthew. I've come on business, Billy. I want to consult you as a friend. I'm going into the island trade upon my own account." Doubtless the captain was a mine of counsel, but opportunity was denied him. He could not venture on a statement. He was scarce allowed to finish a phrase before Hatton swept him from the field with a volley of protest and correction. That projector, his face blazing with inspiration, first laid before him at inordinate length a question, and as soon as he attempted to reply, leaped at his throat, called his facts in question, derided his policy, and at times thundered on him from the heights of moral indignation. "I beg your pardon," he said once. "I am a gentleman, Mr. Carthew, Here is a gentleman, and we don't mean to do that class of business. Can't you see who you are talking to? Can't you talk sense? Can't you give us a dead bird for a good triderum?" "No, I don't suppose I can," returned old Bostock. "Not when I can't hear my own voice for 2 seconds together. It was gin and guns I did it with." "Take your gin and guns to Putney," cried Haddon. "It was the thing in your times. That's right enough, but you're old now, and the game's up. I'll tell you what's wanted nowadays, Bill Bostock," said he, and did, and took 10 minutes. To it. Cartu could not refrain from smiling. He began to think less seriously of the scheme, Haddon appearing too irresponsible a guide. But on the other hand, he enjoyed himself amazingly. It was far from being the same with Captain Bostock. "You know a sight, don't you?" remarked that gentleman bitterly, when Tommy paused. "I know a sight more than you, if that's what you mean," retorted Tom. "It stands to reason I do. You're not a man of any education. You've been all your life at sea or in the islands. You don't suppose you can give points to a man like me?" "Here's your health, Tommy," returned Bostock. "You'll make an A1 bake in the New Hebrides." "That's what I call talking," cried Tom, not perhaps grasping the spirit of this. "Doubtful compliment. Now you give me your attention. We have the money and the enterprise, and I have the experience. What we want is a cheap, smart boat, a good captain, and an introduction to some house that will give us credit for the trade." "Well, I'll tell you," said Captain Bostock. "I have seen men like you baked and eaten and complained of afterwards. Some was tough, and some hadn't no flavor," he added grimly. "What do you mean by that?" cried Tom. "I mean I don't care," cried Bostock. "It ain't any of my interests. I haven't underwrote your life. Only I'm blessed if I'm not sorry for the cannibal as tries to eat your head. And what I recommend is a cheap, smart coffin and a good undertaker. See if you can find a house to give you credit for a coffin. Look at your friend there. Has got some sense. He's laughing at you so as he can't stand." The exact degree of ill feeling in Mr. Bostock's mind was difficult to gauge. Perhaps there was not much, perhaps he regarded his remarks as a form of courtly badinage, but there is little doubt that Haddon resented them. He had even risen from his place, and the conference was on the point of breaking up when a new voice joined suddenly in the conversation. The cabman sat with his back turned upon the party, smoking a meerschaum pipe. Not a word of Tommy's eloquence had missed him, and he now faced suddenly about with these amazing words: "Excuse me, gentlemen, if you'll buy me the ship I want, I'll get you the trade on credit." There was a pause. "Well, what do you mean?" gasped Tommy. "Better tell 'em who I am, Billy," said the cabman. "Think it's safe, Joe?" inquired Mr. Bostock. "I'll take my risk of it," returned the cabman. "Gentlemen," said Bostock, rising solemnly, "let me make you acquainted with Captain Wicks of the Grace Darling." "Yes, gentlemen, that is what I am," said the cabman. "You know I've been in trouble, and I don't deny but what I struck the blow, and where was I to get evidence of my provocation? So I turned to and took a cab, and I've driven one for 3 years now, and nobody the wiser." "I beg your pardon," said Carthew, joining almost for the first time. "I'm a new chum." "What was the charge?" "Murder," said Captain Wicks, "and I don't deny but what I struck the blow. And there's no sense in my trying to deny I was afraid to go to trial, or why would I be here? But it's a fact. It was flat mutiny. Ask Billy here. He knows how it was." Carthew breathed long. He had a strange, half-pleasurable sense of wading deeper in the tide of life. "Well?" said he. "You are going on to say?" "I was going on to say this," said the captain sturdily. "I've overheard what Mr. Haddon has been saying, and I think he talks good sense. I like some of his ideas first. Chop! He's sound on tridarums. He's all there on the tridarum, and I see that he and I would pull together." "Then you're both gentlemen, and I like that," observed Captain Wicks. "And then I'll tell you, I'm tired of this cabin cruise, and I want to get to work again. Now, here's my offer. I've a little money I can stake up, all of 100 anyway. Then my old firm will give me trade and—" "Jump at the chance. They never lost by me. They know what I'm worth as supercargo. And, last of all, you want a good captain to sail your ship for you. Well, here I am. I've sailed schooners for 10 years. Ask Billy if I can handle a schooner." "No man better," said Billy. "And as for my character as a shipmate," concluded Wicks, "go and ask my old firm." "But look here," cried Haddon, "how do you mean to manage?" "You can whisk round in a hansom and no questions asked. But if you try to come on a quarter deck, my boy, you'll get nabbed." "I'll have to keep back till the last," replied Wicks, "and take another name." "But how about clearing?" "What other name?" asked Tommy, a little bewildered. "I don't know yet," returned the captain with a grin. "I'll see what the name is on my new certificate, and that'll be good enough for me. If I can't get one to buy, though, I never heard of such a thing. There's old Kirkup, he's turned some sort of farmer down Bondi way. He'll hire me his." "You seem to speak as if you had a ship in view," said Carthew. "So I have too," said Captain Wicks. "And a beauty. Schooner yacht dream. Got lines you never saw the beat of. And a witch to go. She passed me once off Thursday Island, doing 2 knots to my 1 and laying a point and a half better, and the Grace Darling was a ship that I was proud of. I took and tore my hair. The dream's been my dream ever since. That was in her old days, when she carried a blue ensign. Grant Sanderson was the party as owned her. He was rich and mad, and got a fever at last somewhere about the Fly River, and took and died. The captain brought the body back to Sydney, and paid off. Well, it turned out Grant Sanderson had left any quantity of wills and any quantity of wills, and no fellow could make out which was the genuine article. All the widows brought lawsuits against all the rest, and every will had a firm of lawyers on the quarterdeck as long as your arm. They tell me it was one of the biggest turns to that ever was seen, bar Tichborne. The Lord Chamberlain himself was floored, and so was the Lord Chancellor. And all that time the dream lay rotting up by Glebe Point. Well, it's done now. They've picked out a widow and a will, tossed up for it as like as not, and the dream's for sale. She'll go cheap. She's had a long turn to it rotting." "What size is she?" "Well, big enough. We don't want her bigger. 190, going 200, replied the captain. "She's fully big for us 3. It would be all the better if we had another hand. Though it's a pity, too, when you can pick up natives for half nothing. Then we must have a cook. I can fix raw sailormen, but there's no going to sea with a new chum cook. I can lay hands on the man we want for that. A highway boy, an old shipmate of mine, of the name of Amalu, cooks first rate, and it's always better to have a native. He ain't fly, you can turn him to as you please, and he don't know enough to stand out for his rights." From the moment that Captain Wicks joined in the conversation, Carthew recovered interest and confidence. The man, whatever he might have done, was plainly good-natured and plainly capable, if he thought well of the enterprise, offered to contribute money, brought experience, and could thus solve at a word the problem of the trade. Carthew was content to go ahead. As for Haddon, his cup was full. He and Bostock forgave each other in champagne. Toast followed toast. It was proposed and carried amid acclamation to change the name of the schooner when she should be bought to the Currency Lass, and the Currency Lass Island Trading Company was practically founded before dusk. 3 days later, Carthew stood before the lawyer, still in his jean suit, received his £150, and proceeded rather timidly to ask for more indulgence. "I have a chance to get on in the world," he said. "By tomorrow evening I expect to be part owner of a ship." "Dangerous property, Mr. Carthew," said the lawyer. "Not if the partners work her themselves and stand to go down along with her," was the reply. "I conceive it possible you might make something of it in that way," returned the other. "But are you a seaman? I thought you had been in the diplomatic service." "I am an old yachtsman," said Norris, "and I must do the best I can. A fellow." Can't live in New South Wales upon diplomacy, but the point I wish to prepare you for is this. It will be impossible. I should present myself here next quarter day. We expect to make a 6 months' cruise of it among the islands. "Sorry, Mr. Carthew, I can't hear of that," replied the lawyer. "I mean upon the same conditions as the last," said Carthew. "The conditions are exactly opposite," said the lawyer. "Last time I had reason to know you were in the colony, and even then I stretched a point. This time, by your own confession, you are contemplating a breach of the agreement, and I give you warning if you carry it out, and I receive proof of it, for I will agree to regard this conversation as confidential. I shall have no choice but to do my duty. Be here on quarter day, or your allowance ceases." "This is very hard and I think rather silly," returned Carthew. "It is not of my doing. I have my instructions," said the lawyer. "And you so read these instructions that I am to be prohibited from making an honest livelihood?" asked Carthew. "Let us be frank," said the lawyer. "I find nothing in these instructions about an honest livelihood. I have no reason to suppose my clients care anything about that. I have reason to suppose only one thing, that they mean you shall stay in this colony, and to guess another, Mr. Carthew, and to guess another. What do you mean by that?" asked Norris. "I mean that I imagine, on very strong grounds, that your family desire to see no more of you," said the lawyer. "Oh, they may be very wrong, but that is the impression conveyed. That is what I suppose I am paid to bring about, and I have no choice but to try and earn my hire." "I would scorn to deceive you," said Norris, with a strong flush. "You have guessed rightly. My family refused to see me, but I am not going to England. I am going to the islands." "How does that affect the islands?" "Ah, but I don't know that you are going to the islands," said the lawyer, looking down, and spearing the blotting paper with a pencil. "I beg your pardon. I have the pleasure of informing you," said Norris. "I am afraid, Mr. Carthew, that I cannot regard that communication as official," was the slow reply. "I am not accustomed to have my word doubted," cried Norris. "Hush! I allow no one to raise his voice in my office," said the lawyer. "And for that matter, you seem to be a young gentleman of sense. Consider what I know of you. You are a discarded son. Your family pays money to be shut of you. What? Have you done?" "I don't know. But do you not see how foolish I should be if I exposed my business reputation on the safeguard of the honor of a gentleman of whom I know just so much and no more? This interview is very disagreeable. Why prolong it? Write home, get my instructions changed, and I will change my behavior, not otherwise." "I am very fond of 300 a year," said Norris, "but I cannot pay the price required. I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you again." "You must please yourself," said the lawyer. "Fail to be here next quarter day, and the thing stops. But I warn you, and I mean the warning in a friendly spirit. 3 months later you will be here begging, and I shall have no choice but to show you in the street." "I wish you a good evening," said Norris. "The same to you, Mr. Carthew," retorted the lawyer, and rang for his clerk. So it befell that Norris, during what remained to him of arduous days in Sydney, saw not again the face of his legal adviser, and he was already at sea, and land was out of sight, when Haddon brought him a Sydney paper, over which he had been dozing in the shadow of the galley, and showed him an advertisement. Mr. Norris Carthew is earnestly entreated to call without delay at the office of Mr. where important intelligence awaits him. "It must manage to wait for me 6 months," said Norris lightly enough, but yet conscious of a pang of curiosity. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.